Skrrr. Hello. Mic working. How y'all doing? Shout out to the early birds. Let's do the quick one. Ragu, first one today. Okay. I see you, bro. Mr. Pepe, Mr. Unk, Mrs. Purper, Dark Chameleon, Killer KT, solid. Tony barely made it. JJ and Payne. Dubskis all around. Okay. I think it's time to go and get netherite. Is the music too loud? Guys, don't forget, store items. You can get points by just watching the stream. You'll get 5x more points if you are subscribed. Haro. Music not too loud. How you doing, Kunde? Bastion time? No, bro. Tony, are you experienced? I don't know your experience level in Minecraft. I kinda went to the nether. Bro, it's all lava. Like, yeah. I know the nether is always all lava, but our nether, you cannot go below in the minus. Like, there's just lava there. Usually you can go to the fucking minus. Who joined? Glad is here. Glad, I know you're experienced, bro. Is our nether broken? Okay. Netherite is Y14. So no reason to go below. Bro, I couldn't even reach 20. Wait, I'll show you, okay? I'll show you. I'll go to creative mode. Look. I'm not cheating, okay? I'm not trying to see where there is netherite or anything. I really got, because when I explored, I saw like, okay, there's lava oceans, but this looks very not deep. Look, bro, we're at Y near the portal. We're at Y fucking 30, man. It's just, look, it's lava everywhere. That doesn't look normal. Maybe just a bad spot. You think if I go like in one direction, bro, this looks like infinite lava, man. What do you mean bad spot? Look. Look at that. Try go forward. How am I supposed to? Okay. Look, lava. Forward. Look, bro, what the fuck? We're at Y32. How more forward do you want me to go, man? How much more forward do you want me to go? Look, lava. Bro. Glad, I think this shit is broken, man. I searched on Reddit. I don't really know. I searched on Reddit and they say like, yeah, some nether worlds are fucked. That's not normal, man. Look. Is it the hell? It is the hell dimension. That looks like hell. Not this much of hell, bro. Not at fucking level 30. Everything is submerged in lava. Cause this shit randomly generates. So sometimes this shit generates like by accident. Look. Even here, man. Even here. Lava. Wherever you go here. Lava. You go, I don't know, here. Lava. Bro, this shit is broken. I think we need to reset our nether world. Look. Lava. It's just ocean and ocean. Look. This shit not normal, bro. Fuck it, reset it. This shit doesn't look normal, man. I need Glad to give his input. Glad is like a Minecraft legend. Look, we're already at bedrock. This is bedrock, right? Glad, our nether is broken, I think. It's one of those glitched ones that have lava everywhere. Look, Tony. Will delete Zaza's Blaze Farm though? I don't even know where his Blaze Farm is. But this don't look okay, bro. This definitely does not look okay. Like a full sea ocean of lava. You sure? Nethers I was in before had lava, not this much everywhere. Cozy lava jacuzzi, bro. Bro, I don't know. I don't know. Like how are we supposed to reach here? We don't even want to reach here. This is lava, man. I don't know, man. I'm just saying this does not look normal. I don't even know if we can reset the nether. Have we found a single spot without lava? And I've traveled thousands of fucking blocks already. Look. Bro, this is bedrock. This is the bottom. I mean, if it's too bad, are you seeing what I'm showing on stream? There's 0 places without lava. Lava. Like this from the outside, it looks normal, you know? This looks normal if it doesn't have lava. I don't know, man. Everywhere you fly through that doesn't have the red tint is solid blocks, right? Yeah, this is a solid block, but how are you gonna dig through this solid block, bro? These are all solid blocks. No netherite in these blocks, though. Nothing. Like, how are you supposed to dig this? You know, you can't. You cannot go below this. 30 is where lava generates, and it's just everywhere. That black rocks in the bottom, that's bedrock already, man. Look, everything is lava, man. Go to nether and go spectate yourself. Check. If it looks normal, we keep. You have to tunnel under the lava at the spot. There have none. Where though? Where though? Where, bro? There is no spot where there is none. Where is our portal? What is our portal there? There are no spots that don't have lava, bro. Just endless. I don't know. I'll do another nether portal somewhere else, but I don't know. This does not look okay. Let Glad check it out. The fuck is Pau doing? What are you doing, bro? Floating house. Zaza Blaze Farm has a tunnel to netherite level, so he did it. Okay. And I suggested white blocks. I can use bone blocks like mine, or the white tree. I forgot the name. What aspects? It's Woodland Mansion time. You found? Did you guys find one? Tony, I don't mind doing the trials. Okay, Glad is spectating because I checked on Reddit. They said some nethers have a glitch where like there is over lava than it's supposed to have. He said he knows where a biome is that has them. In your trusting aspects, Tony, I don't know what's wrong with you, bro. Something's wrong with you, bro. You're broken. Trusting aspects, bro. Okay. What are we doing today? I'll let Glad inspect the nether. If he says it's normal, we keep, then he's the expert. None of us, I don't think any of us have his hours time. Okay. Let's go get it. Let's go get it. Not gonna lie, this looks absolutely normal to me. Alright. Fuck it, man. What do I need to make netherite? How to make netherite armor. So netherite armor, fuck. We need to go, Tony. We need to go to a bastion and fucking. Ay, ay, ay. We need that, bro. We need that, bro. Okay, shut up. Oh my god. Okay. Yeah, good luck getting by 15, bro. Wait, it doesn't blow it up? The TNT doesn't blow up the ancient debris? Now TNT and beds don't blow up ancient debris. That's impressive. He almost died. He almost died, bro. Strip mining, you'll never find any. All the ones I found before were strip mining, but like the nether was not this fucked up. Tony, I cleared up the area behind the. Look, are you in game? Tell me when you want to hop in game. We'll go to the nether. Me and you either find the bastion, but we need a lot of boats. Why don't we just blow up the piglins? I always strip mine. Beds are a hassle because I never make wool farms. The XP farm is Gucci. I cleared most of the caves behind here in the early morning. I woke up early. I don't have the gear for Bastion. I'm at iron level right now. Where did you keep dying, bro? Where did you keep dying? At the Bastion? Okay, after we get that, what happens? Okay. Understandable. Why the fuck do we need diamonds? That's a bro. We just need one. Okay. Okay. You need to dupe them because once you use one, it's gone. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We just need one. Okay, got it. So we need a bastion to get the fucking template. Bro, look. How long have I AFK'd? 3 minutes? Look at that. Fucking W, man. After I cleared the caves around, that's just fucking insane. Three minutes, bro. Okay. I'm higher level than you. I died, bro. I've been enchanting and I died. Look, all my shit has mending on it now. Tony, when you getting on? I might hook you up with some diamonds. We're at Y71. Can you not fuck with me, bro? Hey, Mr. Monkey. Okay, wait. 1, 2, 3. Where's the stupid tunnel that I attempted to make, the one I died in? I can get on right now for the. uh, wait, let me go back to the regular world. See how much diamonds I have. Okay. Are the 2 blocks in front of my house enough? I was flexing. I put 2 blocks in front of my house. I'll give you 6 diamonds. I don't know why I have these. I don't know what these are even. I made a good fishing rod and it cost 24 levels. I'll take it. Okay, I'll go to your house and place them. Blubber built ladders in his spawn area. House floating house, bro. Fishing is an easy way to get books. Bro, turn these into stairs, man. Tony's house, don't fuck me over. Wait. I have the sticks. You guys will see later what the sticks are for. Okay. There. You have 11 diamonds now. Put a rock at the bottom of the spider farm. So I grabbed my stuff and logged off. I don't know who did. Not me. Not me, Ragu. Is that why there was water? I logged in today. There was water in mid tunnel. Wait. You got any wood? How the fuck don't you have wood? Who the fuck doesn't have wood, bro? I used water to go down. Not me. I did not put a rock. You should have inspected. Bro, next time that shit happened, open chat, write / co space inspect. Then the block you click on, like, it will tell you who made it. There. See, Tony placed this chest. Tony placed this chest. It will tell you who put the fucking rock. And to get out of inspect mode, just write co inspect again. I used all my supplies at the deaths. Okay. Stairs. Don't hit me. Come, let me show you what my stick does. Look at my stick. Look at my stick. Look at the stick, bro. That is one powerful stick, man. Ay, ay, ay. That is a badass stick. Okay, which one do I have? I have these. Why'd you give me leather boots? Man wants to get kinky. Fucking, I hate those. Go check so I can get my... I broke it. I broke the block. Hey! No. I'm gonna fall, aren't I? Don't walk in your bushes. You guys want to get in a call? Okay, wait. Would make shit easier.
Shut it, place.
Shut it, place. Okay, stairs. Mm. see how this looks now. Oh, much easier. We need some here. And lucky I don't have enough stairs. Wood. Can I take a horse to the nether? Who's on server? Wow. Get in call, hell. I don't think so. Have enough food? Yep. 3 stacks of food, that's more than enough food. Hal?
What's up, dude?
You wanna come to the nether with me?
Sure.
Or is it too early? You might die. If you don't know what you're doing there, you will die. I died there. I went there and I died to lava.
Yeah, why not?
Or you wanna explore
died
shit
yet.
here?
I died there
good.
multiple times.
Tony died there like 20 times.
So what can kill you there?
Everything.
Yeah,
let's go.
everything.
Very
Tony, when we get out of the nether, the portal, where is the bastion? Which direction should I go to?
I can show you. You want me to take you there?
I have beds. I have boats. I learned the tactic with boats. You throw a boat, the pigs get in it, and you smack the shit out of them.
Wait, we need to put on gold if we're going to the nether. You got to wear a gold piece of armor, pal. Or
So
else you
gold
get
helmet?
attacked. Whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Something gold, though.
So anything, just a single item.
Yeah,
just
one
either
single
a
item.
helmet or shoes, leggings, whatever you want.
I'm gonna wear helmet.
I think I have a helmet.
I don't have gold. What?
I have gold. Because I
I
thought it was
haven't been
important.
mining gold because I wanted to do.
I've got 10 gold ingots if you need.
Wait, let me check. Let me double check.
I got a shitload of gold. I got.
I got.
All right.
They were in my nether thing. Okay, so I come here. Helmet. Gold helmet. Boom. Easy.
Unload your inventory too, Hal, of anything you don't want to lose in case you do die. Like if you got anything good in your inventory that
Diamond
you don't
sword?
need.
This is the
Well,
diamond.
I mean, take. You need tools with you, but if like you have extra in your inventory and shit, put it in a chest.
Right.
Or if you
Okay.
got like loose diamonds, or I don't know what you got in your inventory.
I think I'm ready.
Hang on, I'm not ready yet.
Should I take my infinity bow? I should, right?
Yeah, we need a bow for the what do you call them things? The ghasts.
Okay, so what else do I need?
Just tools and food, basically.
I don't
Tools
need
and food.
all my coal, so I'm leaving some coal here.
Oh yeah, torches too, probably, Hal.
I have a
I've
bed
got
just in
52. Is that
case.
enough?
How many? I didn't hear you.
52.
He said 52.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Oh.
good.
I'm taking wood just in case we need to build more.
I've also taken wood. I've got, I think,
Okay, I
I've
don't
got
mind.
64 oak
I will
planks.
be upset if I lose everything, bro. I have. Oh. Okay. Time to get fucked. Pau's building a house. And get gold with you just in case we can trade with piglins. Any piglin you can trade with, right? You just throw him
So
the
I
gold.
take gold as well.
Yeah.
Okay, I've got 10 ingots. Is that enough?
Yeah, it's fine. You can get more if you want.
And 2 nuggets. I don't
I'd
have
say
more.
more.
We'll see. I'll take what I have. Okay, let's go die.
Okay.
We're going.
Let's
Hold
go
on,
die.
I'm prepping. I'm not quite ready yet.
Hal, come to my house.
Already there.
Come.
I'm not even gonna take my diamond shit. I'm tired of losing it.
Oh, let me
Come inside.
leave
Take
my.
this.
I just want to go.
Where are you?
I just want to go drop my diamond helmet. 1 second.
Pick
So
this up.
anything diamond is useless, right?
Boomer, come on.
No,
I'm
no.
making you do boomer shit.
What do you
Come
mean
to the door.
useless?
No, diamond shit is useful there. What do you mean useless? You need your armor so when the pigs attack us, not if
Yeah,
when
you
the
need
pig
armor.
attack us, you don't die from one shot.
Oh,
I'm just taking mine off and making iron ones because I'm scared to lose it again. I've lost so many diamonds.
yeah, that's what I want to do as well. I want to change. I want to change mine for the.
We'll put on iron then if you want.
But isn't iron's durability like half of the diamonds? Like
Probably
in,
so.
in
And it's
terms
not
of getting hit?
it will die quicker too. Yeah, but that's the risk I'm willing to take. I can lose iron.
Come, Hal, come.
Yeah, hold on.
Let me make some torches and I'm on the way.
Hal, can you put this command into chat? Claim set name, claim 1 to Hal house. Can you put this? Can you write it? Without the dot, apparently. I renamed this shared area between our houses.
It says unknown or incomplete command.
Okay, come.
Yeah, you can't do it either.
Come to my house. Enter here, get out the disk, and put the disk in this thing. Come
This
inside.
can what thing?
Come inside.
Cannot interact with it.
Yeah, give me the disk. I'll put it.
Oh my
Q.
god, Pal tore his whole house down. What the hell?
Q, Hal. Select the disk and Q
I
it.
cannot drop items in this territory.
Ah. Give. Okay. Come, witness.
Well, I can hear it way over here.
Where here?
I'm at Pal's house and I can hear it clearly.
That's cool.
Yeah, but every time you find a mine shaft, there are discs inside, or a spawner, there are discs inside. There is actually some cool music I had before. I think I had all the collection except like 2 discs. Tony, we're going. I'll just introduce Hal to the area, you know?
I'm ready.
Because I don't think Hal has ever been to the nether. Hal, you ready?
I still have my diamond pickaxe and diamond sword, by the way. I kept those.
Yeah, we're gonna need those. Let's hope we don't die. Come inside.
Wait, one at a time.
Oh,
Don't fall down, Hal. Come towards my name. There is a big fucking pit in front of us. Okay, where's the bastion? Now here,
Alright,
you saw
follow
those
me.
pigs, Hal? They will attack you if you didn't wear helmet. And if you smack them, they will attack you.
Yeah, don't hit them because they'll all attack you.
Who hit this guy? Bro, I freaked out.
I just realized something. I don't have a shield.
Nice.
Oh well.
Why do I have water in the fucking thing? Is the Bastion is not
Do I
from
hit
here.
this guy?
No. Have you not been listening to us, man? Do not hit anyone here.
He's hitting us.
No, he's not.
It's this way, I think. Yeah, I don't think it's down that way. Must be this way.
We're wearing gold, so these guys don't attack us. My glasses are dirty, and this is so fucking annoying.
Why do I walk so slow on this thing?
Where did you go, Tony?
Something's hitting me.
Down. Straight down.
The skeleton thing's hitting me.
Skeleton, you can fuck him up, but pigs don't fuck with
Yeah,
them.
you can fight the skeletons. Yeah, not the pigs though. Skeletons you can kill.
I don't know where you went,
Behind you,
Tony.
behind you. I'm right behind you. Look behind you. Behind you, behind you.
Ooh, what's this purple fire?
Nether fire. Soul fire, basically.
Oh shit.
Oh my god, this is so fucking scary.
What's scary about it? It's just like the rest of the world.
No, it's not. Okay, I need building blocks. Torch here. Put one there. Put one there. One there. One
Why do you need
there.
building blocks, by the way?
Always plan for a fast exit.
Come up this way.
Shit
up
here
here.
gets wild sometimes. I'll go down.
No, it's over this way. Come up here.
Hey, you came here a million times and you didn't build a way to get in and out or like torches
No.
or anything. What the fuck, man?
True. I should make a path. Or at least torches. So I can find my way.
Wait, I gotta build stairs here now.
Hal, come here.
Mhm.
You see that pig over there in the forest?
No.
Straight ahead, he's like behind the tree. You see him coming up behind the tree right now?
Oh, yeah.
That guy will fuck you up.
Cool. Can I go poke him?
Yeah, come on, let's go kill him.
Wait,
Be careful though, because the horns will fuck you up. He'll like shoot you, like he can shoot you over the head.
Oh my god. Hey, you
See
see
how he
that?
pops me way up?
I'm coming.
You see that pig
Come,
over
come,
there?
come.
That guy will fuck you up. Oh fuck,
There you
man.
go.
We killed it. That wasn't scary at all.
What are you guys?
Oh shit, a ghast. Watch out, Hal.
No,
See
no
that gas up there?
gas.
He shoots stuff at us. You see him, Hal?
No.
Up in the
Oh,
sky.
that thing.
Yeah. See, he shoots
Okay.
like fireballs at us.
How do you kill it?
Bow and arrow, or you can like tennis ball that thing that he's shooting at you. You can bounce it back at him and hit him. Other than that, you gotta have
with the sword?
bow and arrow. Yeah.
Okay, where to?
It's right
You
in front
know
of us.
what
You
we
see it?
could? Man, I didn't get my fuck.
Y'all went the wrong way. It's this way.
Okay, I'm on fire. This is not okay. Stop!
How are you on fire?
I walked into fire.
See, it's right there.
That's your fault, right? Where are you,
Okay, I
Tony?
see it. Behind,
You were
go
like
back.
right next
We're
to me.
behind you.
Here, Hal.
Oh, I thought we're coming here.
No, this way. It's over here.
I'm almost out of torches. Fuck me, man.
Here, I got a
I
bunch.
have, yeah.
Thank you.
I have no idea how to drop it yet, so.
Enough. We got.
Oh, come here. You see that big building right there? The black, all the black stone?
That's red.
No, in
Yeah.
front of us. That's a
Yeah,
bastion. That's where I kept dying yesterday.
yeah. What do we do in a bastion?
There are
loot
piggies
it.
here.
But there's lots of pigs and they'll fuck you up in there. That's what they kept killing me.
I hate the sound of the ghast, man. This is the nether trees, Hal, just in case you're wondering what this shit is. Wait, glowstone,
Oh,
why
what's
didn't
this?
I get my... Oh. Please don't break. Ah, no, this is not glowstone. Oh! Okay, it dropped very far away.
What the hell's making sex noises behind us?
You'll get
The
a
gas.
come closer, how you'll get an achievement coming into it. Just like step right there. There you go.
This is the entrance
Oh
you
no,
guys
Angel
made?
got it.
I have to,
Yeah,
I
this
have
is
to
where I
scan
went
it
in.
or what? What do I have to do? Take it or
To do what?
how do I
What are you
get the
trying to do?
achievement?
Over here. The bastion.
Oh,
Just
Wait.
walk into it.
I need my building blocks. Aromo!
Hal, inside of here, there's piglins with axes. Those will fight you even with you wearing
Wait,
gold.
don't
You
open
have
the
to kill them.
chests! Don't open the chests! Don't open the chests! That's how you trigger them. They'll freak the fuck out and start fucking us
Yeah,
up.
if you take their gold, they freak out.
Don't mind the gold blocks. Wait.
oh, it's so tempting. What happens?
I mean, if you open the chest, I'm getting out of here, man. You guys have iron. I have all my tools on me. I'm not planning on dying. Hal instantly just came here and wanted to open the chest like instantly, bro. You know what we should have gotten? Hoppers. Wait. Yeah, any of you have wood? Drop me some wood, please.
I only have 4
I have-
right here.
Okay, wait. Chest. Let's make
my
one
sword.
chest. Okay, one
I
chest.
dropped my sword.
Grab it. Hopper. Okay.
You grabbed it.
Not me, Hal. I have
you
it.
got my sword, Hal?
Okay. No, I have it. I dropped it.
Oh.
Chest.
You picked it up again.
Really? There. Okay, wait. This needs to be calculated. So, what you did you open these 2 chests?
Yeah.
Tony?
We already
Are they
looted them.
empty?
Main aspects did. They're not completely empty, but there's nothing good in them.
Okay. I have a hopper and I have a chest. That should be good enough to do some. What we can do is you place a hopper underneath it, pointing to a chest, and therefore they don't get triggered, and all the items just funnel into the other chest that you can open. Am I making any sense?
Yeah, essentially funneling.
Money laundering? Okay. I need my building blocks. This is so fucking... Okay. I technically don't need these right now. Okay.
I can't jump back up here.
Okay, I think I'm in the throne room, Tony.
Are you?
Well, close enough. Will they attack us on sight or just when we fuck with their shit?
The one with the axes will attack on sight. The other ones won't unless we take their gold or fight the other ones or anything.
What about, can we kill this stupid pig?
Yeah, the pigs don't matter.
Okay.
They don't care
So
about
the
the
ones
pigs.
with the axes will attack on sight. Understandably.
Right.
Have a nice day. I hear a lot of them on the other side. We need to get to behind this. This is where the treasure room is. This is where we get our template. I
On the
have
other
an
side of the
ender
lava?
chest. I'm willing to sacrifice my ender chest. Once we get some good shit, I'll put my ender
What,
chest.
throw it in the chest?
Yeah, we'll put everything there, and well, if we die, we die. That's my exit plan. I didn't get my silk touch pickaxe to re-grab the chest, but I have two at home, so I'm fine.
Okay, so where do we have to go?
The other side here. Not directly up, Tony. You're a psychopath.
Wait, it's not over here?
I like it.
No, but you're digging directly up. There could be lava, bro.
No, I was just making room so I could step up.
Wait, let me block this shit. Oh my god, this is gonna be horrible.
There's a brute right underneath of us, the one that attacks us.
Wait. There might
Yeah, he's
be
pissed.
lava here. I'm just saying.
You see him? Hal, go over the edge and look down. You see that guy down there?
Yeah.
That one's called a brute. That attacks you on sight, even if you're wearing gold.
Okay.
And he will
we
kill
kill it?
you. It's
Or
not
will-
like
Yeah, he's strong.
it's not like the skeletons.
We need to kill him while he's like trapped down there.
Yeah, let's do it.
Hang on. I'm gonna try to trap him in the hole.
Oh, that's smart.
Yeah, okay. He's trapped now. He doesn't need to die. Well, we can kill him though, if you want.
Can we just
I
cover
mean,
him with block?
won't that just like trigger the rest?
I already... Yeah, it did. I already fought him. He's trapped though, and I got him trapped where he can't move.
Okay, I got your back.
There, he's
I
dead.
can't do shit from here.
Okay, there's a shit ton of them here.
There's
I
another
can
one
hear.
here. Do I kill him too?
Can we empty the thing or will they keep coming back?
Hey, Tony,
Yeah.
can I kill him too?
Which, the other guy, yeah. I think he's pissed because I fought the other guy.
Okay, he's walking in.
I think like they have to see us attacking him. I don't think like they know that
Oh,
we've
he's dead.
attacked him
Never
without
mind.
seeing him. Did you kill
I
him?
hit him once.
I freaked out.
That's
I
like
saw
I'm
this
not-
dude and I just freaked out.
I don't know where you went.
I'm here.
Oh, I see you.
Oh my god, there's 3 of them here, bro.
Are they pissed?
No, they're chilling. I don't think this is the way
As
we
long as
need to
there's no
go,
brutes
though.
down there, we're fine.
There
Oh my
is
God,
one.
can we not
There is a
just
brute.
Can we not just force Sparta this shit and go kill them?
Okay,
What you said,
I'll
Hal?
block that shit off.
Can we not just sit like force Sparta and go kill them?
We could try, but they're really strong. They could easily kill us, especially with iron armor on.
Okay, I'm going down here. We're at the outside of the thing. Okay, I'm digging here.
Yeah, this wasn't the right way, I don't think. I think maybe we were supposed to go up.
Up? I know the treasure room
Yeah, I
is
think
down.
up. Oh, is it down?
Hal smacked one of them. Hal is gonna die.
No, he's fighting a pig. A baby
Hal,
pig.
the hit is more effective when you don't spam. There is like a reload time. Okay, let's continue digging.
Thanks, I didn't know that. But it's dead.
Dig down or just straight around?
Well, we try. I'm not really familiar with these structures. I didn't do my homework.
What exactly are we digging for so I know?
More chests.
Treasure room.
Do I just dig randomly?
Nah,
Yeah, I guess so.
because there can be lava. Always have a building block in hand. So if there's lava, you place and stop the lava.
Yeah, there was lava right here, Hal. I had to put a block down.
Where?
See right here.
Okay, I'm basically digging my grave here.
You gotta have a block in your hot bar so you can throw it down real quick.
Any block? Sand works?
Yeah, anything.
Right.
I don't know if sand works though.
It should. I don't see why it wouldn't.
It slides.
Well, yeah, if you
Would
put it above
smart if
you, but not in
it's
front of you.
Turned it to
Hal got the most useless block he can get, man. Just get dirt, bro. Why don't I have enough torches, man? I hate fucking darkness.
so I do have dirt.
Then
but
just
to
use
me it's
dirt.
Sand.
Ah, okay. Now, dirt and sand are two different things. I hear the lava popping. Hal, how many more? Can you give me some more torches? Because I only have 7 left.
Yeah, sure.
I should have gotten fucking torches with me. Thank you.
Technically, it's your torches that I'm just returning.
It's fine.
What is this rock with the gold in it?
Gold.
No, not the gold. Don't break the gold.
don't fuck with gold, bro. I think Hal needs to die to them so he understands the severity of the situation.
I mean,
Because
the
till
one
now,
thing
Hal
I just
didn't
had
die
once and it
anywhere,
died.
so...
Yeah.
I don't even know what the objective is here. You said find a chest. Like,
Yeah, we
if you
need
know where it
something
is,
called a
just
template.
dig there.
But we don't know where it is, Hal. There's like 5 different kinds of bastions, and they're each different. And I don't know how they're set up anyway.
And we don't know which one we are in. Now, an expert player would know. But, you know, we're the experts. Okay. I think I found the lower floor, Tony. Yeah, this looks like a lower floor.
I can't remember how I got this way. I'm trying to get back to you.
Come to me, Tony. There we go.
Okay, this is like down, down.
Ooh, what stones are these? Are these those glow stones that you spoke about?
No, those are magma blocks. Okay, we're at Y35.
I found their gold.
Where? Their gold block or
Right
their
here.
gold?
Yeah, they're gold blocks.
Okay, the thing should be close. Should be above it. Should be like here.
Above it?
Not directly. They
did you
can
get
see
there,
us.
Tony?
Can't we break this without them freaking out? Should we try?
I think they know. I mean, yeah, sure, try. I think they know if without even seeing us.
I hear lava, so be careful. Okay, I'm trying. We did not die.
Not yet.
Okay, we found you guys. I made a shortcut.
Tony, I think they're in here. Okay, maybe not.
Did you just dig randomly?
Yeah. Well, there was gold blocks right here, but Angela took them. I think like sometimes they're like baiter blocks too, though. That could be like, you know, like not the actual
Who has
right
raw
spot.
meat? I dropped raw meat. Somebody had raw meat.
From killing the pigs.
Why, bro?
What do you mean? Why they're attacking us?
Have you ever traded on wax spear? I would stay away from that site. That's one of the sites that can get you banned. Like Steam will consider you a Gamba provider or some shit. I think we need to go deeper down.
Further down?
Yeah. Okay, maybe not magma blocks. I'm gonna say magma blocks is an indication that we're almost we're almost out. So maybe we need to go back up or strip mine like here to find some hidden room. Okay, nothing hidden here. I'm going back up.
Okay.
If I remember how. Okay, I'm near Tony. Yeah, I'm going back up. Let's go back up where we could see shit and just maneuver the structure how it's supposed to be maneuvered. These are all tunnels we dug, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, I hear pigs here. I'm gonna dig towards them.
Okay,
I
I'm
mean,
back
it's
on
a
top.
risk.
Where's everyone?
It's a risk, bro. You wanna trade with them? Lava! Oh my god, Tony, come look how lucky I got.
Where are you?
Oh, holy shit, that's lucky.
it could have been here or here, you know?
Where'd you almost fall in lava?
No, come look. I just randomly dug here, look. I dug, then lava spawned. But like it was split right and left. Hal, what room is this you're in? Can I remove the dirt and safely cross? I don't think, right?
There's. I think so.
Bro, if I
mean,
fall
lava's
inside,
not-
I'm dead.
Hold on, can I put,
No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no.
Oh,
Hell
shit.
no. Okay. That door is locked. I'll remove the
Okay, sorry.
blocks that you put.
I can't, it's covered in lava.
No, bro.
Hold on, I can use water, right? To
No,
harden
no, no, you can't. Try. What happened to the water?
Equipping it now. Oh, never mind, it just evaporated instantly.
I don't know what that does, but I bet it. Okay.
Yeah,
that cut
so they're
off the
not pissed at
supply.
me. So maybe they do have to see you take the gold.
Oh, that's where you cover. Okay, see, now I know.
Okay, we're back in the main structure at least.
Yeah.
No, 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 don't fuck with this. Don't fuck with this. This is from a pool outside, not like this dripping. Okay.
Can I please cover the lava?
Whoopsie. Not very good. Not very good, Angel. Hal. Lava is gonna spread everywhere. I mean, it's not.
Just
It's
cover
not.
it.
No. It's not. It's not. It's not in our way. Okay.
It's more so I don't just walk back into it or something.
I'm gonna go up. I'll either get fucked or. Okay. I'm in a very.
Wait, I found a chest up here. We haven't looted.
Where up
Where
here?
are you?
I'm up. Okay, that's.
Do you see where I
Han.
am? I'm standing right next to it.
How did you go up there?
I went around the other side, I think. Yeah, I came from the other side, but you can come straight up right there. There's 2 piglins above you, but there's not a brute.
Man, I wish I knew where the hell you guys were.
Above you.
We're right above you.
Now, how did you get up? Because I don't see any entrance.
Where you are right there, you should be able to dig straight up. I don't think there's lava right there. Not now, though. You're above lava.
Oh shit!
Okay, chest. So now we need to. Can I dig this thing? I can dig this thing safely. Okay. I'll dig underneath it like that without fucking with their shit. I hear burning or something falling. Oh, okay. This isn't stressful at all. Okay, so I place the chest here. I come in here. I place the hopper here.
Oh, they're coming. They're coming.
Are they?
Oh, no. Yeah.
No.
Al, come help us kill these guys. Where'd they go? Did you get them both?
Yeah. But maybe I shouldn't open a chest. Maybe I should just open the hopper.
Maybe. Is there
Well,
is there
can I
anything
open
good
the
in it?
chest now?
Nah, nothing. Kakadudu.
What is gilded?
So there should be one on the other side, I think at the same spot, right? Like the other side over this way?
Have zero idea. So I'm gonna break this again. I'm gonna break this again. Next one we try without the chest. I think they freaked out because I opened the chest. That's the one we were at. Oh my god. Bro, the sight of lava just fucking raises my anxiety to 1,000,000. This isn't one of them, right? Yeah.
Nah, that's a zombified.
I'm gonna dig up. If there's lava, well, unlucky.
I think
Okay, no
maybe
lava.
further. I think we need to go on the other side of the lava, maybe.
There's a shit ton of lava on the other side, Tony, where you're going. Be careful.
Over here?
Yeah. Like behind that wall. I think it's the lava sea or something. Okay, we're kind of at the top of the bastion.
Yeah.
One. I'll try to block this lava up top. Hopefully that does it. Oh my god. We're at the top of it. There's nothing more.
Maybe we're like in the wrong section. Like look over there where the piglin is. Maybe we need to be over there. See like over there?
Oh. I think we're at the wrong one. This is one of them small ones.
Can we not just build our way down? You said not to hit these guys, right? Tony?
What you said?
Ah, I see, Tony, what you mean.
Yeah, don't hit him. Is that what you said?
Yeah, do not hit them.
Yeah, see, it looks like a different section over there.
I heard the ghast. You want to do something stupid?
What, drum?
No, Tony. Don't fuck with lava, please.
I'm trying to
Not jump.
stop it.
Oh, the gas is gonna. Oh my god.
Oh, you gonna take a boat over there?
Yeah, you want to grab the boat? Oh my god, it has some knockback on it. Okay, I killed it. Motherfucker. That shit scary. You want to grab a boat and just jump down? Zero
No,
damage.
I'm gonna try to walk
I'm
my way
taking the
over.
boat. Let's hope there's no lava that I'm landing on. Okay, I'm safe. I'm safe. I'm down. I'm down, Tony.
Oh my god.
You guys missed out on the boat ride.
Where's
Okay.
Tony?
Al got stranded all by himself. I'm sorry, Al. You should have gone in the boat with me.
I was
No.
about to.
Just follow me. Yeah, just come this way.
There's a lot of them here, Mr. Tony. I don't know how safe this
Yeah,
is.
maybe they're guarding it. Well, I never said it was safe.
Okay, now you can't get up, mister. Why can't we just dig them holes?
Let's
We
press the
can. We
back
can
and
dig a hole
start.
and push them into it, and they can't get back out.
Is this what I think it is? It's not, is it? Of course it's not. Why the fuck would it be? This looks like a smaller structure, Tony. I don't like the sight of all this
Hey, look.
lava, bro.
2 of them are stuck, you know.
Another gas spawned. Hal, be careful. Gas deleted. I'm going down. Although I do think working up to down is better. What are these blocks? I like them. They look nice.
It's a pig after you, Tony.
Oh shit!
What? What?
He knocked me over the edge.
Oh my god.
Did you kill him?
No, he's killing me.
Where did he go?
There's a little piggy here. I hate the little ones, man.
Got him.
Oh no.
There's another one. A little
Yeah.
one.
But I'm on 2. I have got 2 hearts, dude. I'm
You have
allowed
2
to
hearts?
regain health. Yeah, 2 hearts left.
Eat, eat, eat.
My food was full. I just had no hearts.
Oh, because he kept hitting you.
How the fuck did I get back to where we started from?
Yeah, I thought this is where we started too, right here.
I'm back where I placed the crafting table.
I think this bastion doesn't have shit in it.
No, every
gonna
bastion has a
fly.
template. Every fucking bastion has
Tony,
a
help
template.
me. It's a baby.
What? Coming.
Okay.
Everyone
fell
has a
down.
template?
Yeah. Every
Hold
single
on, man.
bastion has a template.
Where the fuck is it then? Do we need to YouTube it? Dead.
Thanks, Tony. You're my hero, dude.
Okay, I'm back outside to where I took the boat.
This we've already been up here.
I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either.
Trust me, if you guys don't get it, I'm super lost.
There is an item that we need here, Hal. That's called a template. It has like an arrow on it. It's in one of the chests, but we can't really fucking find the chests. I'm just destroying the whole thing now. Fuck it. I'm right above you guys digging downwards.
Are you guys in nether?
Yeah.
Oh my god, this is where we started.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you guys. I winded up exactly where we were.
Glass. I need white glass. What?
Okay, now what? We met up again. There's nothing
Maybe
in
we
that
need to go this
direction.
way from the. You went this way already?
Built a
No, 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 I
shortcut.
didn't.
I built a shortcut to the lava thing.
Nah, it ends right here.
Yeah, because I was up. Wait, does it end right here? No. What is this under us?
Oh, no, maybe it didn't.
Okay, I'm digging from here. There is another. Oh my god. But I think somebody's been here. Okay, the other side is the jackpot, but I think Zaza's been here or something.
You found it?
Yeah, under you. You have to come to me. Come here. How are we supposed to go down? Oh, because that's cobblestone, right? So somebody built a
I don't
bridge
even
here.
see you.
I was next to you here.
Oh, I see now.
Somebody's definitely been here to this bastion. All good, Zazu. How are you, man? What are we doing, Tony? Boat and just go
I
down?
don't know. Is that where we need to
Actually,
be down?
I think so. I don't think we've explored that.
How do you get to where you guys are now?
Keep heading. I don't know. You should see our names. We see you.
What do you mean you see my names?
There, Tony's coming to get you. Tony, I'm going down.
All right.
I'm using a boat. Wait, before I use a boat, I need to make sure the boat is not gonna go down in lava. Please don't go in lava.
Oh, wait, go back. Go back and come up right there. Come
Oopsie, I
Right
lost
there,
my
come up.
boat. I'm just gonna drop. There are two
Come
chests
up there.
here. There are two chests here. I think they've been looted though.
I'll just come up right here.
Wait, I
Where the
think this
hell
is.
are you, dude?
Bro, if this is where we started again, I'm gonna cry.
Tony, I'm gonna share screen.
Hold on, I'm about to die to a fucking pig. Oh my god.
Okay. I'm gonna die, just so you guys know.
Oh, there you are.
Come up.
I'm trying to figure out how.
Ay, ay, ay.
Wait, this isn't the
Okay,
right
I
way.
think this is blocked
This
off.
is the tunnel I built. I built the shortcut just now.
Hopper time. Okay, magma block. What am I getting rid of? Crossbow piercing 4. Taking the arrows, crying obsidian, why not? I need to get rid of some of the shit I have. Golden axe mending. Not really anything useful here. I need space now for my hopper. Give me my hopper.
Did I pick it up?
I don't know.
Yeah, I do. There's your hopper. What else did I pick up? Oh, I think I got your crossbow as well.
No, not mine. Please let there be the fucking template here. Please, God, please. Block of gold. Diamond shovel. Somebody grab it.
Nice.
I'll take it.
You see, Tony, they're not pissed that we're digging their shit up.
Yeah.
Because technically, we're not digging their shit up. Golden leggings. Nice. Okay, this shit is empty. Pretty sure somebody was here. Okay, what are we doing now? Hopper
I
tactic
don't know.
worked.
I have template.
Whoa, that's a brute right there.
Do we kill him?
Yeah, we need to kill him. Oh my god! You booped me! What the fuck?
Hal, why did you
How?
smack
Why
Tony?
did you boop me off?
I didn't smack Tony. I was aiming at the damn
Bruh.
pig.
Oh
I promise,
my
dude. Look, I haven't
God.
even moved my mouse.
Okay. It's dangerous. I'm not going there.
I promise, I was hitting the damn pig, man. I'm sorry.
Tony died. I saw it. I saw Tony fly off. Oh my God. I
I'm
don't know
so
if I want to
sorry,
be
Tony.
here anymore. I want to go back.
No, I was hitting the pig thing.
Yeah, but Tony was hitting it. I was hitting it, and Tony's in front of you. When you smack, you're gonna smack Tony.
No, I had a free gap. Like literally, I saw a big gap.
See, Tony, that's why I don't let go of shift ever.
I was holding shift. It didn't help.
Tony, I'll go try and fetch your things, right?
Yeah, I fell in lava, dude. You can't get them. They burned.
Yeah,
Seriously?
yeah. But this is the bastion where we need to be, Tony. There's like multiple floors. It goes all the way down to where you died. I think
so
Aspects
sorry,
was
Tony.
here and he looted it.
No, me and Aspects were both there, but we didn't loot it. We died. Unless he went there
Okay.
later by himself.
Man, it's so tempting to go down and grab your XP. It's
Man, I
just
feel so
laying
bad, though.
there. Hal is trying to kill me, Tony.
Sounds about right.
Oh my God.
I'm so sorry, man.
Yeah, maybe his sword has sweeping or knockback or something. It's okay, Hal. Tony had it coming.
What? How did I have it coming?
Because you stood too close to Hal. You should know. You should know better, bro.
He came up behind me. What do you mean how I stood too close to him? Where am I supposed to stand?
Far away from Hal. Now we all know.
Apparently so.
I'm not getting close to him, man. Hal, if you get lost here, you're on your own, man. Hey, at least you didn't take your diamond stuff, you know?
Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't.
I hear a lot of fucking piglins. They're here above. I also do hear lava though. Oh. I don't know if digging through the walls is the way to go, Hal. It sounds like a fucking recipe for disaster.
Are we just gonna head back out? Or
No, we
keep
need
looking for
the template.
I don't want to find it anymore. I killed Tony.
You can go back. Let Tony's death be for nothing. Oh, lava, 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 lava. Not very good. Not very good. Okay. Do not dig there. That is somewhere you do not want to go. More lava, lava, lava. My pickaxe is almost done, though. Oh shit. I think we're at that lava wall thing. Yeah, looks
I
like
just
it.
dug into lava too.
You died? Okay,
No,
you
I
dug.
put a brick down.
Okay, what happens if I dig here up? Okay, all the lava down below is kind of patched. Lava, 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 lava.
No, I'm on
Al?
fire.
Don't die, eat, run away and eat. I don't know how long lava stays on.
I died.
Rip.
Now I'm all here alone.
Poor
Okay.
Hal.
Oh my god.
He burnt to a crisp while fighting a hoglin.
I'm alone.
I'm coming with absolutely nothing. I can't pick up my things. Hopefully I remember where I dropped
They'll
it.
probably despawn. They 5 minutes and despawn.
Should be there in time.
Okay, I'm somewhere. Found another chest, I think. Wait, no, I'm back to the 2 chests we dug up. What do you mean?
Oh my god, I don't have anything gold. I just realized. Shit.
Did you have anything valuable?
Diamond something something.
What diamond?
He
Sword.
had a diamond. Yeah.
Are you putting more diamonds on you to get the sword? Sometimes it's just not worth it. Oh my god. I think this is the lava that killed you. Did you die near lava? Because if you did, it's your shit is gone.
No, I ran away from the lava.
Why isn't this shit calming down? Okay, we definitely were there before. Whoopsie, not very good, Angel.
Oh no, there's this thing that shoots shit.
Aghast. How am I supposed to leave from here?
What do you mean? Like get back
I
to
don't know.
where?
Yeah, I don't know where the core. I give up. I don't want to find the fucking template. I have a feeling that I'm gonna die soon. Every fucking block I dig, fucking spews fucking lava.
Have Hal just go through the portal and tell him the coordinates right as soon as he goes through.
Okay, I died somewhere close here, I think.
You're here, Hal?
Yeah, I got all my things. Oh shit, no!
What happened?
I got a pig chasing me.
Fuck him up.
Oh no! Oh, and then I died. Exactly where Tony died. Oh my god, and I even made it in time.
How did you come here so fast? That means the portal is not that far.
Yeah, it's close. It's really close.
No, the only reason I came there that fast is because I said, hey guys, I made a shortcut.
What shortcut?
Do you have obsidian or something? How do I get to the bottom? I need to dig all the way to the bottom there. I don't have an axe. Shit. I can still do this. Right, Tony?
What?
I can still do it, right?
Surely.
Are you watching
There's
my screen?
1, 2.
No, I'm not looking.
Oh
I
my
didn't know you were
god.
sharing.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking piglins here. They're not wearing black though.
You're going back again?
How the hell do I get down? Oh shit.
Like that?
Bro, we said Hal didn't die. He died 4 times already in like 2 minutes.
Yeah. Well, at least he knows the seriousness of the nether now.
Yeah, this shit is fucking dangerous, bro. It's not
Nah, I
like the
would have made it.
overworld.
That stupid thing. I'm gonna try again though. If I die one more time, I'm pretty sure all my shit's despawned. Problem is I don't have an axe, so it's very difficult.
Okay.
There's things shooting me. I can't believe I actually got to my shit there.
Yeah, I can't believe you made it back to the bastion, especially so fast.
Oh,
I'll
I'm back
try
Well,
turn
make it
again.
too. That's pretty impressive.
Hi?
Run, Hal, run, run, run.
I see you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hal, you're going up. There is 5 there. There is 5 up there.
Okay, now I need to just get down here. Shit.
I don't
Oh,
see you
God.
anymore. Hal is running through the nether naked.
Oh my God.
We
Oh, this
trying to
is
get
my
all the way
only
down to the
way, dude.
lava?
Yeah. It's my only way, Tony. Because all my shit's there at the bottom. You can see it. I have 2.5 hearts left.
Yeah, you're gonna. If you take any kind of fall right here, you're gonna die. You shouldn't mind straight underneath you.
But I can't build anything.
Wait, place the blocks down in front of you so you got like a little pad. Eat, eat,
I
eat,
made it.
eat, eat, eat.
And I got all Tony's experience.
Eat, Hal, eat.
Where's my shit? I made it.
Good job, man.
Boots, helmet. I'm missing a few items though.
Yeah, some of them fell in the lava probably.
I don't have a
Or else
gold
they
something.
despawn. You got enough gold to make a helmet or boots.
Nah, I don't have a crafting table. I don't have any wood.
Oh,
Okay, now I just have to get up. Luckily, I have my pickaxe now. Oh, it's amazing, man. Can you believe I got my items back? Or at least a lot of it. You have to admit you're pretty impressed by Tony.
What you said?
I said you're impressed that I could get everything back, right?
Yeah.
See, that is not so bad.
Yeah, it's true. It's not so bad when you don't got your partner griefing you, knocking you over the edge of a cliff.
Wow.
Danger from
How many
an
times do I have to say
unexpected
I'm sorry?
enemy. Really? You were holding shift and you still fell?
Yeah, I was holding shift because I was leaning down trying to fight the guy.
Oh my god. Aspects, do you have another right template from Bastion? So this Bastion still has it. Bro, it's fucking full of lava. That's the fucking thing, man.
Okay, well,
Al, can you just write the chords of the portal if you're going back there?
right, the what?
The coordinates of the portal if you're headed back.
I'm still trying to get up.
Is this where Tony saw his death? I think it is.
Wait, that means you're under me?
Maybe.
No, I don't think so.
I'm above you. I'm up.
I made it, Tony. I'm sorry you could have
I
shared the
see your
same fate,
name.
dude. I mean, if you really wanted, you could have done what I did. But you said you fell in lava, right?
Do you have any gold on you, Hal? Because there's a lot of fucking piglins
Uh,
here.
I have a golden axe. I don't know where you are.
I'm above you.
Where do you see names? I don't see anything.
You can't see my name because most of the time I'm shifting. When you shift, you hide your name. Now I'm not shifting.
I haven't pressed shift a single time.
Yeah, I don't move without shift, bro. Shit's dangerous. But now I don't feel safe anymore with shift because fucking Tony said he died. See, I'm above you. Look above you. Behind you, behind you.
Yeah, I'm getting chased by something. And I don't have a sword.
What's that?
Are there any swords in this boxes that you took, Genj?
That's why you're getting chased because you are opening the chests. I don't
didn't
know.
open the chest.
I don't know if there is sword.
I don't think there is. You can just use the axe. The axe is okay to fight with.
Yeah.
Screw it. I'll try and get out. Oh, no.
Yeah, you don't have
What?
gold on, dude.
Nope.
These people are angry.
Where the hell's this portal?
Bro, move!
No, not down. Keep going. Yeah, that way.
Can
Wait,
you
is it
get
that way?
the cords?
Yeah, when he gets there.
I'm gonna die.
Am I going the right
Yeah.
way?
No, not a little one!
Why does it feel a lot? Oh, shit.
Yeah, I
Okay,
don't think
these
this is
little
the right
pigs
way.
are fucking brutal, bro.
Yeah, they are. The little ones are bastards.
Oh my god, I smacked him and he ran away though. I don't know where he went.
Oh, it's up here. Oh, no.
Give him the coordinates, Hal.
Please say it, hot team.
Yeah. It's Z1. It's 1 -7.
1
Easy
negative
enough.
7.
Yeah.
So I need to go in the other direction. Lovely.
Made it, Tony. You have to
Is
admit
it
what I
through
did
the
was
other
pretty impressive,
direction?
right?
I don't think it's through the other direction, bro.
Hey, look at
No,
this.
no,
Nothing's
no.
attacking me.
Stupid gas is gonna kill me. Why is it shooting the thing back to it? That's fucked up. How did you remember the way back, man?
I ran there like 3 times, dude.
Okay, gas, you're about to die. What did we say? 100 minus 7.
No, 1 -7. 1. It's basically 0, 0 you need to get to.
Here, let's see.
Yeah, what did I lose?
Oh. You lost your friendship with Tony.
Yeah. Cut off.
No more trust.
I'm so sorry, man. Oh, man, I still feel shit about that.
It's okay, bro. Shit
I
happens.
really am sorry.
Wait, Tony, where you died, was that towards like going home? Where you fell? Is that in the
I
direction of
don't
going
even
home?
remember. I have no idea. I want to say it was, but I don't know.
Okay, minus 225. Let me just maneuver here real fast. Minus 17. Okay, yeah, I was going in the right direction, I think. That is definitely not the right direction. Oh! There's a shit ton of pigs here, man. Yeah, Angel, just lock yourself in a room. Exactly, bro. Whoopsie. Hello, Mr. Piggy. Why are these things so fucking nasty, man?
I don't know.
Can they
I
just
told
live in
Hal they'll
peace?
fuck you up.
Too late, Sig. No, what do you call it? King Snakes for you, man. I think that's where the portal is.
Yeah, it's that direction.
Then where? I don't remember.
Left.
Behind you.
Oh wait, I'm watching your stream, so I don't know exactly. Are you sharing
What
on
do you mean
Discord as well?
behind me? No.
I don't know how much I'm lagging. I don't know how far I am away from you.
Okay, I'm standing in the middle of the thing. Wait, I'll
Yeah,
just
the
look at the
forest. You need to
chords.
go. Yeah, you need to go to the
Opposite
right.
of the forest.
You need to go to your right.
Wait, pigs. Oh my god.
You didn't kill the first one.
Nope. I need to go through the forest? You sure?
No, you need to go directly behind you now. You need to do a
That's where
180.
I came from.
Oh, that's where you came from? Then that's the right way.
That's the bastion though.
Yeah, I'll come get you.
No, I'm saying if that's the way you came from, you need to go the way you were going.
That's the bastion. Okay.
No, that's not.
No, the
Yeah, that's
bastion
the
is
right way.
there. That's where I came from. Ah, yes. This is the stairs I made. Then I think we need to get up here. And then I fall in lava. This is where I fall in lava. Down there.
No, see, it's straight ahead. You see it? You got to go around the
Yeah.
other way.
Yeah, look for my name now.
I
Yeah,
see the portal.
Yeah, he can see the portal.
Ish. Okay, I'll just build to it.
Oh, there you are. You can see me in the distance.
Where? Ah, yeah, look. Okay. Ah, there is stairs there.
Yeah, the stairs are around the corner. I know where I am now.
Oh!
I speed ran this twice. I'm still so sorry, Tony.
Nothing can undo what you did.
Look, at this point of time, I'm just glad it wasn't a double kill.
I
What do you
kept
mean
my
double
distance. That he killed both of
What
us.
killed? Knock
No.
us both off at one
At
time.
one swing hit you guys both.
Okay. I'm going back. Fuck this shit. So the template is still in the bastion, Tony, but I don't know where that bastion seems fucked up.
Yeah.
Come, I'll show you how to speedrun it, Ange.
No.
Don't need to hold shift at all.
Shift is my safety trigger.
That's
I'll
a good
sit here
point.
a
I
little
need,
bit. Oh.
need
3
experience
men
again.
went, 2 men died. I'm happy I'm back without dying. I have my whole fucking loadout on me, man.
Well, you were the most important one to not die.
Yeah, I that's why I didn't risk a thing, bro.
Tony, where are you?
Where am I? I'm at my house.
Far away from you.
Sure.
That is the right answer, Hal. Tony, where are you? Far away from you, man. Oh my god. Did Pau finish his new house?
No.
Pau, I think you and Hal should go to the nether and find the template.
What's that? Later.
It's the tool we need to start making nether armor because that's the best armor so we can go kill the dragon.
Pao is
Ah.
freaking building a mansion, yeah, dude.
It's nice. Once this
It's
one is
okay, bro.
done,
He's compensating
you'll see.
for his small ding dong.
Tony,
Yo.
The bigger the house, the smaller the ding
you
dong. You
still
should
in your
know that.
house?
Yeah, I'm down by the water
Ding
fishing.
ding dong.
That gifts don't work with him,
Uh,
Hal. I tried.
How do you get to you?
I just build down.
I'm on the bridge now. Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Well, I can't
Are
see
you
you. I can
holding
see
a
your name.
boombox? You better be holding a boombox.
Yeah,
You see me?
I think so.
I'm down by the water.
Why is getting XP so fucking hard now? I'm only at 21. I've been farming this thing all day.
then here.
I have crying obsidian at least. I'm happy with that.
Tony,
What?
here you are.
Oh, thank you.
I'd have a boombox playing like some soppy music. But I don't know how to craft the boom.
Aspects. Is Aspects watching the stream?
I think it's AFK.
Wait, you can legit fish?
What'd you say?
You can fish?
Yeah, you haven't fished yet?
No.
Here, I
Give,
caught
give,
another fishing rod.
give him your rod, Tony.
No, I'm not giving him my good
Because
rod. You can have that one though.
you threw it to the.
It fell down with just
You
right
should
click
never
into the
hit me.
water and then just wait until like there'll be bubbles that come up to it, and right when the bubbles get to the bobber, then pull it out like a trail of bubbles.
I'm seeing a lot of bubbles. Is that normal?
Just wait. Yeah, that's normal. You'll see like a trail, like it looks like a fish bubble coming towards you, like a swimming fish. Just wait. There it is. You missed it.
What do I have to do?
You got to pull it out. Pull it out and
It's
recast.
left, right click.
Right click.
Right.
See it coming? When it gets to it, the bobber, pull it out. Nah, you pulled it too fast. Let it hit it, and then pull it. The bubbles that get to the bobber will go down, then you pull it. It's coming to it right now. No, you're doing it too fast, dude. It ain't like you don't have to be that fast with it. Let it hit the bobber and then pull it out. Like you have time. It'll make a noise too. It'll be like plop, and the bobber will go down. Then pull it.
Okay.
Man. Okay, my armor is restored. Let's hope my axe isn't in here. Oh, it is. Thank
There you go.
God.
Quick, caught a fish. Yeah.
Okay, crying obsidian. What is magma cream? That sounds very nasty, man.
No idea.
So why do we fish?
What you said?
Why do we fish?
To catch stuff.
You can get
Yeah,
books.
Like I
You
caught
can
that.
get.
Good stuff.
Yeah, you can get all kinds of shit. That rod you're using, I caught that just a minute ago.
You caught a rod.
Yeah, you can get enchanted books. You can get enchanted bows, enchanted fishing rods. Name tags. The name tags I gave you yesterday, I got from fishing.
Wow, if you see the trader, tell me. I have a shit ton of water
Okay.
bottles for him. Okay.
One.
I'll send you a trading hall tutorial if you want. Good, easy one.
I just caught a saddle.
Can you fish anywhere or does it have to be the sea?
No, anywhere.
Okay, I'm repairing my
I'm
fucking
literally
tools,
just
man.
catching fish.
Un momento, por favor. Allo, allo?
Hello?
I'm back. What's up? Oh. Tony, did you try the XP farm?
Which one? That one? The one
Yeah,
you're
the
at?
spider one, yeah.
No, I don't think I can use it
Why?
because it's on
You
Blubber's
can.
land.
No, you can.
It's not his land anymore.
Uh, you can't kill mobs? You can.
I don't know. I never tried.
What's your way up here, Tony?
I just built like, look over there. I just build up with blocks. See my egg? I don't have a way up. I just build straight up.
Okay. It's not a bad spawn, right? I still can't believe how fucking Hal smacked Tony. I was watching. I saw Tony fall.
I promised you, dude. There was a massive gap on my screen.
I thought a piglin came behind me and hit me, or like one of them hogs came behind me and booped me off.
There was nothing behind us, bro. Only Hal. At least now we know to keep our distance, you know? Like after you fell to
Yep.
your
No, at
death, I
least
did
I
not
know I
share
won't
a
do
single
that
block with
anymore.
Hal. Oh my god. Can you check your sword, Hal? Does it
No,
have
it's simple.
sweeping?
I don't have my sword anymore. It died.
Okay.
Oh yeah, that's what he couldn't find.
But no, I didn't. I don't even know how to enchant things. It didn't have sweeping.
Maybe you found it and it was like already enchanted.
No, I casted it. I mean, I created it.
Wait, come back to my house, Hal.
Tony's gonna give you another sword so you can kill him with it.
See Tony inviting me for a beer.
This is how you
What?
enchant stuff. This is an enchanting table, and then you have to have 15 bookshelves to max it out. Like this. You can't use that though. How can you right click that?
No, I can't.
Yeah.
There is one under my house in a sex dungeon.
Oh yeah, Ragu's. You can use his.
Technically, it's nobody's because it's out of Hal's claim.
Jeez, Pao, what the hell are you building here, dude? This house is bigger than what Aspect said.
Telling you, dude, compensating for
Even
the
as-
small PP.
No,
Even as
it's
frosted glass. What the fuck?
it's a modern house. Just wait.
Are you doing it through a tutorial? What? There's a
Yeah.
skeleton riding the spider.
Yeah, this is
Yeah, there is. Aspects. This bone thing is not spawning if you're not in. You're not here.
No, you need to refill it.
That is a bit weird.
This one
Wait.
aspect.
The bone meal farm, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you need to refill it.
Like how? Do I need to press this red thing?
Destroy the moss block above the dispenser and then refill it with bone meal and then place the moss block back on it and after that bone meal that moss block and then it works.
Aspects, how far
How do I
away
get
is
to
the stronghold? Where do you want to go, Tony?
1,000 something.
Where you are.
Behind
like
Blubber's house, the hole.
400,
Remember the hole you
450.
died in? Because I placed a block in it. It was so tempting,
Oh
Tony.
yeah.
It was.
I'm on the
You,
way
you
back
cannot
now.
say it wasn't tempting.
That's where
Somebody
it
put
is
a
down there.
block in the middle and Ragu died to it. I don't know whom though. I'm gonna say Pau. Because he's the
No.
most on server. So
I
you
am
just
busy
idle here.
doing
Look how much fucking spiders
my
spawn.
house.
Can you kill them? Can you try?
Oh crap.
Yeah, I can kill him, but I can't use any of the blocks. I
That's
can get
fine.
the chest though. The chest I can get in, but I can't get
that's
in the
why I built the
hoppers.
chest. I built the chest a bit far, so it's out of Blubber's. But I mean, you can kill and get XP. That's decent.
Yeah.
Can I test the theory?
What theory?
Ange, come stand here. I want to smack and see what happens.
Wait, Tony. Look, I'm gonna
What?
punish Hal for you with this
Come here,
stick.
please. No, oh my god.
You shot him behind me.
Blubber made this stick. He said it's the punishment stick. You wanna smack him with it? It doesn't deal damage. Look.
Yeah, go on.
You have one?
No.
Why did
How do you enchant
Hal...
a stick?
I don't know what Blubber did.
You use anvil, but that one he used a mod, I think, because there's no such thing as knockback 25.
It has
Why is everyone
255
kissing me?
knockback.
Oh yeah, 250. Go outside the hole and see how far.
Whose
the
pickaxe is in there? Blubber's,
I
I
don't
guess?
know. I don't know.
I don't know why does the iron chest have fucking gold ingots and dirt blocks in it. Somebody has been.
You have
fucking
this
putting
bubble
shit
thing in the corner.
It's for AFKing. So you come here, you AFK for 5, 10 minutes, 15 minutes. You find a shitload of spiders and
So
you smack the shit out of
Why
them.
can't you just stand here where I am?
Usually servers
Then
make you
AFK.
disconnect.
Ah, okay.
Just like CS, if you AFK,
yeah.
you disconnect.
About
This
the
is a
end portal
cheat,
needs
so you don't
11
disconnect.
11 iron
Because game will
benders
see
to
that you're like,
activate.
oh, look, he's moving.
Need 11 iron benders to activate the portal. Because there's only one built in.
Can you not do it, Aspects?
I don't have enough. And I don't want to go to the end now.
You what?
I don't have enough and I don't want to go to the end now.
Yeah, let's all do it together, you know, like
Yeah, then we take the dragon egg as a prize. But surely we bring Hal to the end first, right? Just throw him to the portal and say goodbye.
Man, I'm
Pao,
a
are
pro in
you
the nether
doing
now,
this
man.
from a tutorial, Pao?
He said
Yeah.
yes.
What is this? Sex dungeon?
I speed ran that shit.
I'm not sure yet. I'm just following it step by step.
Usually the tutorial, the rooms are fucking small.
Fine.
Because they just made the outside look nice and that's it. Look nice but no serves no purpose. Very useless.
Hey!
Don't leave me alone.
Papa, did he cry?
Oh my god! You're in Aspects' house!
My days.
What is
I'm
Tony?
back home.
You know you
now, by
almost
the way.
killed me,
I'm
fool.
back home. It's not
Really?
that
This
bad.
doesn't do damage though.
Yeah, but I had
The fall
like 4
damage,
hearts.
though.
The fall
That's not
damage
how
killed
you
me.
play the game, bro. You need to always stay at full HP.
Stop!
I can finally
I'm sorry,
make a
Pao. It's too
maxed out
fun.
enchantment table. To make a maxed out enchantment table. I have so many
It's too
books.
much fun, bro.
This is why
You
why
play with
Anne
the
shouldn't
stick. You
have
know
this
it's
much
fun.
power.
Blame
No,
Blubber.
no,
He gave
no.
me the stick.
No.
I don't know how to do these things, bro. I don't know how Blubber made the stick. I have 3 of them. Because me and
Yeah,
Blubber and
because you
Pao
said you will delete it.
we were fucking around. I don't know how to delete
What
it.
the hell is this thing here, by the way?
What thing?
Whose house is this one? Oh, Valk's. This thing here where I'm at.
Aspects decided to make a tree farm, you know, because farming trees is so hard.
Yes, it is.
What, you can just come here and get
All the
wood?
trees are so farm.
There's no wood in here.
The one is broken.
Pao, I'm gonna do it again.
Because the TNT duplicator is not working.
Wait,
One last time.
what will I do next?
So many fucking.
Bro, it's ridiculous. The distance it sends you flying is fucking ridiculous. Who's on server? Glad. Tony.
So how does the
Okay.
tree farm work here?
It doesn't work. I gotta go put all my shit.
Bro, you need to feed your cows. You have 2 left. What the hell?
Wait. Why isn't it working on you?
Oh my god.
That is quite a distance, no? I sent
Yeah.
Hal flying from Pao's house all the way to Aspects.
Yeah, I saw on stream.
Oh my god, man. This stick is very dangerous. I'm gonna put it away. Stick here. Okay, empty my inventory. I have a shit ton of nether stones. I like them. Stones is here and here.
My Pao, you didn't even refill it. What the fuck you mean?
I don't know how.
Okay. I literally told you.
Refill what? Leave the man
Buy a
alone.
bone meal machine.
Sorry, Aspects.
You took all my bone meal without filling it up.
Not all. I didn't take all. What do you mean?
May I know why is the chest empty?
Look at my
Completely.
house. You cannot see that much.
G.
Am I the only one playing here? Hello?
G fucking G. The whole chest is empty.
What chest?
My bone meal
Where he
chest,
hides his
it had
porn
like
stash.
12, no, more than 12 stack of bone meal. About how to do the / inspect chest command thingy again?
CO space inspect.
CO / inspect. No, / CO inspect.
I don't
That's
think
for
it's POW
admins
though.
only, I guess.
No. Everyone can use it.
Look, I didn't have much bone aspect.
I'll go page 2. Page 2. I'll go page 2.
Okay. I don't know what this
1, 2,
mushroom or
3,
magma is
4,
used
5,
for.
6, 7, 8, 9. Take 9 stacks of bone meal. Jeez.
Well, see, it's not much.
Yeah, you didn't fill up the machine. You have at least filled up the machine.
Teach
Not
me how.
enough
Teach
bone
me
meal.
how aspects. I'll go there. Wait.
I just told you.
I need to see. I want to see. I want to see.
And why is
Teach me
this
how.
cobblestone? You must be stone.
Are we heading back
Okay.
into the nether?
I don't know,
No.
man. Tony, what do you think?
Aspects,
We
where
need
are
the
you?
template,
I'm
Tony.
I'm in
speedrunning
the
that shit.
fucking
Let's go.
machine. I'm here.
Yeah, I want to see. Wait.
I'll take less
Come, I'll
shit
show
with
you
me.
how I speedrun it.
So you need to
And you
stay
just
here,
follow me, you
aspects.
let go of your
I'm
shift key,
here.
and we do it.
See, there's in the middle. There's a dispenser, right?
Okay.
You fill it up with bone
Imagine
meal.
I did
But
that
make sure
without
you
even
have
a pickaxe.
1 left in inventory. 1 bone meal in inventory. Then after that, fill cover, stand away, and
Okay.
then bone meal, and then you do done. And it starts to produce bone meal. It produces more than you put in, by the way.
Boom, boom.
Ah. So we need to keep a stack, right?
Well, just try to fill it
The
up.
iron farm is
dispenser.
popping the fuck out.
Just always try to fill it up.
Okay, now I know. Do I need to press anything here with the
No need.
redstone?
No
No
need.
need.
Don't touch the
Okay.
redstone. I just
Aspect, stop
fill it up
bullying,
and then,
Pau. Leave him alone.
Okay, so I need to wait.
just yes, you need to wait before taking all
Okay.
fucking stacks of bone meal.
We need we need a shit ton of torches if we're going back there.
My God.
Yeah, I
Where are you
want
going? You going back to the nether?
You don't
Yeah.
wanna?
Let me take off my diamond shit.
Tony, which one is the one with mending?
Maybe we find another bastion.
Bottom
Guys,
left.
can someone
Yeah, I
sleep?
think we need to make another portal like farther away and like try to find a different one.
Okay, I'll get. Can you get Flint with you? Aspects. That's not how you write it. Aspects. You do this.
What? Oh, no, I already did it. I already did it. Can someone sleep, please?
I am
I'm
sleeping.
now.
I know, but I need 2 players. Thank you.
It's
Thanks,
this
Mark.
guy right here, Aspects. Get in here.
How many blocks we need
That's
for a
not
portal?
bottom left.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8,
Oh,
9.
that one's got infinity.
Yeah, don't really need infinity. I already have one. Where is it?
Okay.
Where's that guy?
I'm gonna take a
Wait, he's
golden apple
gone.
with me
No
just in
shot.
case.
Somebody broke the fucking thing.
G fucking G. I didn't break anything.
Yeah,
I'm
somebody
taking
broke it.
this
It was right here. Oh my
Broke what?
god.
Broke what?
Oh, shit. I hit.
The mending fucking
Ah, no, it's here. It's here.
Villager.
I
Don't
traded
kill,
with
don't
him.
kill.
Even if you broke
It's
it,
here, it's
the
here.
guy will stay. I
He's
traded with him
out
like
for some reason.
Like
How are you
6
out?
times maybe.
Oh, he's the guy outside.
Yeah.
Somebody
Fucking
opened the
sick.
gate. Can you
Bro, this is fucking Delia, man. Holy shit, is Delia.
can we build fence instead of the doors so nobody accidentally opens them?
Sure. Tony, you have fans? No? I'll craft them if you don't.
Nah, I don't.
I'll craft them.
I took all your bamboo aspects.
Cool, okay. I'm making a better bamboo farm anyways. That one is producing very slow.
Hal, which light looks better? Come. This or this?
The one that's on the outside.
You can
The
put
one
roof
what?
and then put trapdoors on it to make it look nice. So
The one outside. This one. Right above me.
I
I
know.
need to mine
Tower.
wood. I don't have any wood.
I love this fucking block.
Oh yeah, if anybody want acacia trees, I have
Ain't? Ain't?
acacia wood.
Look
they
at
the
this
ones-
villager.
What?
The orange ones, Angel.
Look, he went out.
Yeah, because somebody opened the gate. It's okay, he'll go back again. Oh, leave the gate open, he'll go back again to sleep.
Okay,
There's a
ready for
golem
the
inside
nether
as
again.
well.
Yeah.
I don't know if I want to go.
Who the hell?
Wait, I have 2 stacks of torches. We need another bastion.
Yeah, let's go like I don't know, 1,000 blocks or so in one direction and make another portal, and then try to find one.
Go the
Come,
opposite
come, let's
direction
all
where
get in the
Zaza's
boat.
house is. Don't go towards Zaza's house. Go
Do you
opposite
have
direction.
flint?
Where,
Do you
like,
have anything to
the
light shit with?
Yeah, I'm gonna grab one.
You guys
What
need
the hell is
arrows
this
or
dude in
anything
the
for your
middle?
bow? No need.
That's how we gather the stuff from.
I'll try to make 3 farms.
Chests
tomorrow.
are almost
I need,
full. Oh
like,
my
an extra
god.
run of wood.
We have unlimited potato and bread.
Aspects. Can you fix the iron farm?
What fix? What fix? What?
Someone
Someone what?
wait. Someone broke the I don't know what
What?
but the villager is outside, bro. Check.
Yeah, I
Just go
know.
there.
It's okay.
We
Leave the gate
literally just
open.
said
He'll
it.
go back,
Yeah.
bro.
Hello, we just said that.
Okay.
Oh, he's sleeping.
I'm so locked in building my house.
Uh-huh.
Oh
I'm
crap.
100%
More.
thinking you're gonna fuck up one thing and your house gonna be like 1 block off. And it looks so bad.
Okay.
I made fences already, so I'm waiting till at night when they all go back to sleep and then I fence him up. Fuck man, my iron axe is gonna break.
Where is that place that you had, Ange?
Down.
At the wheat farm. He showed you.
Yeah, I
right?
don't know where that is.
What? We showed
You entered here yesterday, bro.
Come, Al, come here. Come. Yeah, you. Here. Here, the wheat farm.
He entered here yesterday, bro.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, I was, yeah, yes. Okay.
Okay. I'm just
Good
emptying
luck with
from
your
the
whole
collect
life.
chests into these. Is bread good food? Does it give good saturation? Or whatever the fuck it's called?
No,
It's decent. I mean, it's not as good as meat.
me is still
I
the
picked up a
goat.
blue egg. What is a blue egg?
It
Chicken
spawns
egg.
chicken. Just throw it on the ground.
I'm gonna trap all the villagers now by replacing the doors with a fence so that they never ever escape. Ouch. Zombie.
Okay, we're good. Tony, you here?
Yeah.
Let's leave.
Okay, they're all locked.
Come, I have boats. We need the boats. They're really easy to fight piglets with. You just throw the boat on the ground. Two of them get in, locked in, so they don't overpower us. Because usually when you die, you die because there's like 6 of them.
Why is this tree dismantled?
Wait, where'd you go?
I'm in front of my house, so we can like go in the other direction.
Go where the village is, where we kidnap people.
Is today
Go there.
Wednesday?
Then
Today's
Yes.
Tuesday, right?
Tuesday.
for us,
Come,
it's
come.
Wednesday.
I'll take this boat.
I saw a boat here on the side.
Come, let's go. Who's getting in with me?
I'll use whoever's boat is this.
Okay, let's go in that direction. Like let's go to, because that bastion is minus 200. Let's go to
Hal, why
like
is this the
positive.
tower next to your house? Hal, why is
I
that
don't
the
know.
tower next to your house?
Why is there what?
There's
Am I
tower.
making any sense?
Yeah.
Should I break it for you?
Like let's go in the
Enderman's their
completely
tower.
other direction.
I don't
Can
know what you're
wait?
joking about.
Can the portal
don't go
be
that
in like
direction.
midair? Can like
Yeah, you
we
can.
just instantly fall in lava?
Oh no.
I don't
It will
know.
never spawn there. It will never spawn. It will always make like a island if it spawn in lava, like an island. Or try to always go near netherrack. It will never spawn in like lava.
What is this
Papa,
poor
don't go
pig
that
doing here?
direction. Should
Why?
go the village direction. Cause that one is where Zaza's portal direction is.
Okay. So where are we going?
Go to the where the village where we kidnap villagers. That area. That area has no portals.
That's where we fucking found the first one.
Okay, then go straight to the sun.
Oh my god.
Yeah, let's go to the sun.
Go west.
Through the
West.
cold. Tony,
the
you've been
ice, yeah,
here
to the
before,
ice.
no?
Yeah. Somewhat. I don't know. I just ran off. I wasn't paying
My
attention which direction I went.
fucking god.
How are we
And
gonna
you're
get
the
back though if we make a
Sound
new
is
fucking thing?
Gonna kiss your house again.
No.
How big of a house do you want?
Leave him
Wanna
You have a
alone!
hopper and shit.
90%.
Shut the fuck up, Aspects.
How do we melt this shit?
Torches.
What the fuck is just getting regenerated? I'm getting
Or
off.
you can just cause you're in the ice biome. Just ride it on the ice. It will be faster, and then you can just go back to the ocean.
I think just run through it. Oh shit! This is fast.
Yeah.
Or Tony can burn it.
Oh my god! This is nice.
Where are you?
Look at both of you running. Is this endless? I think Ragu was here with his fucking boots running all over. His frost boots. Okay.
Why are you so fast, Tony?
Jumping.
Control jumping.
Yeah.
W
Control
control
too.
jump. Yeah, definitely Ragu was here. There is no way the ice went all the way to this place. Pao, we're gonna maybe need you to sleep soon.
Okay, I'm going to sleep now.
We need 2 people.
One more. Aspects, go sleep.
He left. I have a
Aspect
bed.
left.
Now, if I die, I spawn in nothing. Look at Hal go.
On the Blubber's house.
I asked him to build. He built ladders, so if we die now, we can just climb out. I think we need to go in this direction. No. I don't want the X to be minus anymore. We need it to be like 2K. Where are you guys? Tony's here. Hal, don't
behind you.
wander off alone. Hal is lost. We lost Hal, Tony.
I was right behind me.
Right behind you.
Okay.
You know the danger spot.
I'd be worried,
Oh
Tony.
gosh.
Yeah, that's done, Hal. That's gonna be forever the thing. Remember that time when Hal pushed Tony off a cliff? Into his death?
Hal, you see the snow right here? Solid blocks of
Yeah.
snow? You have to be careful because you can fall down in the snow and get buried and die.
Ah, yeah, I forgot about that. How do you get out?
You gotta dig out quickly before you suffocate.
Are you
Which
lost
ice
now or
block?
not lost, Robert? Any
These-
random one of them,
like-
the snowy ones.
Yeah, see this block right here?
Yeah.
If there's like a stack of them together, it can be like a pit and you can fall into it and die.
Oh, like
I'm trying to
never
find
mind.
him
But
one.
see, this one is just on top of dirt, so that's fine. It's only one block deep. But if it was like a bunch of snow, it can be like a death pit.
like if I break this one here,
That's ice. But
You
yeah,
need-
if
you
this
need
ice
silk
thing was all
touch.
snow,
You
it
need
could
like this.
you could die in it.
Okay, let's go. Good night, Aspects. I'm burning down your house because you are toxic to Pau.
True. Please.
No. Nice.
Do we go against the mountain? Let's go up. Now Hal is thinking, why didn't we get our horses? Because we're gonna ditch them, Hal. We're just wandering off to build a portal because if you build a portal far enough, it will spawn in a different place in the nether. Hal, you're the math genius, right? Hal is
I think
gone.
Hal's AFK.
Yes. I'm busy climbing.
Oh, what is this? Wait. Igloo.
Is there a villager underneath of it?
No. But there should be one
Check.
close. Since there's an igloo, there should be a close village.
No, this is the one. Look, it's the one that's got the
You guys were
poison
here
villager.
before?
No, I just dug underneath of it and saw.
What poisoned villager?
You gotta dig underneath the snow. Come down. There's a villager and a poison one.
I
Ooh, there's
lost
an
you.
apple.
Yeah, you gotta give the apple. Take the golden apple. That's good. Go back in the igloo. Come down.
Ah, what is this?
You gotta feed the apple to this one, and
I
it
don't know
turns
what
into
this
a
shit
regular
is.
villager.
And it turns into a?
Turns into a normal villager.
How do I feed him?
What is this shit?
Right click
Potion
him.
of weakness.
I did try right clicking.
No, the golden apple.
Oh, I need to feed the golden apple.
Yeah.
You need to give him the
But you said
potion of
that's a good
weakness
thing to
first.
have.
Oh yeah, that's right. That's what
But
you gotta
give
do.
us,
You gotta
give
give him
us.
the
No, no,
potion
no.
first.
Wait. We can zombify our mending dude and cure him. Give me the golden apple.
Oh yeah, and that will
Yeah,
that'll
we have the potion
make it
of
cheaper.
weakness. Yeah, we have the golden apple.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
It's a good idea.
Break this. Fuck this guy. Why do we cure this guy? He'll give us nothing.
True.
He can stay here, man. I didn't know the igloos had this. Did you build the ladders?
Yeah. No, it was some. Not every igloo has this, but some of them do. You just gotta break underneath the snow and check. And there was this trap
okay.
door here going down to him.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna build
Sure enough,
another
okay.
portal, but we need to get far enough. It's not rendering in that direction. I'm gonna go like that again. Where are we going, Tony? Where do you reckon we should go? That direction, that
I'm following
direction.
you.
Okay, fuck it.
I
Let's
guess
go
in the
there.
positive direction, like you said.
Yeah,
Anywhere
but we're,
positive, it
we're
don't
too
matter.
deep already.
What do you mean too deep?
And minus X.
Oh, we're minus right now?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we are.
Don't go too far. I'm AFK for a second.
We're too far. It's okay, I'll TP you. Go AFK. Come. Let's gain some land. That old man was holding us back.
Dick.
Is it wise going to the nether again with Hal?
It's a good question.
Maybe we should just leave him. Wait, don't boats go super fucking speedy fast on this?
I think so.
Ooh! Fuck water, man. Oh, yo, you can drift. Try to go sideways, Tony. Look.
You're out of
Alice
my
missing
render
out.
distance. Which way did you go? Yeah, I'm drifting.
Just between the mountains.
Oh, I see.
Okay, this is fun. There's more water here. At least we're getting out of the fucking negative. More snow. Yeah, I don't think Ragu's been this far. This is just natural snow. Tony?
Yeah.
Let's
Come
go.
on.
Really? Thank you. Okay, not thank you. I think we need to break more.
Can you not get through there?
That is removing the negative. Okay. Hal, tell us when you're back, bro.
Will do. I'm just doing something for my wife quick.
You really need Tony, do you have any plugins installed?
No.
Okay. Hal, I need to give you this sodium thing. It's just displaying the chords and the FPS.
Yeah, my F3 is very full.
Why am I not going fast? Okay, this is super fast. This is dangerous. Can you smack into something and die?
I don't know.
Headset's gonna go off. This is behind your house, isn't it? Cores are kind of like your house.
No, I don't think so. 700? Not this far out.
Okay. Somebody's been here.
Someone sleep.
Why do you want us to sleep, bro?
What? The villager was sleeping on my bed. What the hell?
Which one? I thought
The one
Aspects
that
is gonna
got
lock
out.
him.
I don't know with that guy.
Nah, man, that's the bending guy, bro. We cannot lose him.
Can you TP me to you?
Wait, we're going in the wrong direction again.
Oh,
Tony,
thank
where'd you go?
I don't know. I was right next to you. I thought, would you run the opposite direction?
I think so. Yeah, I see you. Okay, well, that's
I
the
don't see you.
direction we were supposed to go. Come, Hal. Yeah, that's positive. This F5 shit is so confusing.
This way?
No, opposite. We need to increase the X. Oh. Somebody's been here. Look at all these torches.
Yeah.
Think it's Ragu. Ragu with his boots just ran over the whole ocean. Okay, boat time. Hal. Place your boat here. Hal? What is Hal? We lost Hal.
Hold on.
Tony, don't go too far. Come on, Hal. Now go.
Okay.
And look how you can drift.
Oh shit.
This
How
is
do I get
fucking
back on top?
insane.
How do I get back on top?
Break the boat.
Back on top of what?
I think he drifted off the thing.
Oh. Off the boat?
Yeah. Where's Hal? There he is.
I was in water. Wait, where are you guys?
In front of you. That's it, Tony. I'm killing him. Come, let's go. This looks like a nice fucking mountain. Do we build up here?
What? The portal?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
Wait,
could.
this
We're probably
looks-
far enough, don't you think?
This looks like Zaza's house. Or the area. Yeah, that's where Zaza is. There's probably a
Oh,
portal
well, this ain't
close
gonna work
by.
then. Yeah, he's got the blaze farm.
We need to go
Or
more
is that
far.
a different place?
We need to, yeah, this is, we need to go more far. Are you guys with me? Tony
I
is, Hal is lost. Okay, we need to go down. Oh, village. This village has been looted. Of course it has. Bricks. I love bricks. Where are the villagers?
Oh, there's one right here in front of me. Oh yeah, there's a couple over here.
Okay, are we going in the right direction or not? So boat time and we skadoodle in that area. We ready?
Which area?
Yeah,
I
where'd you
can't
go?
find you guys.
I'm behind you.
Behind me?
Who's that? Who
I'm
has a
lost.
golden helmet? Fuck! Hal, I'm to your left. Please tell me my golden helmet is here. Yeah, thank God. Where's Tony?
What is
I'm at
this
the
that
village.
keeps dropping on the ground?
Ender chest. We're on the edge of the village.
Which does what?
I hide. It's a chest that keeps the stuff in it when you break it.
Which edge? I see it.
Uh,
No, I don't.
wait.
Oh yeah, I see you.
Yeah, we're there. To increase the X, we need to go at least to like 1,000, I think.
Oh, I'll be right back. Give me 2 minutes.
Break your boat. Yeah, we need to sail. Oh my God. This is where I die. We need to
Which
keep
way did
going
you
in
head?
that direction.
This way.
Great.
I see
Yeah,
you
I
guys.
see you. Uh, 1,400 on Z. We need like one more 1,000 blocks on X.
Why is the sand not breaking?
This is where we die.
Mm.
Aren't those mushrooms used for stuff?
Mm. Two?
Oh my god, I'm so lost.
Oh my God, that dolphin scared me.
Yeah. Oh my god, what's all this kelp?
I think he broke it.
I think I'm heading in your direction. I hope.
Wait, you slow down a little.
What are you eating, Ace?
Nuts. Yeah, you are. We're in front of you.
Cool. I see Tony. Tony, I'm gonna smack straight into you. Oh, that didn't actually do anything.
Someone
You
sleep?
think, you know,
We're in the middle of the sea.
managed
Sleeping
to.
is a little
It
bit
should
hard.
only take one person. There's only 4 online right now. It should only take one
Okay.
person to sleep.
I mean, all it took
Mm.
was one little miserable hit from an iron sword to whack you off overboard. I expected, you know, explosions when I hit you at the boat.
I think there's a portal in front of us. No.
Okay, we hunting for a new portal
No, we're
because the
making a new
last.
portal.
Okay.
Okay. You see our coordinates now? Press F3. It's X 1300,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Z
Z22.
2300. Now
Uh-huh.
8x that will be our spawn place in the nether. So every block you
Yeah.
travel in the real world is 8 blocks in the nether. Oh no, the other way around. Actually, Tony, I think we need to travel more. Every block you travel in the nether, so every X chord you move is multiplied by 8 in the real world or in the overworld. Here?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Need this. Need, let's say this. It's 2 wide or 3 wide?
2 wide. 3 high.
2 wide, 3 high. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. Ow. 1, 2, 3. Al, you want to enter first?
Sure.
Right, I'm
Oh my god,
writing
I'm falling!
No, really?
No, I'm joking with you, man.
Okay. See, look at the chords, Hal. We were 1,500, but now we're only 150.
Yeah.
How the fuck are we gonna find our way back, bro?
Seems simple enough.
Bro, I think we're close to the old fucking portal, man.
We're like 500 blocks from it. We need to go in the plus direction.
To get away from that bastion or to get close to it?
To get away from the one we found already,
Okay. I'm going back to the portal then.
which is
We
like
just
this
go
way.
back and go more far?
What do you mean in the overworld?
Yeah?
Yeah, we can if you want.
Yeah, I think we need to go more far. Okay.
Why are you breaking it?
Because we need the stone, the obsidian.
Ah, does it need
So
to
we
be
can build
glass in the
another one.
corners?
No, just to save. So I can build. Needs to be 2 wide, the opening, and 3 high.
Do 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 do. Tony, I'm
Mm,
crossing both with you. So what, we need to go like 4,000?
Shipwreck.
hey, let's go. You guys explore it. That's a
Wait, what?
ship, a sunken ship in front of us, Hal.
Ooh.
Usually it has good shit. Ah, somebody's been here. There's a
Somebody's been
crafting
here.
table.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's Ragu.
Somebody
I think
looted
yesterday
it. Yeah,
Ragu
Ragu.
found a shipwreck. Yeah. He was here.
Yeah, he did yesterday.
Yeah, he's like, all of this for one. He only found one item of some sort.
Could he have left something decent?
No. Why would he come all this way out to leave something? Is that a portal? That's a portal.
Yep.
Okay, we go there.
Clearly, this one spawns us in the bastion.
Uh-huh.
This one
Yeah.
looks broken, right? So what,
Yeah,
you
this
just need to repair it?
either repair it or I'll just take the shit from it. It wasn't broken aspects for me to fix it. It just needed some plugin
Ow.
Tony,
updates.
Tony.
Wait, I need
it
the
dumping
magma
water?
blocks.
What happened?
Ah, just water. Why the fuck didn't I think of that? Oh,
Oh, the blocks also hurts you?
Yeah,
the
it's
magma
magma.
block, yeah. This block we need, it's good for elevators. You dig, it sucks you into the water. Trying obsidian. I love this block. I'll add some of house. Okay, more obsidian for us, I guess. Do I take the ones here?
Ice bucket challenge.
What ice bucket
It's up
challenge?
to you.
What is
I don't
that?
know. I just got an achievement.
What did you do? Hal. What is the ice bucket challenge?
I think he's AFK.
GG.
What did I do?
I don't know.
I
We're
don't know what I
asking
did.
you. How did you get that achievement?
Oh, I don't know. I walked on this and then I ate. There's nothing different. I definitely walked in one of these magma things.
Yeah, we all did. Okay, let's keep going.
Are you not gonna fix this thing?
No,
No,
we already
that?
broke
it's
it.
it's like 8 blocks
too
away
close
from.
still.
Yeah. I think we need to go by this. Wait, no. Why, Tony, can you take us away from here? This fucking XYZ shit is confusing. It's getting less now.
Yeah, we're going in the wrong way. We need to go this way. We need to go on land. The way
I
I'm
have
going.
no clue where you are. Okay, I see you.
Need to go this way.
Hello, sheep. Sorry, sheep. What? We're chicken eaters. Oh my god, take care, Hal. Do not jump here. Oh my god, look at that shit. I'm like, why is Tony going through? I've been here. Remember when we got our horses, Hal? I was here, exactly here. I almost fell into this fucking cave with my boat. Usually people travel in the nether to get away in the overworld. We're doing the opposite. I don't know if it's smart. That's how much we all like the nether. We don't want to fucking spend a single second. We'd rather like sail here 3 hours straight, just getting the fuck away than moving eighth of the distance in the nether.
Hey, it's safer though.
I have no
Yeah.
issues with the nether. I mean, besides the fact that I killed Tony.
And died
It'll
like
always be
4
our special
times.
place, Tony.
Hey, another village.
Where?
On the right.
You wanna go see if they have anything? Isn't
let's
this
go.
the village we were just at?
Is it?
It looks like it. Oh
No
my
way.
god. Did we go in a circle? If they have no bell, I took it. I always gather the bells. I like the bells.
No, there's pumpkins. The other one didn't have pumpkins.
It did.
No, it had pumpkins.
It did?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't see them.
I think we just sailed in a fucking circle, man.
No, the bells are there. Right across the...
How many bells are usually in a village?
I don't know.
I took
There's
one
two
only.
right there though.
Okay, no, it's not the same village. There was not a lot of fucking downfalls like this. Fucking scary shit. No, is it? No, it's not. It's not.
Nothing here though. The village is dead.
Where's the bells?
Right in front of me.
What is this big thing?
Iron Golem. He protects the villagers. If you smack a villager, they'll spawn one. Look at this cute cat. Here, kitty.
How do I
Okay,
get
which
a cat?
direction do we need to go? We're too
The way
far
I'm
from
facing.
home, Hal.
How do I get one though?
You feed it fish, raw fish. This looks like a nice cave. Okay, where are we going? Where are we supposed to go?
This way.
This way. Bro, the X
No, that's
is
not
getting
that way.
less.
The other way. You're going the wrong way. Hello, hello. Come to me.
Come, Hal.
You're both going the wrong direction. Oh, Hal's in the right direction.
Really?
You're
Help me
going
out.
the wrong way.
Really?
Yeah. I was like right next to you, and you both ran off in different directions away from me.
I had to run that way because there's no way to get across here.
Oh, we need to go this way.
Okay. Can we just tame random horses? No, they need saddles. Fuck.
There's another portal.
Oh, interesting. That one we found didn't have the gold bar in it.
Yeah, it did. I took it.
Ah,
It
okay.
was in the ground.
Was there anything good in the chest? I didn't check before.
The chest was empty.
Golden apple!
Yeah, there's a gapple in there.
Glistering
What do you do with
melon
lodestone?
slice.
Oh,
What
What
the
do you do with
fuck is that? I'm definitely taking the crying obsidian. Can't fucking make those. I actually checked. I mean, we don't really need obsidian. We can make. We have 35. This direction, or where were we supposed to go?
No, we need to go.
You want to fix this portal and see where this spawns us?
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, 2 wide, 3 high. 2 wide, 3 high. 1,
One more high.
1, 2, 3. We need a temp block. Temp block.
what happens if I'm standing here when you do it?
You blow
Nothing.
up.
What do you mean
and
when I light
lose
it?
all your shit.
Nothing's gonna happen. You might catch on fire.
Oh, I'm already TPing.
My
Holy shit,
inventory
this
is fucking
fire.
full. Don't want you, don't want you, don't want you, don't want you.
This place looks interesting.
Oh my god, there's a ton of piglins up here. What the hell?
My headset died, wait. I think this is right next to the bastion.
No. Oh yeah, it might be actually. I don't know. There's probably
we
a bastion
killing
nearby.
these
Look at all the
guys?
piglins.
No. But you said don't fight
I
them.
ain't
There's a
going there.
shitload of them.
That looks like lava shit. Okay, no. Why 103? Why are we higher in the world?
There's shit here at the bottom.
I lost a portal.
It's right
Okay,
there.
portal is down. Are we killing them?
Dude, there's so
If
many.
you want to, go ahead. Yeah, there's like 100.
Good XP, bro. Okay, what are we
I say we
doing?
go
Where are we
there.
going?
I say
No,
we
we
go in
need
this
we need to
direction.
go
where-
opposite direction. Further more into the thing.
Into the
Like
nether.
that.
Yeah, we need to go. We need to go out the way we were.
Into more plus, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Tony, where you at?
I don't know. Where are y'all?
We're going into more plus.
I'm going that
We
way too.
above-
You must be in. Yeah, I
above
see you. You're in
portal.
front of me. I'm going.
Wait, I need building blocks. Fuck. I didn't get any building blocks. What do you mean?
Want that?
I have wood. Oh! Okay. Bro, look at the amount of
Nothing going
fucking
down.
lava underneath. Nope. Cannot go there. Oh my god. Tony,
We
do
could
you
tunnel
know?
through.
Do you know if bastions are like spawning in like a specific why?
I don't know.
Who knows? Anybody in chat knows? Chat is sleeping, man. People don't like Minecraft anymore. Tony, you're wild just building it one fucking block,
That's all
bro.
you need.
Yeah, that's all you need, but that's not safe. We have Hal with us, bro. You fell off a bastion, man.
That's true.
I don't feel safe after.
Like this. Last week you said you're gonna go sleep.
Oh my god, it's a pig.
No,
It's a baby pig.
no. Smack him, smack him! Yeah, let's go.
Got him.
I'm scared to smack.
Okay, this does not look promising.
I mean, there's a nice bridge here.
Does it look man-made or just made?
Nah,
Spawn.
it's just
Yeah, I think it's
generated.
just made. I mean, this goes on quite deep. We can cross this bridge and get to the other side.
Yeah, sure. We're not gonna find our way back, are we?
Well, you got more obsidian, don't you? We can just make another portal, right?
I have 30, yeah.
Yeah, it's plenty.
Can we make a portal into the bastion? When
It'd
we
be nice.
find one, we'll just instantly make a portal there, you know?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
And whatever the
Sorry,
fuck
I
happens, we can just
access
get the fuck
slow
away.
as
What are you mining with, Al? An axe?
pickaxe.
I don't trust one-way paths, bro. Sometimes you gotta run, you know, like something fucking chases you and you just gotta fucking speed run the fuck out of it. Just go like
Yeah,
zoom.
that's true.
Okay.
Can you just jump it?
Yeah.
How do speedrunners, I see like people who play this game a lot, they do something with their POV and then they can know like where a bastion is. I think by
Yeah, they look
entities
for
or some
entities.
shit.
Yeah, it's entities.
Can we look?
Yeah, look.
I don't know
I
where
don't
it
know
is
how to
though.
look though.
Okay, let me see.
I don't know where it is either.
Facing south towards positive Z. Block biome. I think it's on the right. Should be like on the right thing. Nope. What is CEP on the top of the F3 thing? Like right under the FPS. Is that entities? Does E there stand for entities?
Maybe. I have no idea, honestly.
Okay, fuck this F3.
It's going up. Like, there's more behind us. And that's where, like, they all were, so that might be it.
Okay. Hal is digging in a direction, you're digging in a direction. That means I should dig in this direction. Wait, if I place wood, yeah, it's not gonna work.
Jeez, this feels like it's going endlessly.
I mean, just be happy you didn't dig into lava yet.
I think we're too high.
Speaking. Oh my god. Yeah, but too high gives us better visibility, no?
You said it was
Mountain
a black
ends
rock,
here.
right? You need the black rocks.
Yeah,
Am I by black rocks?
I don't know.
It looks like black rocks.
Hal, you have blocks that you can block lava with, right? In case you dig lava.
Yeah.
Use sand. Use sand, Hal.
Okay, the way I was digging was a dead end.
Ah,
I think this is black rocks. I don't know. Oh, I found diamonds. Nice.
Diamonds? Is there diamonds in the
There's no
nether?
diamonds in the nether. No. You must have found quartz, probably. Nether quartz.
Look like diamonds.
This is not black rock. This is soul. Soul sand. Soul soil.
What the hell did I pick up then? Oh, nether quartz, yeah. What can you do with nether quartz?
Build with it? I don't know.
So, Ange, I was talking
Ah.
about this place. So if you come back here, there's this red thing on the left to the right. an opening. So none of this is black rock, right?
Un momento, señor.
Nah, I don't think so. It looks very similar. If you say this is not black rock, then I don't think that is.
This is quartz.
This is opening, yeah.
No, this is red. Tony, where you at?
I don't know. I'm just digging.
I need a new pickaxe. My iron pickaxe is dead. Do you have a crafting table, Ange?
No.
It goes on forever. There's nothing down here.
I think we should have just kept digging straight to reach the end of this mountain we're in.
All right.
Higher ground, I think, is better than maybe. You know, because if the bastion is down below, we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay. No piggies. That's always good.
So there's multiple bastions, correct?
Yeah.
There's what?
Multiple
There is
bastions.
different. There's
Yeah.
more than one, and there's different kinds of that one. Like, there's one called the armory, which is the most one that has usually loot.
There's fortresses too, Hal. We haven't found one of those yet either.
So you just keep digging? I'll dig in this direction. Oh shoot, I can't. I don't have a
Wait,
axe
this is
anymore.
no longer. Oh no, it is. Thought I'm no longer digging netherite.
Oh wait, I made a new axe. Or I had an axe. God, I made two.
If you have wood, Hal, you can just craft. Oh my god, make a crafting table. Oh.
Hey, I got out of the mountain.
In which side?
I'm still in the forest. Or this might be a different forest, I don't know.
I'm just advancing on the Z axis, not the Y.
You said I mustn't get gold, right?
No, not here. Here you're good. As long as those pigs don't see you. They're
Oh
obsessed
shit,
with gold.
lava. I found lava. Wait, doesn't lava mean that there's a bastion close by?
No.
No. There's lava everywhere. It's the nether.
Okay, so there's lava in here.
I don't need you. I don't need you. And I don't need you.
Tony, where did you go?
I just kept digging straight.
Yeah, I know, but
Oh,
from you
right in
said
front
you
of
got
you.
out. Oh, okay. Jesus, place is massive.
The world is practically endless.
Yeah.
No, not you.
More soul sand, man. I hear a fucking gas. Lovely. Lava, 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 lava. Not very nice.
Yeah, fallen down, by the way.
What you said?
What?
Have gone down, yeah.
Are
I might get
gas
attacked by a
in
pig soon.
bastions related? I hear a bunch of them next to me.
I don't think so.
Okay, I reached the end of this tunnel.
I think there's something in front. I don't know.
I have no fucking clue where
Where
I'm
are
at.
you, Tony?
Where's my tunnel?
Tony? Tony,
What?
where are you?
Right next to you.
Okay. Don't leave me, Tony.
I'm just going straight in a straight line, hoping to find something.
Ooh, there's 113 rain and rave. If anyone's keen. That's live now.
It's live?
Yep.
Who tipped it, Delia?
I don't know, I can see. I just saw that it was live.
Oh my god, the fucking captcha.
Annoying, eh? Fuck.
I don't see why you can't just click the check. Why do you gotta do a little picture?
So Tony, the way I went earlier, there was like, hold on, let me show you. Where are you?
I just went where the direction you came from.
Oh yeah, cool.
You guys can know where the tunnel I dug is, right? Just in case I
So-
found something here.
If you go this way,
I know where my tunnel is. I can guess I can find yours from that.
The drop off of your tunnel, I went right and just went
I got a pig on
digging
me.
straight.
Oh shit. Okay, as I was saying, where are you? Before I was rudely interrupted. Is that something in the distance? Like over there?
I don't see anything. Let me look at your screen.
So this,
How far? What do you have your render distance set to? I can't see any of that shit.
on your screen,
Yeah, on my screen. What's your render distance?
I don't know. How do I check? 12 chunks.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
it's because your. I got it almost maxed out. It must be because of your. What do you call it? No, I think that's just
Shaders.
trees over there. Yeah, shaders. I don't see anything other than trees, really.
And over there, also nothing.
I don't think there's anything there either.
Is
That
this a
possibly could be
bastion?
something. It doesn't
I
look
found
like
a
it though.
bastion.
Where are you?
Is that? Yeah, it is.
Looks like it.
All right, we got to go
Yeah,
back.
it looked like it.
Which way do we go? Which way is back?
I have no clue where you guys are.
No, I'm talking to Hal.
Yeah, let's just go
Oh, it's
back
right
up
here. Yeah,
where we
right
came.
here.
Please don't be the bastion we were at before.
What's your coordinates? It can't be. We're like way far away from where we were.
Our Z is 1000. No,
Where are you,
mister.
Tony?
No, mister. You don't do
Where
that.
are you,
My
Hal?
friends are coming, bro.
Where
Don't
are
be
you?
nasty.
Oh, you're already in the thing. I just got up here.
From here, I don't actually remember where to go. I think it was this
Right
way.
here,
Right?
Hal. Up this way. No, come back.
I'm gonna go into the bastion.
This is my tunnel. Do you know where his tunnel is, Hal?
I think he went in the opposite direction.
Or did he go this way? Did you do this?
I did this. There's lava at the end
Okay.
of that.
Tony, you remember where you started digging down?
Yeah.
I went to the flat, like right before you started digging down, went 2 blocks to the right and dug a straight through tunnel. No rights, no lefts.
Must be, yeah, it's right here. You came out in the forest?
Yeah, I just kept going straight. There's
Yeah, it's
another
this right
tunnel.
here. You kept going straight?
Yeah, I'm standing in the end of the tunnel.
Holy shit, this is far. There we are.
Hey, why are you pushing me?
Found each other.
Yeah, now go outside and go to the left. I put torches on the way.
To the left?
Yeah,
To
down.
the right?
No, left.
Oh, down.
Yeah, down, left. See, torch. I built a stairway here. Torch. Here. Wait, let me take this because that's wrong. Here, down.
Oh, you went down.
Down.
Oh, you go down?
Yeah.
I thought we were going up.
Can we not build a portal here? Or like there?
I want to build the portal
We
We do it
inside
right next
the
to the
thing.
bastion, right?
Is
Inside
that
of it?
another bastion? No. Okay, I don't remember where I saw the first one.
It's right in front of us.
Where?
It's right there. Directly ahead of us, right there.
Ah, okay. We need to build like a drop off. So I'll put 1, 2. Again, I have water equipped with no fucking reason.
Oh, you guys are already building?
Bro, I don't feel okay. Where's the fucking gas that keeps fucking crying?
I think you should put it right here, just so we don't spawn into the port or into the bastion.
Here?
Yeah, I think right outside of it.
Okay. Here, 2 wide. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Light it up, baby.
Oh shit! I set myself on fire.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
Come here, Tony.
What?
Oh, I had a bucket of water for you.
Water doesn't do anything here. It just instant melts or evaporates.
I mean, you did it, Hal, before. Bro, wake up. You tried it in the old bastion when
Okay.
you caught fire.
Yeah, but I didn't know it. It's like everything.
It's
You
too.
can't
It's
use
hell down
water
here,
here.
Hal. It's too hot.
Wait. Pau, do you need someone to sleep?
No, I did already.
I think
Okay.
you should go. At least you should go out and set your respawn point in the overworld in case you die. So you'll be right
That's
here.
fine. Let me go.
Ah.
Do you have a bed, Hal?
I have a bed as well.
Yeah.
I have two
And
beds.
now I
actually.
spawn in a cave.
No.
Okay, this is a
are
newly
somewhere-
generated world. The chunks just loaded. I like this. Okay, my
Yeah,
bed
we're way far away.
is here. Respawn point set. Now leave the bed here. Don't break it.
You have two beds, Hal?
I have
I
one.
do.
Put down two beds. Yeah, we each need one. We can't all use the same bed. Put the two beds down, Hal. Okay, that works too. Put yours down and set your spawn point and leave it there.
How do I set spawn point again?
Right click it. Just like you were going to sleep.
Okay. Luckily, I
No,
carry
we're
two
good.
beds.
So
I
if we
still
die,
don't
we're
know.
gonna respawn right
Right.
here instead of back at base.
Okay. Wait, can we make a crafting thing? here
Tony.
quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
This is
Yeah,
this is
what?
how
Let me just roll it quick.
this is how I always played Minecraft. I didn't really do like, oh, what the fuck is that? I think I found a desert village. I never built like, I never remembered chords. I just built a big fucking dildo like this in the sky. And that's how I know where I need to go. Am I making any sense?
Sorta.
What the fuck is that building? Looks like a fucking...
I think that's a desert temple.
I never saw one of those.
They got good
Okay,
loot if that's
I'm
what it
taking
is.
the water down. Come with me.
Oh my god, what the hell?
I mean, we needed a way to go down.
What? I'm gonna go check that really quick.
Don't worry, the
So I'm
water
trying
will
to build
stop
us a little
flowing.
house here.
No need, bro. Nothing's gonna spawn here. So are
No,
we
but
not
just-
doing the
just be
bastion
safe.
anymore? We're gonna do that thing?
No, I just wanted to look real quick. I'm coming right back. No, this is just somebody's house. What the fuck?
This
That's
whole
just a
big
house,
tower.
the big ass.
There's a
Yeah, it's a
camel.
house.
Look, extra beds. Bro, this isn't a house. Oh my god.
It is.
Bundle. What a mind. Cactus. We don't have cactus yet. Okay. Any good loot? You
Look at
found
hay.
anything good?
I didn't see shit. I didn't find even a chest.
Really? There was a chest here.
Where?
Hey, a
Must have missed
vase. Oh my god! That was horrible. camel, camel.
Yeah, there's a camel.
How do you ride him? Oh, holy fuck! But I can't like. Yeah,
Control
I
him?
can't. Yeah, need a saddle. The most thing I love about villages is this fucking haystacks.
Yeah.
Who needs? What am I getting rid of?
Where are you guys?
In the
I'm right next to
village.
you. He's over in the village.
Okay. Just in case we respawn and it's night and there's freaking things here.
I'm coming. I'm coming.
Nice house, right, Tony?
Yeah, where's the door?
Do you need a door?
No, we'll be fine.
I don't think. Okay, okay. If we die, wait. Do I do a chest and hide our valuables here?
Yeah, I would. I don't really have anything to leave, but I'd leave your shit. Like your diamond stuff at least. That you don't need.
Yeah, that's a smart idea.
What's the worst
space
that can
here.
happen?
Just, yeah.
Well, I mean, that's why we put our beds here. We're gonna spawn right here, so we
Yeah,
can possibly just grab
just
it
right
if we
here.
die.
In this corner.
You didn't break any of these beds, right, Hal?
No, I
I
didn't.
mean, just re-click on it again, just in case.
Which one was mine? I forget.
Yours was the white one.
Okay, I'm back in the nether. I'm breaking into the thing. Do we need to break
No,
into
mine was
it?
this one.
Mine is the black
Yours
one.
was
Yours
the
the
white
yellow
one.
one.
Yours must be the white one, Hal.
No, mine was the yellow.
Okay. Hit it again. I hit yours.
Okay.
You do it?
Okay, I'm trying to naturally go
Says you
into
can
the
only
thing.
escape during. Doesn't say respawn set.
What do you mean? You went through the stairs right here?
Yeah, to
It
the
didn't say
side.
respawn happening.
It means that's your respawn place.
No, it didn't say it. That's what I'm saying.
What happened?
It didn't say respawn point set.
Because it
Go do
is
it again,
already
then.
your respawn. Okay, I found a gold thing.
I'm just
There's
going
like
down here.
17 piglins. Look there, Tony. There's a gold brick, which means there's... Oh my god, this is a big one, bro. Do we drop down? Or do we explore this one first? We explore this one first, right?
I guess we start here.
Okay. Hal, if you find anything down, let us know.
There's a whole bunch of piglins where I'm at. Oh
Yeah,
shit, they're
here's
hitting
one.
me. Oh, I died.
Oh my god, Hal, you died.
How the fuck did you die so fast?
I don't know how. Dude, I had like 7 next to me. That had no.
Those are the brutes.
The brute. Yeah.
Yeah.
They attack you no matter what.
Okay. Oh,
Okay,
now I need to
stairs
get my
here,
shit back.
Tony.
Don't you want to come kill something so I can get my shit back? Where are you guys?
I'm right near the entrance.
Yeah, so all my shit was here on top. Inside here. Oh my god, they're gonna attack. I got
Why is that
nothing
guy
to kill
pissed
them
at
with.
you?
I don't know.
I found 2
I got nothing
chests.
gold.
Oh my god!
I got nothing gold Behind you, Tony.
Oh, because you don't have gold.
He killed
Run,
me!
run, run now. Run, run, run.
Motherfucker! Bro, just one. Okay.
Oh my god.
Bro, that is fucking brutal. Tony died as well.
Yeah.
Okay. The boat thing, I didn't apply the fucking boat. What? Whose shit did I pick up?
Tony died, yeah.
Oh my god, he ate my fucking he put on
Oh
my
my
fucking pants.
He put on my fucking pants.
I got him back. I got him back and I'm running back into the portal to go put him on.
That means hopefully my
he killed me
shit's
again. Fuck. How are we gonna kill him?
I need to get my shit back.
How many hits do they fucking need?
Not a lot, they're strong.
Motherfucker. Bro,
Oh my God.
get the fuck back. Oh my god, there's 17 of them here. GG, bro. GG, man. I should have hit my shit, man. Boat my ass. I'm gonna build a boat now. Nah, this is too much. We actually need boats so they fucking get stuck in them. that was fucking. Oh my god. Bro, I saw one and I'm like, it's just one. I can fuck him up. No, you can't fuck him up. He just smacked me 3 times, Tony.
God. 2 hits and I'm dead.
Yeah.
I told you they're strong, man.
Okay, boat
Maybe we
time.
need to like try and get him away from your boat is close. You can get to your boat.
I mean, I'm just making a new
Your boat's
one.
right there. No, it's right here.
Yeah, but I'll die before I
we
reach
just put
it.
down a ton of boats and they all get into them. Is that the play?
Yeah. We go there, put a boat, he sits in it, and boom. We can go grab our shit.
I'm not even sure exactly where I originally died at.
I know where I died, man. Up near the fucking chest.
I just ran. I ran out of the fucking thing and I'm not sure which direction I ran.
There's one definitely here at the bottom.
Motherfucker, let me place the boat!
He's coming! He's coming down!
Bro!
I put the boat down. Get him in the boat. No, he ain't coming, Hal. Where's he at?
Man.
Oh my god.
I got him. I got him in the boat. Right on your loot, Hal. Come back.
Oh my god.
Nice.
My shit is gonna despawn, bro! Okay, boat time again.
One step at a time. Come on. Wait. Just wait there, Hal. Let me kill this guy.
Yeah,
Man, I'm fucking filling the thing with boats now. I have 4 fucking boats.
Alright. Come get your shit. It's dead.
What about the one up top?
I only killed one so
far.
far.
Yeah.
I haven't gone up top.
I didn't even touch the chests.
Yeah, the brutes attack you just by seeing you.
Okay.
Come here.
So this is where
okay, one is stuck on the boat. Do you have a weapon to kill him?
Yeah, I do. I got a sword. Hal's got an axe too, I think.
There's
oh my god.
There's a chest
Oh my
plate
god, Hal died
downstairs.
again.
Give me the sword. I
That's
got
where I
one
died.
stuck. This is the fucker that keeps killing me.
I dropped it.
So there's one.
That's my loot, I think, right down there. There's a bed down there.
Yeah, there's a green bed.
Yeah. So
going
Okay,
down.
one is dead.
follow me, someone.
Hang on. I'm going to get my shit.
I'll
Yeah,
show
this
you
is where I
guys
died.
where my shit is.
All right, hang on. Let me come back up.
I don't have. There's none of my shields.
I think they took my shield.
Can they do that?
Yeah, the dude put on my fucking pants.
shields! Yeah, but the one I killed didn't have. Yeah, he's wearing my whole shit.
Kill him.
Will he drop it if I kill him?
Yeah,
Tony, you have a boat? Come here.
yeah.
Follow
I
me.
don't have a weapon though. You got an extra weapon?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a
I
sword
got,
up top
I
here.
just picked up my sword. Yeah, I'll drop you my sword.
Do you have one? Do you have an axe or something?
Take the sword.
Okay, he
Take the
dropped my
sword.
shit.
Right. Now, if you come up here. Yep, just it.
Oh shit! Back up! Back up! Fuck! I can't put the bed down. There. Come back to me. Oh.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
you can't, can you?
I'm trying.
Yeah, come. Oh
It's okay, I had
no.
nothing. Try and catch him. This is hilarious, I must say.
Oh my god! What hilarious, bro! This is stressful. I
got
don't
this guy in
care
the boat,
about
Hal.
no shroom light.
Say that again?
I got the guy that killed you in a boat.
Okay, cool. Kill him so I can grab my shit.
I'm trying, but he's hitting me. He can hit you, Hal. He can hit you with the sword. There you go.
He had my armor.
Why is there the sound of
Then up
like
here
7 million brutes?
is all my other shit. Ah, there we go. All my shit is here.
I still haven't found the rest of mine. I got my chest plate. That's about it. Where are you trying to go? Wait, Hal, put your shit on. Put your armor on. You're carrying
Alright.
your pants around in your hand.
I have swords. Your swords.
I think this is yours, Tony.
No, that wasn't mine. He
Wait, I
might
have
have dropped
two
it.
axes.
You want it
Take
back?
an axe. No, I have axes. Here's another axe. And I think this was also yours. Flint and steel.
Are they all dead?
There's my helmet.
So far, I don't know. I don't see anything around me and him. I'm
I
sure
don't
there's
have the
more.
chest plate.
I only have the one I'm wearing.
Bro, the
Let's
amount
go
of boats
more
that
in
are
and
up
see.
here. You'll cry, bro.
Hal, do you have torches?
No.
I do.
I don't either. It's dark. Where are you? Up
I
top?
had torches.
I'm up.
But
Yeah, I did too.
Wait, let me eat.
oh, I found a chest.
Don't open it.
Come to me.
Are we done? You guys got all your stuff?
No, I didn't get all my stuff, but I'm safe for now. Hal, come here.
Okay, the chest is down there, by the way.
You see this block right here?
Yeah.
Break it. Usually there's gold underneath of that.
I have two
No,
swords.
that's a
if
beta
you
one.
guys
Break
want
this one.
any.
See, there's gold. Don't take it though. No. Oh my god, Hal.
Oops. I
You
ended
guys
the
have
mob.
swords?
I do.
Well, at this point of time, I think we just need to dig out a quick exit.
I don't have a pickaxe.
I have a pickaxe.
What are golden
Where's
carrots
our-
used for?
Where's the thing?
Where's the what?
Where's the portal? Which direction?
The portal? I don't know.
Yeah, which direction is the portal?
I don't know.
Oh shit. Oh, this goes outside. Okay,
Salam
so
Hafi.
our place is the side.
Where was the chest at, Hal? Down there?
Mm,
Downstairs. Where did you call me? It was down here. There's the chest. Must I open it? Oh, there's more
Oh,
here.
this is a double chest. Here, come, Hal. Come in here.
Uh-huh.
Just stand right there. Hang on a second.
hopper.
We don't have a hopper. Do you have a hopper,
Make
Hal?
one. Make one.
No,
You have iron.
I don't have iron.
I don't.
Oh no.
I'm gonna box this in.
Okay. So if we dig straight out this way, just hold on. Let me get us an exit. Ah shit, there's gold here.
Are golden carrots good for anything?
Other than eating, I don't think so.
But are they like golden
It
apples?
looks like a golden apple. Yeah.
Do they give you
pretty much
like
same thing.
immunity? I have 17 golden carrots. Come take some.
Yeah, you need to come give us some.
I'm scared to go where you guys are. Hal is
Okay,
there,
I have an
man.
exit now. I have an exit.
All right. Come in and close it off.
Open it.
All right, now check the chest. We're completely boxed in.
I see a snout banner pattern.
Oh, netherite.
It's golden.
This is not
leggings,
what we need, though.
netherite
We do need
scrap,
netherite though.
obsidian.
Yeah, I took the netherite.
I see a whole bunch of bone blocks. A block of iron, 2 blocks of iron,
Yeah, the rest of that's you can take it if you want, Hal, but we don't need none of it.
bone block,
That was
obsidian.
kind of a baiter chest.
Don't need you.
So is there
Don't
another
need
one
you.
somewhere?
Don't need you.
Chests?
Okay, the two chests
So
up
like I said,
top
I picked up.
are not clean. Are not okay. They're not useful.
I got a snout banner pattern. What is that?
Yeah, that's not what we need. There's gold right here. Can you break these blocks right here in between them? Nuh-uh. Not the gold, Hal.
Oh, but no one's making
This block right here.
Let's take the go. Which block?
The
This
ones
one.
that were in. Yeah, that's fine. Just keep going. All right. There's nothing there. Where's the exit? You said this was an exit.
No, this way. Up top.
Is it lower bastion time?
You might as well get the other gold while you're here.
Up here.
You missed the gold.
Ah, it's fine. Oh, I thought I saw an exit. Yeah. Well,
We need to go to Angeville and get some of them carrots.
okay. I found red rock. Okay, I got an exit.
All right. I'm right behind you.
There you go.
Oh my
Where are
god.
you, above?
Above where
I see
I
you.
died.
Over here, Hal. Come back where I was.
You guys went to the lower bastion
Yeah.
already?
We went to one piece of it. We haven't explored the whole thing.
We need the template,
Come up.
bro.
Yeah, we didn't find it. Oh shit!
Where are you?
I'm coming to you. I'm
I can
below
come
you.
down.
Wait, I
I was
lost you.
going down. There's nothing up.
Yeah, just
Okay.
drop some. All right, we'll come down.
Is it going to you?
Did you get it, Hal? The carrot?
Yeah. It's
Yeah.
falling here.
I dropped 7.
All right. I got 3. You got 4, Hal?
What's this?
4 carrots?
Yes, I got 4.
Okay.
What do you do with the golden carrot?
You have extra
supposed to be
pickaxe you
good
can throw
food.
me?
hold on.
Pickaxe.
I have one.
No.
You have
I
extra?
have a good sword.
Actually, let me give you the.
Sharpness 3. I
I'll
threw
give you
it.
the good pickaxe because the other one is
Oh
almost dead.
shit!
There you go.
The good sword went down.
Down where? To us?
Yeah,
Here's it. Yeah.
I
Here's
don't
it,
know. It dropped down.
Way down?
No, it's right here. I'm looking at it.
Oh, you
I
got it?
don't know.
No, I'm telling you, it's right here, in front of me. Right here.
How did you
Come up,
guys come
buddy.
here?
I don't know. We went down when we first went in the bastion. We went down and around.
Tony, this side, Tony. Right here.
Take it.
No, you take it. I have a sword. Well, it's almost dead, but
It
it's a
has
sword.
sharpness 2, so it's good.
Sharpness 3.
There's another sword. Hal, take. If yours is dead, this is new.
I think there's a chest down here with these
Thanks.
nether wart. Yeah, there is one. There's a chest right here. I think this might be where it is.
So
Actually,
where did you guys go? You went down?
We
we
came
went
from down.
in that direction. I think.
Hal, these lights, if you break them, they give you powder, and the powder you can use to recreate the light. You cannot find these in the upper world.
Come down to the bottom floor. I think this is chest is where it's at.
Okay.
Oh shit.
There's
the
a
hell did
dude
you get
here who
down?
wants to kill me. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm fucking fighting this. I just built myself down. Like broke it down.
Okay, I saw where Tony is.
Oh shit. Oh no 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 no
Boat,
no no.
boat. Please tell me you have a boat.
Oh my god, I got a heart and a half. They didn't follow me though.
Oh my god, he's
Yeah, I got 2
following
boats.
me!
He's coming after me. I got a boat down. He's in the boat.
Nice, there's another
One's
one,
in the
there's
boat.
another one!
Yeah, I know there's another one. Hang on, I can get the other one in the boat too. Don't come down, Hal.
I'm down. I mean, the
Oh,
other
he
one
didn't
is
go
just
after
a
me. He went
regular
towards
one.
you. Yeah, that's just a regular one. But when we fight this guy, he's gonna come after us.
Wait.
We can just leave him in the boat, I guess.
Do we kill him first? I'm putting another boat here.
I just
No, I think we
Lock
hit
him
this
up.
guy and he runs into the boat. So then we don't gotta worry about him.
Wait, I'm gonna put it another boat.
Hal, come on this side of us.
Oh!
Come over by us, Hal.
Wait, I'm what the fuck? Bro, he just hit me once.
No, it was the fire.
Oh shit. No, it was the brute. He's strong as fuck. He just hit me. Oh, there's another guy behind us. He's pissed. I'm fighting him. I got him.
Oh my
Al,
god,
come here.
another one up, another one up.
Oh my god. I'm gonna die.
Okay,
There's
one is
3
dead.
on
One
me.
is dead. One is dead. Come towards the boats. Come towards the boats. Tony. Oh, sorry, Hal.
I'm out of food. Y'all got food?
I
Yeah.
got some. Where are you?
They are fast. Holy
Where?
crap.
Oh my god, this shit is scary. Where's the chest you promised us, man? You said there's a chest
It's over here.
man.
Yeah, there is. It's right here.
Hal, just left click the fire, it goes off. I hear more pigs. Wait.
Yeah, we need to put these
Oh,
these
I'm
boats
putting a
closer to
boat
us.
here again.
Yeah, hold on. Don't open it yet. Put the boats down.
Yeah, don't open it. I have a hopper.
No.
Let me break this. Do this. Chains. Nah, nothing here, bro. Gold axe mending. Don't care. What the fuck? You heard how many? netherite scraps, snout armor trim. That's about it.
No
Hey,
way, it's not in
seeds.
here either.
No, fuck, man.
Where is all
But
this coming?
do you guys still have the netherite?
I got one. That's all
Give
that was in
me-
there was just one.
Give me, I'll put
Oh,
it
yeah,
into
put
the
it in
ender
there.
chest. So in case we
You
die,
want the
bro.
snout banner pattern?
Yeah,
Or the
yeah.
bullets
Anything
guys you
valuable
got?
we can put in here, and if we die, we still have it in the
I
ender
don't know if
chest.
it is. Okay, I'll drop it, but I don't know what it is.
It's a template. Tony, give.
What? What?
You I think you
Oh.
picked it up. Bro, this shit
Is
is
that the template?
wait. Here,
Are you
food.
telling me I
Where's
have
Tony?
the template?
No.
I got
You
food.
had.
Hal gave me food.
Hal, you still have food?
I have, yes. Do you
How
need?
much? No, I have 2
I
stacks
have
of
50
chicken.
chickens.
I got a full stack.
Okay, wait. We're good for now.
Wait, can you put the nether wart? Wait, no. Put this in there. I want to keep the nether wart.
What are those?
You use it for potions.
Okay, it's in there. What else do I need to put in there?
Do you want a block of gold?
Wait, I have
Nah, gold's
3
easy to
golden
get.
apples. Take one, Tony. Hal.
What's it for?
Golden apple, if like you get burned by lava or a brute is up, like comes and you're like screwed, eat it. It gives you like immunity for a few seconds so you can like sort your shit out.
Okay.
It's a godsend. Don't need this iron. Okay, just let me sort this shit out. Change don't really need it.
I need to
This
mine
some
some blocks really
need.
quick. I'm really low on blocks.
I have 64, yeah.
Nah, keep for yourself.
You just brought the thingy.
If I place beds, will they kill the brutes?
It'll definitely hurt him. I don't know if it'll one-shot him.
Why are these guys attacking you?
Hey! I think you took their
Where are
gold.
they? I don't see them.
No, I didn't take the gold. They attacked you, not me.
I did not touch a thing. I was about to break the hopper. No. Okay, this kakadudu. This is definitely not kakadudu. Okay, we're good again. No, we're not really good again. We need boats again.
Yeah, we got to take these boats with us.
Okay, I took 1, 2, 3. I have 3 on me. Hal, you have boats?
I have one.
Okay, Tony, where are we supposed to go?
I don't know.
I was
I
heading
was
in
for
this
sure that it would be in that one.
because there was.
What,
It's
Hal?
probably in like a top corner of the bastion somewhere. Like in a. We probably need to go up.
You sure?
I think I see.
No, I'm not sure.
What do you
But I
see,
mean, we're
Hal?
at the bottom right now, and we just looted the bottom. So
Yeah, but right, left, you think there's nothing more?
yeah, I mean, we
Wait,
might as well go
Hal
straight.
is there.
We might as well go straight while we're here, just to make sure.
I lost Hal.
So I'm looking for anything that's chests. I'm by a
Oh
lot
my
of
god,
lava.
look. Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm not going there.
Yeah, I'm back to where you guys were. Where are you guys now?
What are you digging? I'm going back. Hal explored here. There's nothing here. There's just a sea
Yeah,
of
this is
lava
the
there.
edge of it right here.
Yeah, I'm not going there. What is Hal? Hal?
Yeah, I'm above,
Okay,
below you,
I'm
above you
digging. I'm
guys.
digging directly up.
I'm with Tony now.
Oh my god.
I'm right next to you. Wow, I'm right next to Angelo. Wow, yeah, you're right behind me.
Okay. I don't see any chests in any of these chambers around us.
Yeah. I would have imagined they'd be where one of the pigs. Oh shit! There's an Enderman.
Just don't look him in the face. He will fuck you
Yeah,
up.
don't fuck with them. we
And
have enough
remember,
problems right now.
if you look at him in the face, you just build 2 blocks above you. Where are we going, Tony?
Oh my god! How the hell did you
I
guys
think
get
maybe
there?
up this way.
We built up. My axe is almost dead.
I found a chest. Come to me.
How am I supposed to go down now? Where?
Yeah.
Okay. So I go this direction, right?
Yeah. And then come this way
To you?
to me.
Okay.
Here's the chest.
This might be it. This is either a bait or one, or this is it. Oh no, there's gold right underneath of it.
Fuck! Okay, we
Wait,
just shut.
could you put it on the backside?
No, it has to be underneath
I
us.
can find a.
Yeah,
I can
just
find
block
an
us in.
exit.
Come in, Hal.
Come in.
Oh shit.
Oh no, Tony, what are you
fell
doing
in a
there,
hole.
man? Oh, yeah,
Above us is
Wait,
still not covered.
let's find an exit first before we just dig here.
I mean,
How about we dig here, like here,
no
straight out?
exit. Okay, they're not mad. Look at them. Ah, it's just a
You
regular
see
one.
some down there?
No. Okay, please template, please template, please template, please template. Please fucking template, bro.
I don't have a pickaxe anymore, by the way.
You don't have iron to make one? Soul speed 2. What is this?
I
Do we
don't
need
have.
it?
That's for running in soul sand. You can run fast. Instead of it slowing you down.
There, Hal. Behind you, there is iron and a table.
I picked it up. Here, what do you need? A chest plate?
And a pickaxe.
A pickaxe?
Yeah.
I need more.
Hang on, I'm making you one.
I need a chest plate as well.
Alright, I'll make you that
Is that
too.
okay?
Let's naked. Look at him. I just realized.
Hal, pick it up.
Oh.
There, chest plate.
Hey, I got a strip.
Hello, Pepe.
Where's the
And
chest plate?
Pantitis. Ay, ay, ay.
Angelo took it. You
Took
took the chest
what?
plate.
And drop the chest plate, please.
Wait. Oh my god, man. Can you make him pants as well? Because his pants are gold. They're like one hit kill.
He needs gold though. Oh, he's got 2 pieces of gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have iron if you need. Here, I have a full stack.
Wait, hold on. Okay. Jeez. What can I throw away?
I actually run
Back
out
where
of
I
wood.
was, I found a gold block. I don't know if there's a chest around it though. I didn't get a chance to look.
Okay. Should be safe to go out, right?
Yeah, I think so.
But do we have swords? Yes, we do. Okay. So we still didn't find the thing?
No.
No.
Need?
We have some
Yeah, over this way,
netherite
Angelo.
though. That's not bad.
Come up,
We're up.
straight up.
Are you sure we like explode this place completely?
Yeah, this is where we came.
See, there's a gold
that-
block right above me. I don't know if there's a chest though.
I don't think there is.
Nah, it's just gold. Don't see
Yeah.
anything else.
Okay.
Have we been in this direction?
That's where I was. That's where there was a double chest and a single chest, but it's the top of the bastion. Okay, I'm gonna walk to the front of the bastion because I'm in here in the nether. To take a better look at the bastion. No, that's not the top. This is barely the middle. So you guys need to go up where I was, where the portal is, and there's more up.
I don't know which way you went.
Just
We just
up
need to go
where
up
we
from
were.
here?
Yeah, where's the golden block above it?
Okay.
There's like a staircase I made. The red block. Yeah, there you go. Look at Hal.
Oh,
Tony,
there's
behind
chests,
you.
yeah.
Don't know.
Behind
they're
me?
empty. Those are the first chests I opened. That's where I died, Hal. I came up here and there was the fucking guy with the axe and he smacked me in the face. Hal, are there still boats there?
Yeah, there's still.
Bro, I put boats everywhere, man. Fuck this shit. What's up, Ragu? We're raiding a bastion so we can get a template so we can fucking have netherite. Tony, where you at, old man? Come on.
I don't know. I'm behind you. I'm trying to get up there.
Go up like
lava!
Hal did.
Fuck!
No,
I don't know where Hal came from.
Just go back to the golden
Oh!
block. No, eat your
Yeah?
carrot, man. There.
I didn't
Look.
get in it.
Look to your left. Oh my god, he let lava
Yeah,
flow
Tony, look up.
everywhere, bro. What are
Tony,
you doing?
where I am.
man?
Yeah, I got it. I shut it off.
Oh my god.
I was trying to get to you and there was a lava pit on
Yeah,
the way.
look, staircase. That's how I came down in the first place.
Okay.
You watched me build it down. I was here when you started, drove 3 hours home and you're still streaming. Oh my god. We died. All of us died like 17 times.
Where's the portal though?
Where are you?
You're on top.
You saw where the boats are? Towards the boats.
Yeah.
There's a chest
my
underneath
God.
me with 17,000 pigs.
That we haven't been to?
Let's no, nobody's been here.
There's a
Look
pig.
out, look out, look out.
Ah! Motherfucker. Can he come up here?
I don't know. He
How-
was
how
almost
can I
right on
place
you.
a-
I don't know how he
how-
got there.
Hal, careful. There's 2 or 3 down.
I'm hitting him.
How can we place boats like from a distance?
You can't, I don't think.
Okay, there's another one.
I see a chest though.
Yeah.
Hold on. I just have to open the chest. It'll come for us.
Wait. Sounds. You heard? There's like 4.
Before you
Okay.
freaking fall off here.
This. Now we're at the chest. I'm placing a boat here, man. That's very dangerous.
Okay, and
I'll put one
there's a
above you.
staircase
Look
there.
out, Hal. Let me put a boat here. Go that way.
There's a whole tunnel here,
Oops,
Tony.
sorry.
I'm blocking it just
Yeah,
in
put a boat
case.
above us just in case. Oh, you want to block it in?
I mean, there's a tunnel. I don't really know what's there. Okay, we good. Hopper time. More magma, gold block, golden helmet. If somebody needs a helmet that's gonna break, mine actually is gonna break. Came in clutch. Okay, took the magma. More arrows. Nope. What is a spectral arrow? What the fuck is this shit?
It's some kind of like it's got like an enchanted arrow or something. I'm not sure what it does though.
Okay, this chest is not useless, but useless.
We're right above the portal.
Yeah, portal is in
Yeah.
that direction. No, bro,
So do we
give
go back in?
me.
Should we do what?
Do we go back in?
The portal?
No, like,
No.
go back in and see what's up still.
Yeah, we still haven't found that fucking thing.
Why is it so hard, man? Wall hack arrow leaves the enemy glowing through walls after you hit them. Okay. Tony, the thing goes
Okay.
up like
I'm gonna
way
go,
up.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
on
gonna
the
go
roof of
back
it right
in.
now.
I'm gonna go back in and look for more thingies, right?
I'm going up. Hal.
I'm going straight this way. See where it goes.
Oh my god, that's a long way down. I'm blocking that off.
The lava?
Well, I blocked off the lava too, but I'm blocking off the
Oh my god, I almost
fall
died
off.
there.
Bro, this shit is scary. Okay, I understand. I see now the fall off you're talking about.
Yeah.
I don't know that blocking it with netherite is useful though. You know, netherite
Better
is
than
just...
at least you can't fall on it.
They do get consumed with infinity though. So only use if trying to specifically kill one target in raids. Okay. That's too tactical, man. Okay, Tony, where are we going?
I have no idea. I'm out of
Oh my
ideas.
god, I just came back here. Oh, that was absolutely useless. That's where I just came. Yeah, I'm back inside this place.
There's boats everywhere.
I mean, hey, it helped us.
It's true. It saved my life.
Okay, I'm back. I'm back to where I died originally.
Yeah.
I'm back to where we found that first chest.
Where is that one chest? Okay, there's stairs here of some sort. Who's underneath me? Hal.
I don't have any torches, so I can't mark where we've been.
Yeah,
I
I don't
have.
either.
I have. Why didn't you guys ask? I got a shit ton of torches. Well, not a shit ton, but like decent amount. Come.
Ah, shit. My pickaxe broke. I should have made me one.
I don't know who picked up the crafting table. I can't make one.
I have it.
Do you have iron?
I do. I
I
dropped
have
you.
the crafting table.
I know, I used all of it.
There's like 17 pigs in this area. Where are you, Tony?
I'm above you.
What about Hal?
I don't know where
I'm
Hal
near the
is.
I
portal
am
again.
digging.
Okay, I'm gonna put some
Hal's below us.
here.
I'm literally just digging,
Bro, you
seeing
didn't
where
take
it
it.
goes.
I don't have wood to make a crafting table.
I do.
Why did we mark that area? Is there another portal there? That's the port. Ah, no, that's the tunnel we came out from. Bro, you know how long it's gonna take us to go with the in the overworld
To run back.
to go back to our fucking base, man. Tony, would you say we went
Oh my
all the
God,
way
how-
up in the bastion? We did, right? It's lit
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. I was on the roof. I have no idea where to go.
I think it's down here.
Down there?
Boys, I
What?
think I found another place.
Hal, have you?
Where
Are
are
you
you?
putting cobblestone blocks?
Hal, are you still in the
Uh,
bastion? You're way away.
So I just kept digging.
Yeah, but are you placing cobblestone blocks? Because there are cobblestones here, and those don't generate in the nether.
No. So
Then somebody was here. Maybe the template is gone.
how do I explain where I'm at? I'm back to the bastion. Can you guys see me?
Yeah, I see you, Tony. Look at my stream. That's not nether generation, right?
No, I don't know what that is.
That's cobblestone. That's how it
Oh,
looks
is
on
it?
my resource pack.
Yeah, somebody put that down.
Okay.
It could have been me. I don't know. Yeah. So I just kept digging. Yeah. Wait, Tony,
Should
look
we
at
go
my
down?
screen. Look at my screen and tell me if it's anything of. I don't know.
I'm looking.
Anything.
How the fuck did Hal get there?
No, I don't see anything.
Is
You're
this
like,
not a
you went
bastion?
out. No, I don't think it is. It doesn't look like it to me. I don't know. It's hard to tell. It could be, honestly.
Why do I hear pigs here, man? There's still more shit we didn't explore.
I'm also hearing pigs.
There's a lot of noises.
Hey, I see Tony.
Okay, wait. I'm gonna go here. Maybe I find a dried ghast. If I find a dried ghast, we can take him to the overworld and make him a happy ghast. And we can ride him. That did not sound weird at all. That's a new thing. Yeah, I don't know. I think somebody's been in this bastion.
Wait, have we done a double chest in the bottom of the bastion?
No.
I found a double chest down here.
Are there pigs? Can you like just dig it?
No.
Open it?
Yeah, I guess. Let me wall it off.
Yeah, block yourself off.
Oh
There
no, we
are
found
pigs
this
will
one.
come.
This is the one me and Hal had.
That's the
Hey, I found
roof.
Angel.
Bro, can you hear
But
the
I'm still
pigs,
yelling
Hal?
pigs.
Can
Yeah,
you
I
tell their
can.
direction? They're like where I was digging, no? Fuck it, I'm going up. Please, no fucking lava.
Well, I don't know why you make life difficult when there's a perfectly good staircase here.
Because maybe there's a room inside the thing. You know, like inside this structure, maybe there's a room. Bro, no way we are in 2 fucking bastions and there's no fucking template. There's a template in every fucking bastion.
I know. How can we not find this fucking thing?
Oh, yeah,
And I don't hear the pigs from your edge.
No, that's
I
what's
don't hear the
weird.
pigs.
Weird, no? Weird, man.
I don't know, maybe let's go down again, see if we can find them there. Ow.
That's not how you go down, man. Yeah, look, sounds. Do I say fuck it and open these?
And see what happens. It
Open
sounds like
what?
they're coming from up. Are they?
I don't know, man. The sounds are just here in this area. Where is Hal digging, man? Hal, take some
I
torches,
don't know.
man. Take. Fuck it, I'm opening them. If we die, we die. They're empty. Tony,
Yeah.
I'm out of ideas.
Yeah, I am too.
Did we fully explore the bastion downstairs?
I don't know. I'm looking around downstairs right now.
Where the golden block is?
No, further down, like where the chest was. I don't know. We fought all them piglins and almost died.
I'm still hearing this thing above us, Edge.
Yeah, I'm close to him. I think. Okay, I don't think any of us has been to this structure. I hear them, Hal. They're here.
Dude, I hear them too. Like next to me.
I see them. Oh no!
Where are you?
I found them.
Okay, where are you?
Under you. Go back to where the golden block was. Yeah, there's a lot of them here. But this is a place we did not explore of this area. None of them is a brute
Okay,
one.
I don't see you. Are you holding shift or something?
Yeah, wait. I have to. I'm in a dangerous place. I can fall. Just go back to the staircase where Tony was lost. I'm there.
Oh
Huh.
my god, where the fuck is that again?
Up where I died first time and keep going straight. I'm fighting them. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Hello, piggies.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, where are you, Hal? No, you're way up high, Hal. I'm below you. I'm directly underneath you. Oh, thank God I blocked this shit off. Okay, they're dead. They all dead. Successfully annihilated them. Okay, none of us has been in this part of the bastion, I'm pretty sure. Tony?
Yeah,
Why are you so quiet, man?
I'm searching.
Can you see me, still Edge?
Yeah, you're close to me. Oh, wait. Yeah, look.
I see gold.
Here, I'm digging. You see? That's me.
Oh,
What
Ina.
are you doing, man? Look before you jump, bro. Okay, okay, 2 gold blocks. Hmm.
This goes deep, dude.
Okay.
No, but this is where we started, isn't it?
No. Maybe where you and Tony started. I don't know. I didn't go there first. I went down. First place I went. Wait, I hear more pigs. Okay, up, up, up. 2 gold blocks.
I have to ask, are people still watching stream?
I have no clue. It says 14 people watching. Okay, I am at where the cobblestone is.
Oh, okay. Where the hell is that?
The other side of the bastion.
Here.
Kinda
Is
where
this
you
what you were
were.
talking about?
No, you're way deeper than me.
Right now, I'm just looking for freaking chest.
I think this bastion has been raided. Because that's fucking cobblestone. Cobblestone doesn't generate in this world.
I think I had cobblestone when we first got here. I probably put that down.
We did
If I
not go there though.
Take the skull brick.
I don't
No
think
way
anyone
somebody's been
is
this far
here.
out, you think?
Yeah, I think so. Okay, I don't think we explored this part of the bastion, have we? I have no clue how to get out of here anymore.
I don't either, honestly.
Okay, I kind of do. Yeah, I'm pretty sure somebody was here. But you did
Somebody
not
come
go in
get
that
her.
direction, Tony. Like, that's very deep down. We died. We didn't even get there yet.
Well, I know there's one surefire way to get out of here.
Die?
Yeah. Are you pigs though?
I don't know. I left
Tony,
that
did
whole
you have
area. I'm exploring a bit above you guys.
Oh shit. Ow.
Also,
Yeah, I'm
aren't
still
there
getting
supposed
pigs
to
here.
be like a brute spawner?
No, there's magma spawners in some of them. I don't think all of them, though.
Tony, can you hear pigs here?
No, I don't hear any.
Oh, you're right next to me.
Oh, there's a pig right underneath me. I don't hear him, though. You see him? There's a pig down there. He walked away now.
Is he not protecting something?
Could be. I don't know. Oh, no, I fell.
Okay, I found the chest.
He's right in my face.
I found. I think that's the chest.
Bullshit.
Yeah, no. We were there. That's the chest
Oh,
we were
that's
at.
the one we were at.
Yeah. Fuck, man. And there's another chest there. That's the one Hal found.
Dude, I think we've explored the shit out of this.
No, but there should be a template, Hal.
I'm not denying it. I'm just saying if it is, we definitely are finding it.
Yeah, the only explanation is somebody was here and the thing is taken.
But
Okay.
then who would take it?
I don't know. Maybe Aspects was here. Maybe Zaza was here. This is kind of relatively close to Zaza's portal. Okay, I explored kind of this tower, but I didn't explore the one in front of me. I'm going to it. Nah, I don't see any chests here.
Ow.
Who fell down? I'm back to where there's a boat. Why is there a boat here? Okay, this is where I just fought with those. This is the top of the bastion. I don't know, bro.
I don't know either.
Man. For the sake of science, do I go into spectate mode and just wander around?
Yeah, do it. I mean, we spent hours in this bastard.
Okay. I am just wandering around. Okay, looking at the world. There is a pig here. Oh my god. We actually did not explore the whole thing. This thing is massive.
Oh, that pig we did see. That's
You
the
guys
one
saw that
Tony.
pig?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a pig. I fell down and on him.
Hey, yo.
What the hell is
Okay.
that noise?
That is that. That is nothing.
What
That
the hell is
is
that noise?
nothing.
What, me digging?
No, it sounds like freaking someone moaning.
Ghast. That's the chest we already found. No other chests here. Yeah, no other chests here. No other chests here. No other chests there. Nothing, nothing, nothing. What the fuck is that? That is a weird ass tunnel. Okay, okay, okay. That's where I built. Shit's blowing up. Gas is shooting
Yeah, there's
someone.
a gas. Yeah,
Me.
shooting Hal.
Was nice knowing you, Hal.
Can't get me.
Yeah, he's inside of the bastion. The gas is outside.
Yeah, somebody's definitely been here. There's gravel. No, gravel actually spawns here, right? Gravel spawns in the nether. Tony?
I'm not sure. Basalt does. Are you sure it's not basalt?
No, no, it's gravel. Okay, the extension to the other side, I've explored it all. Nothing. Only the chests we already found. I'm at Hal. Hal, there's nothing here.
How close is our other portal close to home from this place?
It's so far
It's
away.
basically 0-0. So like
Hey?
1200 block, 1300 block.
This is the first double chest. Yeah, no, we saw everything in this fucking bastion.
Wait, that chest that you just saw?
Nah, that's the one we found last. The last one we found. It's the one above our portal.
I say we quit and try and find a zero ticket on Skin Reef.
And this was the
Might be
armory
easier.
thing. This was where the you saw this chest in the middle, the one near the soul sand, the one you said. I think
Yeah.
this is
Yeah.
where. Yeah, this is an armory bastion. That's where it's supposed to be.
Yeah, I swore that's what it was going to be.
Mm-hmm. Nah, it's gone. We need to find another bastion. Nope, no chests.
But like, why not at least mark it with something that like, hey, I've been visiting here.
This is a weird tunnel. Did one of you guys dig this tunnel now?
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Hal did.
That's mine. That's the one
Okay.
when you asked where the hell I am.
Ah, okay. I'm like, what the fuck?
Is it easy to
Okay.
get like to our base from that place? That
I
tunnel?
mean, in the
'Cause that's
overworld, it's
at
just
least
traveling like the horses,
200
hell.
blocks. Yeah, but I'm trying to find an easy way back to base.
Yeah, somebody dug here and went here. Probably the
The
chest
easy
was
way
here.
is the overworld, Hal. The shorter way is through the nether, but it's very dangerous.
Yeah, I want the shorter way.
Then you go through the nether, me and I'm gonna go in the overworld, bro.
Yeah, I am too.
How
Fuck
do you
that.
how do you do it? I mean, I've got nothing to lose.
Just gotta
Go
go to
to
0, 0.
0, 0. We're
Tony,
at 300.
hold on.
What?
Take things that.
What do you want?
Hold on. Take things because I'm gonna try and run to 0, 0 and explore. The
Okay,
crafting
I'm going
table.
back overworld.
You can take this golden axe. There's some golden carrots. I'll give you the golden apple. Shit, my pickaxe is almost dead. I mean, if I die, I
Wait.
just spawn.
Why do I hear
You're gonna spawn
piglins?
back here. You're gonna spawn where you put your bed at, Hal.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
Oh shit.
What? What?
I fucking gassed.
Yeah, I didn't kill him. Basalt, no thank you.
Wait, we were here. We were here. We built this bridge, isn't
Yeah,
it?
that's the way we came from, Hal.
Okay, unlucky. Unfucking lucky.
0, 0, 0, right? That's where I need to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, 0, 0.
Worst case scenario is I die.
Do
Tony,
you want me
I'm
to
gonna
break your
go.
bed so if you
Hey?
you spawn back at base?
Can you do that?
You want me to?
Yeah, do that. I got nothing worth saving you, dude.
Alright, he's
I'm
done.
gonna take back home a camel. I gotta do it, bro. Please tell
I'm
me my
doing this
leads
as a
are here.
personal challenge.
Fuck. Where did I put my
No, that doesn't
leads?
look that terrible from where I am at.
Aww. Tony, by any chance, do you have a lead? Wait, I have a saddle. I don't need a lead. Wait, do I
No, I
not?
don't.
Only things that are
Lead.
scaring me is the stupid things that make noise. Okay, let's try this route.
Okay, saddle. Gucci. Can you swim? Or are you gonna drown? Gonna drown. Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Camel. I need a
Well, you go on
lead,
the boat?
Tony. No. I'm
I
gonna
don't got a
kill him.
lead. You're gonna kill him?
Yeah. I mean, not purposely. He's gonna drown. Come on, get out of the fucking water, man. Come here.
Push him. Why'd you take him in the water?
I tried to see if he swims so I can like swim myself home with the camel. Short answer, he does not swim. You can't make a lead? You sure?
No, craft one?
You
I don't think so.
can. Slime ball and string, yeah.
You don't have a slime ball though.
Wait, maybe I do in my ender chest. Bro, I swear I put my lead in my ender chest. Fuck. Yeah, my lead is not in my ender chest. Is it in the bundle? Okay, chains. Trying obsidian.
You'll probably say I'm a
Another
psychopath for not
bundle.
even holding shift while doing this, right?
That's fine.
Yeah. Al, you're still so far away.
Remember, I'm doing this as an experiment, dude. I want to see what happens. My first trip to the nether. Worst case scenario is I fall in lava and die. I've accepted that.
It was the armadillo.
Okay.
Which direction?
Bro, bundles are decent.
Are they?
Yeah. Look, my inventory is kind of completely empty. No. Because of bundles. Bro, no fucking
This
way
place
we
like
went to two
endless.
fucking bastions and fucking didn't find this
Couldn't
shit,
find it.
man.
I know, right?
Hey, Camel, give me my saddle. Give me my saddle. How do I find slime ball? It's that thing, that weird looking block, right?
Yeah, it's the thing that the green block that jumps at you.
No, that's slime. Ah,
Yeah.
okay. What is the other block under our house?
Under
I
your
lost
house.
the camel. Yeah, not slime. It's a word similar to slime, I think.
I don't know.
Can you ride with me on the thing?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, we make him take us the distance to like the closest. Oh my god. Bye bye camel. Bye bye camel
Don't
if
jump
we
in the
went there.
hole.
What is that? What is that?
It's an armadillo.
What do we need him for? Does he give anything?
I don't know what they do. I don't think so. Kill him. I don't know. No, nothing.
You killed him.
Yeah.
Don't worry, Camel. I'm not gonna let Tony do that to you.
It was for science.
Okay, we need to either build land, like Wait, did
you
you
want me to
break
go
your
ahead
bed
of you
as
and
well?
build a path? Yeah.
Look at the camera resting, looking at us. He's like, look at my fucking workers. I'm out of blocks, kind of. It's not that far, was it? Okay. Camel, come on. Are we gonna sleep? I think we should, right?
Somebody's already sleeping. Tom must be sleeping.
Yeah, man.
Okay, camel time.
Is this even the right direction?
Yeah, the X is getting less at least. Y not so
Okay.
much. I mean Z not so much, but come. Get in my camel.
Oh, you want me to jump on? All right, let's go.
Yeah, look. Look at this. Look, bro. What? Where are the rails here? In the desert, bro. That's weird.
Oh, it's a mine shaft.
Ch- Aren't mine shafts in the Badlands always like with good things?
Oh, I don't know.
That's what I know. Mine shafts in the Badlands are always. No, I almost smacked you.
There's nothing even in here. It's just
I
completely
think
all. It's
They
in the
have
mountain.
like a shit ton of gold or something. Okay.
Is that it? I think that's it.
You made it?
I see something. I see this. Is this the one, Tony?
Oh, that's a portal. I don't know if it's the right one. No, that's probably the one that we came from. I don't know.
No.
Go in it, see where it takes you.
Are we? I'm leaving. I'm leaving, bro.
Yeah, that's the
Wanna go
ruined
home.
portal we rebuilt.
This is the what?
That's the ruined portal we rebuilt. You still look at your you're still a far way away. You're like 4,000 blocks away.
Oh, that's a new flower. I gotta grab it. The flower on
Where?
top of the cactus, you see?
Oh,
That's new.
is it?
Yeah. Doesn't really do anything, but like, you know, pink dye, decorative thing. Let's go.
Go.
You in?
Yep.
Why does he do this stupid thing?
I don't know. Are we
Bro,
lagging? What's going on?
No, it's like when you hold space.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're gonna die. Run now.
Can I actually like do this from the from the back? I can. Oh shit! I'm sorry, Camel. I'm going in the right direction, right? Everything is getting
I
less.
wasn't looking. Yeah, everything's going less.
But eventually we're gonna reach C and I'm gonna have to let go of this poor cat. What is that? What is that?
It's another desert. No, this is a desert temple.
So there's money here.
Yeah. No, this is
And-
just a. Well, yeah, that's a temple right in front of us, and that's a village right next to it.
And possibly a lead?
Could be. Maybe. I don't know. I don't know if there's leads in here or not.
There's another
Oh my
camel.
god.
Please lead, please lead.
Don't fall in this hole. You know there's pressure plates in here and it'll blow up, right? You know
What?
how these
No,
work?
I don't know where you are. Where'd you go?
I'm going down to the treasure in the temple. Don't
Where,
fall in the hole
where?
though.
Well, I died.
GG.
I came close,
the-
dude. Look at that.
Yeah, see.
I came
Come
super
down.
close.
Don't fall. Follow my path though.
Don't follow
There's
you?
pressure plates down. Yeah, follow me, but don't fall down into the pit. There's pressure plates. If you land on it, there's TNT underneath of it, and it blows you up.
What?
Yeah, you've never been to one of these before?
Maybe not. Isn't there like a trick though to like counter the thing?
Yeah, break the TNT. See all the TNT?
Oh my god!
All right, you're good now.
Please lead. Respiration 2, Bane of Arthropods, another golden apple. Wouldn't mind if I do. Do you want the Bane and the Respiration?
Yeah, sure.
Smithing template, Dune armor. Wouldn't mind if I do. Another saddle. Hey, for your camel. Another saddle. Wait, spider shit. Let's take the spider shit.
What? String?
Yeah. Maybe we find slime ball somewhere up top.
Spousal, yeah.
Yeah. That's it? That's all that's here?
Yeah, just those 4 chests.
And 3 books?
Oh yeah. what's
Isn't there
over
like
in-
treasure here or something hidden here?
No, I don't think so. I think that's it in this thing.
Look at my camel. Wait, let me give you a saddle. Come. I saw a camel here somewhere. Take a saddle. Let's find slime balls or some shit.
I'm actually quite proud. I made it quite far in the nether. Holy shit,
Cryptographer.
wow, what the hell is that?
Oh my god, really? Weird ass cows.
Wait, which camel's yours? Oh, this one in the
The one with the
base?
saddle. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, you have a boat, right? I found the thing. The one you do potions with.
You did what?
Wait, let me see what's the name. Brewing stand. I love these, bro. They look so nice.
Boys, the wife said I can jump on.
Hey, yo!
Hey,
We're about to log off, though.
Yo!
Unlucky for you.
I figured.
Hey, emeralds!
Oh.
Why didn't you take them, bro?
I didn't see him. Where in a
Well,
chest?
dying in the nether.
unlucky for you.
Nah, we left the nether.
Okay, good.
Come, Tony. Look how nice this bag
What?
is.
It's empty.
Yeah, you can fill it with stuff. Like tap on things in your
Oh, I
inventory.
see. Oh yeah, cleans your inventory up.
Yeah. So fucking nice, man.
Huh.
And you know what's fucked
Oh.
up? You can put bundles inside the bundles.
No way.
yeah.
Hello? Yeah?
You have diamonds. What the hell are you doing here, dude?
Infinite inventory glitch.
Did you saddle
I
your
need to make
horse yet? Your horse,
diamond inventory
your
again.
camel yet?
No, there's one over
What?
here.
What do you need?
Diamond inventory. I need to make an axe and sword and what.
Come here.
Bro, how did I not put my leads in my ender chest? I
Wait,
always
this is
have
the
my
wrong
leads in
way.
my ender chest.
It's this way.
Got it? Here.
Look, you have a
Perfect.
camel, I have a camel.
Welcome.
I picked up a blast furnace, a brewing stand.
I have a brewing stand. Guess what? We found the monument you were on
Which one?
yesterday.
Which
That
one?
shipwreck.
Oh yeah, we found where
that-
you were yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, the shipwreck that you found
Oh.
one item in only.
Oh my god, yeah. Bro, I went all the way. Oh my god, you're even further than I am.
Yeah,
Is this how far you were in the nether?
Uh-huh.
Oh Jesus.
Tony, I don't
Yeah,
know
you're
what we're
twice
gonna
as
do
far
here.
as I was.
Look how Tony look. Oh my god, the camel looks so nice, man. I really want to take this back to my fucking base. Oh my god, zombies. Wait.
Yeah, we
I
gotta
saw that
sleep.
there's a glitch that zombies can't attack you if you're on camelback. Because they're like
Oh, really?
yeah, because the camel is like
Too
3
high?
blocks high. Look, he couldn't hit me. Can you
Jeez,
guys
thanks,
sleep?
pal.
Welcome. I will.
I'm in bed right now waiting. There we go.
How are we doing this?
What?
What else did I get?
It
I got a post armor trim. I don't know what that's for. It's a template. I got 2 ominous banners.
I need building blocks.
I got blocks. Come to
Where'd
me.
you go?
I went around. There's a freaking skeleton fucking up my damn. Come around and like you can get close to like the. Where are you?
I don't know where you
Oh,
went.
you're way over there. Come around this way. Go back
Which
to
way?
turn around. I lost track of you. Yeah, come that way. Go around the corner over to here, and then we can make a path right here.
I see you. Hello, spider.
Where the hell is my gem of the seas?
Bro, I have 6 fucking leads, man. Oh, I can't believe they're not in my ender chest. Wait, let me place my ender chest again. Maybe it's there. I'm just too fucking blind to see it. Heart of the Sea. Fuck.
That's what I'm looking for. My heart of the seas. I had like 3 of them.
What do you need it for, though?
You build a beacon with it, or not a beacon?
A
Yeah,
conduit,
beacon.
I think.
Oh yeah, conduit. Yeah.
I had 3 of them. Where the fuck did they go?
Well, apparently I took one.
Yeah, all I have is 2 ender pearls now. I don't know what happened to the rest of my stuff.
Oh, camel, don't go away.
Was I robbed?
Maybe.
No, I found them. I found them. We're good. We're good.
Oh
I'm
my
not gonna
god,
start
another
blasting.
village. Is that the same village? Did we go in a circle?
No, no,
It's
no,
so
no.
easy to go in a
We were
circle.
we were at 1,000 something, bro. No way. That village
I
had
see.
had woods in front of it. Remember? That's where our portal is.
I see you installed the client side mod for the F3 menu.
Yeah. I had it. Told you yesterday when you were telling Hal. I have FPS and chords.
Yeah, that's all I need.
Wait, I'm gonna find that slime shit, man. Oh, candles. I found Pow.
Yes.
Do you
Ooh,
want
a coral reef.
fish?
Yes, please.
I
Can
only
you give
have
me
one
one?
bucket though.
Fine. That's enough.
I have corals here, bro. This is so beautiful.
Can you get me some? Get me some, please.
No.
Please?
No.
Please?
Tony's gonna leave me, man.
Nah, I'm
Tony,
waiting.
not-
don't leave me.
You're not asking correctly. Pal, you gotta tell him sucky sucky $5.
What?
Or in this case, sucky sucky 5 coral.
Sucky five?
I'm
Five
getting
Cora?
coral, but I'm not like it's not guaranteed that it's coming to you, bro.
Please.
Oh, I need fucking slime,
Angel.
That's
man.
in my aquarium.
I'm calling PETA. You're just destroying the ocean.
No, I'm not. I'm preserving it. This place gonna
Murdering
get
coral.
nuked.
Please, guys, you need to see Pow's house. My gosh.
What did he do
Let
now?
them see it later.
This
What do you
is
need
some
slime
fancy
for?
shit, Pow.
I need to build a lead so I can take the fucking camel back home.
Oh, you need slime with you. Got it. I was gonna say I have some, but
Yeah, I have some at base as well. I have leads. I can't believe I didn't fucking put it in my ender chest. That's enough
You
coral
can
for
make
you, man.
charcoal by burning wood?
Yeah.
Oh no, not this. Anyway, it's
Okay, I'm
fine.
sorry, Pau. That's all the stuff I'm gonna get. I lost my camel. Where's my camel, Tony?
It's right by me.
Usually there's
Al?
nice fish here. I don't know why I don't see any.
I need some. Do you have
Piranhas. You
fruit
want some
plant?
piranhas?
What?
No, I don't like that. Oh, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Hal.
I got you
Still
Finding
have-
Nemo.
Oh no. Ah yes. Yay.
Hey, you got fish that don't go anywhere. They just swim in one direction.
Tony, I don't know where my camel is. I don't know where you are. I'm lost.
854 7909. Oh, there you are.
Okay,
Yeah,
I
come
found
forward.
them. Hello, camel. Okay. Boom, boom, boom.
You like my house,
boom.
Hal?
It's pretty sexy, dude. Not gonna lie.
That took me
Although
6 hours,
it's
Hal.
freaking massive, though.
Is it reaching my house? Do I have to TNT it?
It's
No.
almost.
No.
Almost. It's
I made
about,
sure, I
let's see,
made sure.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
See?
It's about
Ah.
15 blocks away from my house, so it's about 20 blocks away from yours.
Do you check if there's a lead here? Let's loot the city. Did you loot it already, Tony?
No, I haven't been here.
These are empty, man.
Telling me if I came with you guys, I could have got camels?
Yeah, unlucky.
I don't think we're gonna be able to make it all the way back with them though.
I don't care.
gonna
I'm
end up
fucking
running into the ocean.
teleporting him, man.
you're not a Saudi oil prince. You can't have a camel.
I'm getting him back home. I don't care the cost. Hal, how about you come towards us and you can have a camel too? Just get us leads. Huh? Think about it. Camel.
How am I supposed to
What's
get
your
a camel?
coordinate, Ace?
I have a saddle for you. What, Pau?
What's your coordinate? I'll come as well. I want that. I want a camel. How many camels we have?
670 and 8,000. Unlimited camels. It's a desert, bro.
It is a desert oasis.
670 and what?
680 and 8,000 desert.
Do you need like a boat?
Yeah. Did
No,
you
if that's
find a
shit, they won't
lead?
go in the boat.
Did you find
Nah,
slime or
I
a
don't think there's
lead?
one here.
Fuck.
Oh, how do you even get to your second floor and third floor?
Oh!
You can build blocks.
I lost my camel.
Yeah,
must
I
be, how
lost
do you
mine
get
for a
up?
second too.
I build like this, Hal.
Oh
What
no!
the hell is this thing?
I don't know. I
but
thought it's
how do you
another
get up?
portal.
Oh, it is. It's the top. It's
The
a
top?
buried nether portal.
There's no stairs or anything going up?
Lead down,
Later.
maybe?
I'm going to put it later. Not now.
Ah, you horse, you're a bitch. You can float on water if I'm not on your back, you fat motherfucker. Come on.
Bro, you can get slime ball not from just slime. There is a block in the sea near our base. This one.
You talking about a
this
sea
one,
cucumber?
This one. Please, please be it. Please be it. Please be it. Please be it. Clay ball. Oh no. Why do we need a slime ball, man? Look, Pow. Look, unlimited camels. Look, 1 camel, 2 camel.
You're still live, right? Wait, let me see. Oh.
Look,
Al, do you want to go
camels.
there? Al.
I don't know how to go there. I'm trying to get a bridge to your house.
I'll go there.
Tony, I found my camel.
Wait.
I built a bridge
How many
to your
leads do you
to our
have
Yeah.
though, Pow? We need 3. One for you, one for
Okay,
Tony,
I
one
only
for
have-
me.
I only have 2.
Fuck.
One lead, 2 leads and 1 saddle. That's it.
I have a saddle.
Wait, I'll go there.
Tony, you can't
I made
access
a
his
temporary
chest.
staircase to your house.
Hal, do you still
can-
have the lead I gave you yesterday?
Oh, dude, I died.
When did you die? The lead I gave you yesterday when we went horse hunting.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's gone. I can go check in my inventory.
What is aspects when you need aspects? Sure, aspects has a few. Tony, look, our camels are kissing.
I think I lost my lead when. Oh no, I'm using it on my horse, dude. The lead. Yeah, I'm using it on the horse.
Can you full fence him and give the lead to Pao if he's coming?
I could do that.
There's zombies. Tony, wake up!
Yeah, I'm here.
I just went through you. Are you really coming?
Yeah, I'm coming. I'm just clearing my inventory.
Do we chill here
Do you
till
have a
Pao
lead?
comes? He has 2.
Yeah, I guess so.
Okay.
We're gonna run into the ocean though. At some point, we have to.
Yeah, but in the ocean, you place a boat, grab a lead, and your horse floats behind your boat. That's how me and Hal got
it
our
does?
horses back. Yeah.
Okay.
The question is, yeah. There you go. I have 2 leads. I don't need to bring saddle. I
If you wanna get one, get one. I have a saddle though.
I'll bring one. I'll sleep first.
What do camels eat?
Can someone sleep?
Probably
Wait,
buckets
I'll
of
sleep
milk.
here.
Oh, do you need 2 people?
Thank you.
I can sleep.
No
Oh,
problem.
where? Can I have
Are
it,
you really
Hal?
going to 8,000?
Yeah. What's
Jeez.
the what's the coordinate again? H 680
Six
and then
650 and 9,000.
negative 7,900.
Wait, exactly what I'm standing now is 658 and then 72 and then 7925.
Hal, are you going to give me
Fuck
something?
it. No? Do you want something?
Do you have extra lead? I only have 2.
Let me see if I can fence this horse off. Hold on. I don't have wood though.
Here, you can use cobblestone. Ah, I can't drop
What won't he
items.
get away?
No, fence, Pow. If it's stone, he'll just
Fence?
get off. Yeah.
Wait. I'll make you one. Oh, how many?
There's a very cute cat here. Looks like Felix the cat.
Yeah, I've
Sure.
got 6. Hopefully that's enough.
And get fish buckets, get buckets with you. Actually,
How
wait.
many?
I'll just make. I have. Depends how many fish you want, because there is an exotic thing here.
I'll bring like
Get your
10 fish.
saddle with you in
10
case
buckets.
my camera runs away.
Coming.
Okay.
I
I'll
don't
I'm gonna
need the
go
fence.
fishing for you.
Here's the
I'm gonna
fence.
try and make.
You can take it here.
You have?
Yeah,
Where are you?
here, outside.
Sand, I don't need you. Flesh, I don't need you. You
So
can
if
go
I
there.
just leave my horse in the fence without it,
He won't get away. In the fence, inside the fence.
Yeah, it's good.
you need a lead, right?
Yep.
Let me see if I can drop it here.
Here, Hal.
Here's it here.
Tony, keep
I
an
cannot
eye
drop.
on my camel.
I cannot pick up items in your area.
Where is it? Where'd you go?
I'm going to fish more exotic
you.
fish.
This. Yeah. All right. I got. He's chilling. He sat down.
Yeah, I don't think he's like a horse who wanders off and goes far away. I think he'll just stay in the city. One fish. Oh my god, what is this cute little yellow one? A puffer fish. Oh my god, he's killing me. That ain't cute. I think he'll kill the rest of the fish. How can I let him go?
Dump him out.
He'll kill the rest of the fish, right?
No, Willie?
I don't know, Ragu. You're the fish man here.
Ragu's
Ragu?
AFK.
GG.
Sorry, I keep putting my mic up because my wife's playing music in the background.
If I
Yeah,
put
just dump them anywhere.
if I put a blowfish with other fish in a tank, will he kill them?
I believe so because they're poisonous.
Fuck, how do I dump him?
Just
dump him on the
go,
land.
Yeah,
Ah. Wait, I right clicked him on
that guy, he
something.
doesn't
It
need to
worked.
live.
Nah, let him live. Okay, pal. I
Okay,
have
Okay.
how many fish do I have for you? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Thanks.
5 fucking exotic fishes.
It's in the bucket, right?
Yeah, they're in buckets. So you can
Okay.
dump them in your aquarium. Do you still even have the aquarium with this new house?
Yeah. $658, 70. I'm at 500 now.
How can you hold your breath for so long, Edge?
I have respiration in my helmet. One, two. Can I put this in? No. Fuck. You? No. Fuck.
Oh, shit, this is the one that I need.
So in a total, Tony, the bundle can hold 64 items, random items, items that can be stacked.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you put something that can't be stacked, it just disappears, or it fills the whole thing up.
Look at my camel just chilling there, man. Hello. Okay, I'm gonna go check the village, like, carefully in case there's something I missed. The fuck are they doing? They almost killed themselves. Okay. Cat needs fish. I'm not getting a cat with me. Actually, if I pet the cat, it will just teleport. Even if I'm going through water, it will just come with me, right? When I go home, it will teleport to my house.
I don't know shit about cats.
Yeah. It should. At least that's how it should work. So I just need to kill some fish.
Oh, there's a dolphin here.
Yeah, there's a lot of dolphins here. It's just the trick of catching the cat in the first place.
I'm at 2,000 now.
Can I kill you and feed you to the cat? I actually can. Tropical fish, pal.
No.
What no?
Tropical fish?
Oh!
Ah, not the puffer. I was thinking of the puffer fish. Yeah.
I killed one.
Dude, you guys are so far.
Not really.
You're at 7,000.
It's worth
my
it for the
God.
camel, bro.
How are we going to bring it home?
You know what you should have done? You should have borrowed Ragu's
What?
frost walking shoes.
Yeah,
And
that
just
would have been
walk.
perfect. We wouldn't
Yeah,
need
and
a
just
boat.
walked in a direct line towards us.
Okay, there's an Enderman.
I didn't know
Not
that.
fucking with him.
Where the fuck am I?
Okay, surely 6 fish is enough to fucking feed this
Ow.
thing.
Was hollow. Empty resolution that she could not avoid him forever. Maybe she was right.
Someone sleep, please.
We need 2.
I'll sleep.
She loves the forest. She loves the world.
This is clay ball. Fuck.
She's fearless. Maybe if I'm lucky, I'll have the chance to take her sailing one day.
Oh my God.
To let her feel the salt breeze on her face.
Apparently I can't because there's monsters nearby.
Freedom, I can fight for myself. Why not take her away?
Is Aspects close to your house?
Okay, I'm sleeping. I need someone else to sleep.
Tony, go sleep.
I suspected as much.
Hey, Noor, what's up, man?
That even though he was an adult, she was still his mother. Drink your tea. She handed me a cup, and with it, I knew our conversation was over.
Ooh, I found some
My liquid had gone
diamonds.
cold, but was still a balm in my throat.
Do you mean your wife?
When a loud crash sounded
I
from
mean,
the sitting room.
she is
Haven't you known
definitely
her for a
diamond.
while?
Yeah, a little bit. Oh my God, there's so much lava.
Yeah, that's not very good. Hal, once you get used to the nether, the overworld becomes kind of like a joke. Like
Yeah, the
what's
nether
the
wasn't that
worst?
bad for me, dude. I mean, I went literally, I was like 500 blocks away from actually being at 0, 0.
But before I could say as much, Luella's eyebrows arched. That expression
Ooh, I found like another cave.
Where's the black cat? Fuck. Alhamdulillah, Noor. Enjoying Minecraft, habibi. I lost the black cat, man. Stayed here for a long ass time and just fucking left. What's the time? It's 3 a.m. Oh my god. I did not look at the time. Why are there, Tony? Why are there tracks down
Yeah.
here? I'm
Tracks?
dead. Baby zombie, I'm dead. I'm dead. I'm dead. Please. Okay. What? He's not attacking me. Ah, you can't walk on tracks, you stupid dumb zombie. Yeah, there's a mine shaft. Need find black cat. That's a cute ass cat. Oh, looking at fish. I got fish for you. Here, kitty, 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 kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Don't run, don't run. Kitty, I got fish for you. Hey! Why are you so fucking fast? Chill, Kitty, chill. Should I abandon the black one? Oh my god, Kitty killed herself. Oh no. Here, kitty. Where'd you fucking go? Wait, is this new? Tony, look at the weather. Is this a sandstorm?
Might be. I don't know. It looks weird.
I've never seen this before. Kitty's being a jackass. Come on. If I catch you, I'm naming you Steve-O. Come on. Why are you running? Easy. First fish. Okay, let's find another one. Yeah, this looks like a sandstorm, Tony. I found the black
Oh my
one.
god, a wandering trader. Wait, a wandering trader. We can steal his lead. How many does he have?
2.
Does he have 2? Come. Oh wait, we gotta wait for Hal anyway. Or Pal.
I'm at 4,500 now.
Oh no, that's water.
I'm killing his fucking llamas. Fucking
He's spitting at us.
He's spitting, man. Pau, how mad will you be if we go like, sorry, we're ditching you?
Oh my god. I'm halfway. 3,000
are you?
more.
How much
I'm
more?
at 4,600 now.
I just
Luck
AFK again,
doing
and then
that.
the wandering trader comes up again. Surely.
Can you grab 2?
I don't know.
I lost my camel.
He holds 2. Can we hold 2?
I lost my camel.
Yeah, where did your camel go?
Tony, what did you
Oh,
do
he's
to
over
my
there.
camel?
He's right here.
You killed him?
No,
Why,
right here.
Tony? Hello? Take this exotic fish. I have 2 cats with me. Hello, camel. Hello. Hello!
Caramba, where am I?
His health keeps increasing, bro. Okay, both lead. We're Gucci, man. Can another fucking dude show up so we can like kill him and grab another camel? Actually, you wanna experiment? Give me your lead. Let me see if I can grab 2 camels.
See if you can do it. Alright.
Okay.
Ah, and you
Lead
can get
number
me
1.
a camel too. Nice.
Lead number 2.
Mine broke free. Mine's not attached to you anymore. It's too far away. Do I need to get off
Yeah.
of him?
What? No. Where's the lead? Okay, you have it at least.
Oh, I picked it up. Here.
I don't know if we can actually even take. Okay, my camel is listening to me. Come here. Hello, camel, get up. Get up, get up, get up.
You can. You got both. Wait,
I do?
walk away and see if they both follow. Yeah.
But yours is not getting up.
Keep going and see if he gets up. You can. You got both of them, dude.
Really? Can I go
Yeah.
put a boat and just skadoodle? Maybe on boats I can't. Bro, look at me. I'm a fucking zoo, a camel and 2 cats. you should have seen the view. Wait, I'll clip it.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Tony, get me a camel.
I don't have any leads, dude. Bring leads.
I was bringing 2 leads.
3. I have 3 leads.
Okay, I'm
Oh my
taking
god, it
Tony's
works.
camel back home. Tony, you just chill, wait for Pau. I hope they're fucking still with me. Okay, they are.
Oh, more diamond.
More diamond. That is the way.
Yeah, I found a cave that we haven't explored yet.
Pau, did you put a stone in the middle of the dropping of the thing? The spider
Spider
cave?
farm.
No.
Dropping of this.
No,
Ragu died there.
I didn't.
It's aspects then. I should have fucking inspected the stone. Ah, I forgot.
I was
I keep
only,
forgetting
like-
about the inspect thing.
Building my house the entire time.
Actually, I'm coming back to you, Tony. Just in case something happens, will be more. Like now, if I need to get to a part where I'm on land and I have fucking 2 camels on me, you know, one can get away.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm back here. Pau can grab one, you can grab one. I have 2. Maybe wait. Pau, how many leads do you have? 3.
3.
Not 2.
3.
I have 3.
So Tony can
And I think I'm
technically
lost.
grab 2.
Yeah. 1 for Hal.
And we can get Ragu one.
Yeah, 1 for
Ragu, you
Ragu
want
as
a
well.
camel?
I'll take a camel. You guys are
But I am
offering.
lost.
Yeah, Oil Prince here, bro. We offer all the camels we can. Look,
I
2
don't think there's
camels,
3
2
more camels
cats.
here, is there?
You think you're lost,
Uh,
pal. I'm in a mine shaft somewhere.
Can you put a fence so I can like saddle these
I
on
don't know
them?
where am I. Oh, there's zombie. Hello, zombie. Can someone sleep?
Tony
I
is
will.
I need
sleeping.
one more.
Yeah, I'll sleep now.
Fence. Really, you're gonna bug me about fucking sticks, man? There, sticks. Give me fence.
Oh my god. Hold on. Let me show you guys my screen real quick. I've never seen this many spider webs.
Okay, both camels are here. I'm gonna go get another one since I have a saddle. Hello? Okay, 3rd camel acquired.
There's probably a spawner somewhere. Did you find the spawner?
Of
No.
what?
A spider
Spiders.
spawner.
Okay, this is my camel. He has full HP.
There's a spider over there.
I acquired 3 camels. We need a 4th one. A 5th one. We need 2 more.
And I need to be there. That's the important thing.
I'm gonna go up to the desert and see if I can find more. Because supposedly
Wait, how many are here?
2 and I have 1, so 3. Bro, that fucking wandering dude couldn't have fucking showed up in the first village we were at.
I know, right?
How long have we been chilling in this island already?
Like a while.
I don't see another camel. Wait. Nope. 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 The old village we were at had. Is it far?
Yeah, the one we were before. I don't think it's too far.
Yeah, we barely traveled and boom, we found another one.
Yeah.
I need to extend my farm.
Hmm. Cats will come in handy when we want to make a creeper farm. Yeah, I think this is where we came from. That's the mine shaft, spider webs. Wait, do I have another saddle? Yeah, the city's here. Like right fucking there, man. Coming back. 300 blocks away only. And the bridge we built is technically we didn't need it. The mountains connect.
Oh, really?
Yep. Oh, sorry, camel. How the fuck do you get hurt from cactus? Camels actually eat cactuses
Yeah.
with the thorns in them. First time I saw it,
Yeah,
I was a
know.
kid. I was like, what the fuck? And
Yeah,
they're
they
like,
have like
nah, don't worry.
super tough. They have like stupid tough tongues.
Yep. I saw a camel bite a person. That's fun. To watch, not to be bitten. You have American camels? What do you mean? This isn't an American camel. Sig, why the
How do you
fuck are
build
you
a
up
gate
still?
for a fence?
Just write in the craft gate. Or just write fence, it will show as well. It's because it's called fence gate. So if I leave this dude here, he's not gonna go away.
What, dude?
Look, another
The
black
camel?
cat. Bro, you should have told me this cat is here. I'm gonna go kill fish. Wait, how much inventory space do I have? 1, 2. I can get you 2 more fish, pal.
Yay, thanks.
Boom, boom, boom. Bucket, bucket. 2 buckets. Put this thing up. You stop playing CS? Yeah, for the time being. They get hurt easily. Oh my god. Okay, cactus. Bye bye. Bye bye, cactus. One, 2, 3. This is one tough fish. Uh, okay, bucket time. I got you 2 cute little fishes. 1, 2.
Where the hell is the
How
desert?
come? I don't know, man. You can't do CS every day, bro. You need
It
other
gets old
shit to give
fast.
you brain rot. Like playing Minecraft with aspects. That should be the exact amount of brain rot. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Here, kitty, kitty, kitty. Stop running. Hey, yo. Okay. Now, how am I supposed to get up? Bro, the sound of the camel is terrifying. Power, are you close? Are you lost?
I'm at 5,280. Kinda.
Are you taking the long way? What the hell?
Yeah, bro. We didn't take this long to get like to the portal. Maybe we did. We just didn't notice.
Yeah, maybe.
I mean, I'm streaming for 6 hours. So this nether expedition we fucking had to 2 fucking bastions, useless with no fucking template, took 6 hours, man.
For nothing.
I think I'm almost there.
I'll just ask Zaza if he has templates. If he does, I'll just take one off him. Duplicate the shit out of it.
Yeah.
Because we technically did the job, you know? We went there so many times to fucking 2, explored the whole thing. The second one, I even went spectate mode. There are 0 chests besides what we found.
Yeah.
Look, 2-man camel. Bro, this is fucking insane. I'm just sad I didn't find the dried up ghast. That's a new thing, Tony. You can find dried up
What is it?
ghast. Dried up ghast. Then I don't know what you do. I think you take it to the water bucket or some shit. Or you feed it bone or something. Anyway, you pick it up, take it to the overworld, feed it something, then put a saddle on it, and you can fly on a fucking ghast in the overworld.
Wow, that's crazy. Does it
And
shoot people too?
I don't know. And you can take 4 people on it. So you plus 3.
Like a
That's
boat?
insane. Who needs a Elytra if you can fucking fly on a ghast and shoot
True.
fucking from it? Do I piss off the iron golem and let him kill us and the camels?
No.
Come on,
I'm
pal,
at
we're
6,000
bored.
now. Yes.
We're literally in the desert waiting for you, pal.
I'm at 6,000 now.
The fish are dying, man.
That
They
is
can't
why
handle the
Hal
heat.
doesn't want to come.
They can't live in a bucket their whole life, pal. Hurry up.
Yeah. They're almost dead.
I'm doing my best.
Do better.
Where am I? Someone sleep, please.
Hold up.
Yeah.
If you see more cats, tell me, Tony. I still have fish. Do you want a cat?
Me?
Yeah, I can give you fish. You grab
No.
it.
No, I don't fuck with cats.
How soon I'm gonna fucking feed your fish to the cats? Cats are getting hungry here in the desert, bro. The cat actually killed the rabbit.
What do cats keep away? Creepers?
Yeah. No
crap.
creepers come close to you with cats. Wait, wait. I might have another cat to grab. Please don't run. Please don't fucking run. Don't fucking run. Oh my god. Slow down, kitty. I ran out of fish. Stupid ass cat. I'm gonna go grab fish. Gave it 3 fish, it didn't fucking get tamed. I forgot, where do you get parrots from? The jungle biome, right?
Yeah, the jungle.
You feed it seeds.
I don't know what you feed them.
I mean, it's a parrot, probably seeds.
Hey, what happened to my boat?
You probably press shift.
Okay, now we're back in action.
Did you actually press shift?
Ah! No, it's fine. I'm at 6,500 now. I'm near.
Okay, 6 fish should be enough for that singular cat.
Ooh, there's a lot of bamboo here. Oh, go this way, go this way.
Kitty? Where'd you go? Kitty? There you are.
They're eating tridents at me.
I have a trident. Do you have tridents?
Nope, they're eating them at me.
Kill him.
I can see one portal here, Ainge, at 6,500.
A
Are
broken
you near
one.
here? Yeah, broken one.
Did we pass it? We should be close,
I'm
yeah.
actually here now. Let me just run. It'll be faster.
Tony, look, wait, I'll come in front of you. Tell me how crazy this looks.
They're teleporting around you like Endermen.
yeah, look. Wait, let me go grab the 2 camels as well. That is gonna be wild. Hello, camel. Hello. Don't sit. Don't sit. Don't sit. Get up. Okay, you ready? Do I look like Mowgli?
You
Where's the
lost one
other
of the
one?
camels. He didn't follow.
No. Where's the lead? Come here. Hey, he sat on me. Come here.
Now you got him.
Okay, look how wild this looks. Oh my god. 4 cats, 2 camels. Oh, you watching the
I'm at
stream?
7,000 now. No, I'm too focused.
Oh
Ain't
my
going
god.
there.
Bro, this
I'm
looks
at
stupid.
6,800 now.
And I have a chicken in my hand, a cooked chicken.
I'm almost near. What's
Wild.
7,900. What the fuck?
Horsey, oh horsey, where did I leave you? Is it here?
Any of you guys watch football?
No.
Oh, really?
I watch football, but not what you're talking about.
You watch
What do you
American
mean?
football.
Right.
I don't even know why you guys call it football. They don't even touch it with their feet.
I can see the
They do at the
desert.
beginning of the game.
Like once every 3 hours.
I didn't make up the rules. I just
If you,
abide by them.
if you had to name it, what would you name it?
I don't know. I have to think about that.
Hey, boat, come here.
What do you mean, boat? Come here.
I'm breaking it. Yeah, I'm at the desert now. This is fun.
Horse, stop getting
1,
stuck
2,
on the
3,
tree and come
4.
here.
Okay.
$7,900.
I'm the crazy cat man. I captured every cat in this desert, bro. Let me go find more. Hal, I'm putting all the cats in your house.
Okay.
You'll know how annoying they are after 5 minutes of meowing. Constant fucking meowing.
How do you feed the horse?
I don't know. Hey,
Oh, okay.
pal. Just
Yes,
letting
I'm
you
at
know, one of your fish
7,600.
already died.
It's fine.
Whoops, 2 of your fish died already. We're blackmailing the man
The
with
exotic one?
fish. The exotic ones, yeah. My cats
No,
are
not the
hungry,
exotic
bro.
one.
They're eating them.
Let them die in hunger.
What? You can say that about cats? Has any of you
I'm a
been in
dog
a
guy.
real life like cat fight? Like cats actually fighting in front of you?
Nah.
Yeah, it's terrifying.
Bro,
Yeah, it happens every night by
They're
me.
loud.
forget loud. Like the speed, it's actually fucking terrifying, man. Like I've seen dogs fight. Yeah, it's terrifying. But when I saw cats fight and how fast and fucking agile they are, I don't know how they didn't take over the universe yet. Like imagine that aggressive like that towards us all the time.
Nah, bro. If dogs fight, I feel comfortable enough to jump in and stop it. If
No,
cats are fighting,
you
nah,
can't stop
they're
a
gonna
cat
die.
fight. They're gonna
One of
fuck
them
you
is
up.
dying.
What do you need to make a lead?
String and slime.
Hal, I have like 7.
Slime.
I just can't access them. I'll give you the lead back, man.
No, I just wanted to know.
Slime and
I
spider string.
changed my front yard to prepare for camel. Now I
And we're
have
just sitting
Brussels
here
and
in
Mount
the
Russell.
desert, Tony, huh?
Yeah.
Pal,
I'm at
all your fish died.
760, but X 2,000.
1 fish died,
Ah,
second
yeah.
fish died, third fish died, fifth fish died, sixth fish died, all fish died. There, they're all dead. Corpses in front of me.
Can someone sleep, please?
Soul speed is in the. I can't sleep. It's not night yet, bro.
Almost. Where do I go? What the hell?
Eat, sea biscuit, eat.
658.
Bro, he's 1,000 blocks away from us.
Still?
Yeah, I say we ditch him and go.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh my
You can
god!
sleep now, Hans or Tony.
I
I'm
say we
sleeping.
ditch him and go,
Oh my
man.
god.
The cat slept in my lap! Oh my god. I didn't know that's a thing.
Yeah, they do.
I got a Felix. He actually looks like my Felix. I got 2 twins, black cats, a white one that I don't know where it went, and a Felix.
You just had to kidnap the black one, didn't you?
Yeah, 2. I have 2. Look, it looks like the actual Felix the cat.
You just find cats randomly?
Kinda, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of pop up everywhere.
They're fucking tricky to catch, though.
Like even close to our spawn
Yeah.
or base?
I wanna grab a rabbit.
I wanna grab a fox.
Pao, seriously, where are you, man?
I'm at. Hold on. 1,000 blocks away. Like 7,000 now. 1,700. Almost near.
1,700.
Yeah.
That's what I
X.
heard. I just didn't want to question it.
You're 1,000 blocks away. What'd you go that way for?
I don't know. I'm lost.
Oh my god.
Wait, I'm almost near.
Almost there. Everybody's 1,000 blocks away.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay, we're this way.
Can I just teleport him here? I think he's lost.
I'm at 1,500 now.
Oh my god, you can teleport him. Why didn't you just do that?
Because that's cheating. We're not
Because you cannot
cheating.
cheat.
I can spawn the
You
template
explore.
we're looking for.
Yeah, he can spawn whatever he wants.
Look.
If I think I'm
He
near.
doesn't even need to spawn the template. He can just spawn the armor.
True.
Yeah.
Can you spawn a cat in front of me?
Look, Tony.
Can you spawn a...
Tony, look in front of you. What am I
Yeah,
holding?
so you got it. The template.
Hey, can you spawn a cat in front of me?
No. Wait, I can do this.
I'm at 1,200 now.
Who is... Oh my god, what the hell is going on with... Jesse, do this making me sick.
Tony, you want to see
Stop
what
it.
I gave Hal?
Yeah. Oh my god, what the fuck?
That's I think how Pao is trying to get to us. Pao, you started at 0.
Yeah.
How did you go 1,000 blocks beyond us, man?
I don't know. I was just following the Z to reach the 7,000.
But bro, you gotta go in both directions.
Yeah, that's the thing.
What if you ended up like 7,000 and 7,000?
There are islands in the middle. So I had to en route.
No,
No,
break
you
the
just
boat,
get off of whatever
cross
you're
the
doing.
island.
Yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
that's the thing. That's what
Tony,
I
you
did
want to
right
bet
now.
if I left when I wanted to leave, I reached like way before Pau reached?
Dude, I've been traveling for
Oh,
an
I
hour
guarantee
now.
you would have been there for like half an hour ago.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm at 900 now.
How
I don't see
funny?
you guys.
How funny do you think it would be if I started from home base right now to get to
And
you
beat
guys?
Power.
and
With
beat
your
Pal?
frost walk, I think you'd be here in 2 minutes.
Hey, this
We
is
could
my
try
first
it.
time traveling to desert.
Wait. Pau is
So
excited. His X is at 900. What is your Z? No, he'd be like 2000.
7,900.
Okay.
No, 7,900
He's
now.
close. He's
We
close.
should be able to see him almost then.
Do my boots work with the horse? No, right?
No.
Where are you? In the Badlands?
Me?
Yeah. Is it
I
like
can see
brown
the
blocks?
obsidian here. You built some obsidian here, right? Like a bridge?
Yeah. Oh, you're behind us?
The bridge to Terabithia.
Wait, he should stay that way then, Angelo, right? That's where the other camels are?
7,925.
Can I ride a camel and lead one?
I believe so. I don't see why not.
Where's the other
I
lead?
can see a camel here. Guys, there's a camel here.
Go grab
Hello?
him.
Where is he?
I'm grabbing him. Hold on. Can I just wait for you here?
Where is here?
Where are you?
Tony, do you have the other lead?
No.
I broke them.
923
They're not showing up.
7790.
Okay, I found it. Okay, lead this one. Then ride the other one. Let's see if that works.
I'm exactly here at the bridge.
It works.
You can ride one and lead one?
Yeah.
Okay, I cannot
the
ride my
camel.
horse with the frost boots.
No, you can't.
Oh no, no. Don't
Wait,
go
I
to the
lost my
capsule
boat.
from us.
Your boat?
I lost my boat.
Oh, I have it. I have 2 boats.
Okay, give me one. Thank you.
Oh!
Okay, let's go find Pau. Pau, what's your exact coordinates?
932777. 77.
932777.
Yeah, that's where the other desert, the other thing is.
Yeah. Let's back this
7768.
way. Oh, I see him. Oh my
Where
god.
are you, Tony?
Just right across the bridge. He's right here.
Where are you? I cannot see you, Tony.
I'm right in front of you, dude. Look to your right.
Hello! Wait, how can I ride a camel?
You got to put a saddle on him.
Okay.
There you go. Now right click him.
There.
We need another camel
Hello.
now.
Yeah, we need 2 more, right?
No, one more.
Or wait, no, just 1 more. Yeah.
I have 2.
We gotta
I
get
had
1
2.
more, pal.
Wait, I lost them.
You lost one?
Man. Where the fuck now the lead, bro? Where did he go, man?
No shot.
Okay, I found the camel. Where's the lead? I found the lead. Thank the fucking gods.
Pal, we gotta go back where you got that camo and get another one.
Okay.
You
I
remember
don't know
where?
where you
Oh
guys
my
at.
god, and
Come across the
What?
bridge.
you
To the right of the
bridge?
village, across the bridge.
tame a fox.
Right of the village. If you're looking at the village,
No.
go right.
You can't tame
no,
a
you cannot
fox?
tame a fox.
You can, yes.
You
I
can?
don't know.
Apparently, what
The
you
bridge
need
is
to
right in
do
front of you.
is you
Right
get
on your
2
right.
foxes
Yeah.
Hey,
and then
H.
get them to breed, and then the baby fox it makes, you lead that, and then it will follow you around.
Hey, here's the lead. How many you need?
Not me. I already
2?
have one.
We need all the leads.
Yeah, we need all the leads.
Either me or you is gonna have to have two like Ange has, and then the
I
other one's
think
only
you,
gonna have
Tony.
one.
This Pau's
All right.
I'll give you one,
camel is
Tony. I'll give you
sitting.
one.
That's freaky. Look at my stream. He's moving on his
Give me two,
camel
Hal.
while it's sitting.
Wait, I'm checking your stream. So why this guy is not standing up? Can you stand
Where's
up,
the other one?
bro?
Give me
I
two.
gave you one.
Yeah, give
I'll
me
give you
two.
one more. Yeah, there you go.
All right, now let's
Okay,
go
Tony,
get another camel.
I'm going back to that city because that's where we need to be. That's the way
Alright.
home.
Come on, pal. Which direction? You know which way?
No,
No.
Just find. I mean, at night, I don't think they spawn. We need to sleep.
I'm sleeping.
Yeah,
Is anyone else sleeping?
me too, me. That is so cute. So the cat, when it sleeps in your lap, it gives you a gift. That's why this cat keeps giving me fish.
I don't know where the village is. I can't find the next
It doesn't have to be in a village.
bridge. Oh, it doesn't?
No.
It can just be in the
Yeah,
desert
so-
somewhere?
Yeah. But
saw
come
this
back to
coming out of
me.
nowhere.
The village is here.
Oh, it's right over there, pal. It's right across the river from
Okay.
us.
Yeah, come back to this village. And I'll take you to the other village. It's right there.
Yeah, come this way.
Right across these badlands.
Yeah, I see it. I see it now.
I'm gonna stay with the camels just in case there's some shit that they despawn or fucking get loose. Man, I wish I found more cats.
I found 2 dogs. I'm gonna call the one Hefe 2.
Okay, that sounds like an untamed cat. Where are you? Here, kitty. Kitty, where are you, kitty?
Okay, now we're in Dubai.
Meow.
Do you see one?
No,
Hal, how'd you get back here so fast?
So what?
How'd you get back here so fast?
Cheats.
Oh, here's one right here, pal. Do you have another saddle? Do we have to
Yeah.
saddle it or we can just lead it?
You can just lead it.
no. I only have one saddle.
You have one in inventory or the one you already used?
The one that I'm using right now. Let me take this one.
You can just lead it though.
Alright, let's go.
You coming back to this village where we were?
Yeah, we're coming back to you. Look
Okay.
back every once in a while, make sure the lead doesn't break.
Okay.
You. How about you lead the camel instead of Pau? Just in case.
Here, how about I'll just stay behind you. You go in front.
Yeah, that works as well. I'm gonna take these camels and go.
Run. Control, run. Don't fall in the pit.
Oh my god, where the hell's the entrance?
I'm trying to check if there's any camera. I can't find anything.
Fine, I'll just dig this way, dude. Oh my god, I can't dig out of here.
Come down, come down. Where are you going?
Wait, I'm going down here.
Guys, don't bring it.
You asked for this.
You're gonna go underground. You're gonna go underwater.
I'm gonna go home.
It's okay. Your place is gonna get flooded. I'm just keep going.
Oh my god!
The best part is you still haven't turned
Tony!
around to look behind you, have you?
Bro, what are you doing?
Wait.
I'm going home. Tony, you're stuck with Pao.
Dude, don't leave me alone with him. I'm never gonna get back.
leaving. I'm leaving.
Hal,
Oh
turn around.
my god.
Hal, turn around. Hal's trying to flood my house.
But your house is already underwater.
You didn't. If you didn't lock me in, I wouldn't
You're
be
an
doing that.
impatient man. I broke him open the
nobody
second
does.
you turned away and started digging through the wall.
I didn't know that. Oh, you might want to watch out. There's water in your place, though.
No, there isn't. I already blocked it off.
Ah, okay.
I was behind you the whole time.
I'm still waiting for you guys.
Yeah, wait. We're coming.
Oh, that's what I was gonna grab. I was gonna grab another saddle.
I don't see you though.
We haven't made it back to the original village yet.
Oh my god, the other village is so close. You don't have to go through the bridges.
How slow as hell, dude.
Can I just leave? You stay with Pao.
No.
No.
Pao, why are you slow, man? Hal is
Nobody's
the
doing
slow
it.
one, Pao.
Not anymore. Hal speed ran the nether.
Twice.
Come on, Pao. You haven't even been to the
Alright,
nether,
It was
man.
3 times, wasn't it?
We're back at the village now. Which way do we go from here? In the ocean?
Yeah. I'm in the middle of the ocean, just chilling with the camels. They're floating. You'll see a boat. There's an extra boat placed. You see me? Yeah, I see you guys.
Oh yeah. Alright. You have a
Wait,
boat?
Pao,
Hal?
Pao, you made it all the way
Yeah.
without stepping into land?
No, I step in the land. When I realize like I'm not going to reach the area if I'm not going to do the same that thing. So I
Okay.
was like, fuck
Alright,
it.
let's go. I got the other two. Let's go.
Okay,
Get in
wait.
the boat and go.
What about the other one? Ah, okay.
I got both of them.
Wow, this camel can float.
Look, my camels are doing donuts. Okay. You guys see me, right?
Yeah, we're right behind you.
Thing is, even if I teleport us now, the camels are not gonna teleport with us. It's just gonna be us. Camels gonna stay here and probably drown. Tony, you know we didn't explore here, so I don't really know if this is actually the way. Me and you were just going back, and that's the furthest we reached. What the
Yeah.
fuck is this land? Look. Just floating.
That's weird.
Okay, we're getting a good head start on the X. Think we need to turn right soon. Maybe here? It's land here. Okay, we'll go past this mountain, then go right. The Z axis is getting less. Oh my god, there's a shit. Just land to our right. I think it's time to go on land. It's gonna be so hard, man, with 2 camels. Yeah, better go on land now. Here. Fuck
Oh,
me.
shit.
Why?
Somebody's hitting my camel. I don't know. I don't know what hit him.
Okay. Tell me if one gets loose.
Yeah.
I think if I don't run, we should be good. I have extra beds if you guys want. You have a bed on you?
I have.
Yeah,
Ah,
I have a bed.
what the hell? Where's my bed?
Tony, you gotta keep looking back just in case.
I'm in third person view. I can see both leads.
Okay.
Yeah, good idea.
Boat time again?
Can we sleep first?
Do you guys sleep? I'll wait here.
I don't have bed with me.
I can
Oh my
sleep.
god, there's undead here. He's gonna kill the camels. Sleep. He's gonna
You
kill
sleep,
the
Hal?
camels.
I'm sleeping.
Sleeping.
Please leave our camels alone. Wait, let me kill him. He has a fishing rod.
He's gone. He's gone.
Oh, he's still here.
All right. Boat time?
Boat time. A 5, 2 leads. We are good.
I'm here.
Imagine we reach, you can still see 2 leads, but 1 camel detached and it bugged out and the lead is still
That'd be
there. Okay. Hey! Ah, no. Man, I saw a tall building. I was like, fuck, that's our... I thought it's Aspex's farm. Ah. Okay. Bro, this is a lot of fucking terracotta.
Yeah.
I think it's time for land again. Yeah, it's time for land again. Now that our X is at almost 0, can't we just like head in one direction to just fuck with the Z?
Yeah, we need to.
I don't see any direction that's just fucking with the Z.
Should be.
Tony, where you at?
I'm behind y'all.
This is increasing. Okay, this is the way. The X is barely moving. Yeah, like this. If we head on directly like this, we'll reach home.
Wait, you lost a camel.
Oh, fuck. Pau,
Yeah.
tell me, Pau. You're behind me, Pau. Where's the
He will not
lead?
go anywhere.
Yeah, the lead might.
Here. Left. I didn't
Okay,
notice.
where's the
What the hell?
camel? Get up, please, get up. Yes, now come, let's walk. Okay, third person view then.
Yeah, I'm using third person actually. That's why I didn't.
I hate
notice.
this in third person.
Yeah.
Careful, there's a big drop off here. And Pau, take here's a bed.
I think you two are too close together. I think that's why the one broke.
Wait.
You guys need to
Yeah.
separate a little bit. You're like on top
Pau,
of each
go.
other.
Grab the bed and go. His camel did the fucking donut.
So did yours.
Okay.
You said get spawn often.
Not that often. Depends on the biome. Pow.
Yeah.
Time for water again. Why isn't the thing applying? Please be enough water to fucking reach somewhere useful. This is a grind, bro.
Yeah.
Land time again. Axe. Fuck up the boat. Okay, I'm trying to maintain the X. As long as we're
The
doing
X can
good.
fluctuate a little bit as long as it's not going crazy like 1,000 blocks or anything.
I'm at
It can go back and forth a little
1,900.
bit.
I'm at 1,900, bro. Fucking
just looking
Pow,
at the
man. He didn't want to get off the boat, man. Okay. Boat time again. No. Camels, don't fall. Okay, let's go. I mean, we're making progress. Look how fast this is compared to what Pau was doing coming to us, man.
Yeah. We already went 2,000 blocks.
Bro, he passed us by 1,000 blocks. He's like, I'm at 1,700.
Excuse me, 900, 1,900.
Oh my god, bro.
Ooh, is this a pumpkin?
I got pumpkins, bro. Just remind me to give you.
Oh my god, he's mining pumpkins.
I lost a
Okay,
camel.
the lead.
Yeah, you lost a camel again.
Here.
Why did he just sit?
I think you hit the tree.
Yeah, but the other one made it fine.
Oh my god.
Yeah, but they body blocked the other one probably.
Come, mister.
Come here.
Fucking hell.
Here.
You have to get out of third person to fucking apply it properly. It broke
Oh,
again.
really?
Come. Let's go. Get up. Move your ass.
Oh my god.
There's a huge fucking fall off in front of us. Okay, I'm gonna go here, then left, then water again. Come on, camel. Come on.
Eins,
Wait a
eins,
second.
we lost our camel.
Where's the lead?
Here, here, here.
Come, man. Come, man. I think it's water time again.
I came
Oh,
so
wait, I
close
lost
to
one.
catching a fox. Or trapping a fox.
Yeah, they're so fucking fast, bro. There is a village in front of
So
us.
I don't know how
Our-
to get foxes to breed. That's the problem. Like apparently I need to
Google.
lock 2 of them each
I don't know what they
in a
eat. I think
place.
rotten flesh. Are we stopping at this
You
island?
good, Tony?
At this village? Where's
Hell
Tony?
no. For what?
I don't know. Maybe they
I
have
lost
shit.
that camel.
You got him back?
Yeah, I got him.
Okay. Fuck the village then.
The best part about all of this right now is that I'm actually running towards your guys' direction.
No, no, no. Don't freeze the water. Don't freeze the water, man.
It unfreezes.
Not where we were. We went through a full ocean of frozen water. Wait, 5,000. Please not a drop off. Oh my god. We might lose. Actually, I'll just go around this.
Eins, you lose your one camel. Come back.
He just fucking sits. Do you have the lead?
Yeah, it's with you now.
Don't go there. Don't go there. We gotta go here where the brown sheep is. There's a huge. Oh my god. He fucking. Dude! Get up! Fucking lazy ass.
Okay, I captured 1 fox.
Careful,
Now,
careful,
how the
guys.
hell do I get another fox in here?
Then we need sleep.
Oh,
I'm in bed.
same.
Okay. We skedoodling. I think this is where me and no, this is not where me and Hal got fucking horses. Ooh, sunflowers.
Ooh, I want it.
Okay.
More sunflowers.
Watch Pau fall down in a fucking cave. Careful, there's a very big ass cave here.
No.
There's a big hole in the ground, bro. Massive. I think in first person I would have fell in it. Okay.
Hey, another flower. What? Oh?
Pau, we're moving. Are you keeping up?
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
behind
okay.
you.
Ocean in front of us again. Not bad. Come on, camels. Don't fucking fuck around here. One fucked around. Why, bro? It's always the same one, man. I'm pretty sure it's the same dude. Why, man? Why? Why? Get up. Get up. Get up. Hello, get up. Up, up. Get up. Yeah, there you go. Oh my god, you better go here slowly.
Why are you going between all the trees, dude?
I lost one again.
Hey, you lost.
Oh,
Just go
it's
around the
same
trees.
dude.
Come here. Come here.
Is it ocean
Look at
time?
Tony.
Hopefully.
Please, 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 come on.
We need like a 4,000 block ocean.
I hope so.
It's like 3,000 blocks.
I mean, we're almost there.
Yeah, we're like halfway there.
Okay. I think it's land again. Fuck.
It is. You still have like another 1,200
Yeah, it's
blocks
land
to go until you
again.
hit the
It's
ocean.
land again. It's land again.
I know because I'm at 4,000 on the Z.
You want to try something stupid? Nah, it's just gonna be horrible. I wanted us to ride a camel and just keep going, you know? But like you're gonna go fast and the other camel is gonna detach often. He got loose again. He fucking got loose again. Give me Tony. Where is he? Hello, 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 hello. Stop wandering off, man.
What?
Bro,
Oh,
he
you talking to the
sat
camel?
down, man. Look at him.
He's tired.
Bro, get up. I want to ride one and just grab the other. Come, I'm riding you. Get up, bro. Okay. Oh my god. Bro, we're gonna be in this jungle? This is horrible. Is there a better way?
I don't know.
I don't know if we can make it here, man. Yeah, other guy's gonna keep detaching. I lost a lead.
Yeah, this is fuck. This is too many trees.
Yeah, we're not gonna be able to make it through here. I lost a... Oh no, I found it. Come on, get up. I think we need to take a detour.
Yeah.
Go back to the ocean and just... There is no ocean, right?
Oh my god, I lost mine. Where's
Wait,
my
I think it
lead?
might be okay this way.
Where's my lead?
Which way, Tony?
Oh shit, I lost one too.
Yeah. This is impossible. We can't make it
I
through
lost
this
both of
jungle.
them. Oh fuck.
I'm
Okay, I
taking
got
the
mine.
boat, man.
Come here.
I'm taking the
come here.
boat. No. We can't
Oh my
cross.
god.
These are all small
Stay-
trees.
stay
Look
here.
how fucking stacked they are.
Wait, where's the other lead?
I don't have on me. I think the X is gonna take a
Here.
big detour, man. The X is gonna have to fucking go bye-bye.
You guys gotta come
Found
help me
it,
find
Tony?
this lead. No.
Tony, Pau,
shit.
go. You only have one camel.
Wait.
Your camel is just gonna sit. Grab the lead. I'll keep an eye on him. Grab your lead. It's behind him. Help Tony find his lead.
Where did you go, Tony?
Oh, I see it. I got it. It's right here.
Oh, good.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's good. I got both leads and both camels for now.
Wait.
Are you down here?
Is there a way here?
Wait.
There's. Maybe there's a way here.
What are your coordinates?
165, 100. I think there's a way here. I'm not sure. It's if there is, it's gonna be a very narrow fucking way.
165.
Well, we
100.
can get back on land as long as there's not like a shit ton of trees like that. We just gotta get out of the forest.
Okay. I told you our X is gonna take a hit.
You said
Yeah, that's fine.
165. Oh, 50.
No
100.
longer there. We're now worth 400, 100.
400, 100. Okay.
I'm not going down here. You guys stay in the boat. I just want to take a look if this is just a lake. Yeah, just a lake. It's a closed water thing. No!
Oh, you lost him.
No! Motherfucker almost got away. Come here. Where's my boat? I lost my boat.
Camel.
Okay. Gotta do this. Gotta do this. Gotta go there. Yeah, the X is gonna take a big fucking massive hit, Tony. But I think we passed from here, me, you, and Hal, when we were like going with our boats. Remember I asked you about these mushrooms? I said, are these mushrooms like used for anything?
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay, this looks like a big ocean. We're going a little bit away from fucking... Ay, 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 ay. You think this left one is a lake? Let's hope not. Looks like a lake, looks like a dead end. We're gonna U-turn. Yeah, it is. Turn back, turn back. Hello, Drip. Okay, we're gonna go left again.
Wait, we need sleep.
We don't need sleep.
No?
We're in the
Okay.
ocean. We're moving.
I'm sleeping.
Do we try to see this left if it goes anywhere?
I need one of you guys to sleep because I'm like in the middle of the forest.
Ragu!
I don't
Take a
have
nap.
bed.
I have questions I don't know if I want to ask. Ask, bro. Tell me.
Hold on, I found a
Someone
village.
sleep.
No. Hold on.
I think that's a lake.
Horse, stop getting disconnected. Come here.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
We
don't
need to
look at
sleep,
the
guys.
Enderman.
I'm working on it. Trying to get to a village here.
We can't sleep. We're surrounded by zombies. Oh no. Oh no.
Hey,
No, 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 no! Leave me and my
Wait, I can
fucking
sleep.
camels
Hal,
alone.
sleep, quick. Alright.
He literally fell asleep as I reached a village.
Oh my god! Can you get off?
Is this the right way?
I don't know. Let me kill this zombie first, then clear land. Hey, rude. Okay, thank you. Okay, where's my boat? Where's my boat? Gotta break land. Here, gotta break land. Here. No, 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 no. Okay. Now eat. Go back in the water. I actually think it's land time again. There's no trees here. Yeah, no trees. Now we gotta recover the fucking X, the 1000 extra we went. Wait, where is it getting less? Kind of this direction. But the Z is getting more. Fuck me, bro. Okay, I'm kind of lost. I don't know where I'm going. Wait. Okay, that's the direction we need to be going. But that's just going back to the forest, man. I don't want to go back to the forest. Yeah, that's going back to
Maybe
the forest, kinda.
Is it?
Kinda, yeah, look. Donkeys! Do we have any more leads?
No.
Fuck.
Wait, what's your coordinates at the donkeys?
850, 500.
850, 500, 850,
Boys, I
500.
think I did the impossible, and I captured 2 foxes
Good
in
job.
a little area. Now I need them to pump, and I have no idea how to do that.
Donkeys. Yeah, where are you? Ah, there you go.
Yeah, we're heading back to the
Tony, be
forest,
careful.
kind of. I mean, nah, we're past the forest. Now if we keep going on land like this, will we make it back home? Nah, home is beyond the forest. How the fuck are we gonna do this? You guys still with me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
But like,
But you're too far.
Yeah, we gotta go around the forest. This is the only way.
yeah, that's fucking annoying. If only we can fly, bro. Okay, big ocean, big ocean.
Hang on,
Is
we're way
it?
behind.
Big
I'm waiting for
ocean!
you, Tony.
Tony, what's your level? I'm 8.
5.
Oh my god.
I'm 8, bro. I was like maybe
Horses!
close to 30.
I was in the 20s for sure. Why are you fighting the horse?
Bro, you don't have any more leads. You can take the horse with you. Horse gotta go. Come on, let's
Okay,
go.
how the hell do I...
Okay, I think we gotta go in that direction. Yeah,
Hey, can you wait for us?
I am. Look, you guys are here.
It was the third time he'd asked her.
Tony, be honest. Is Pau slowing you down?
Yeah, he keeps stopping and doing stuff like picking flowers, like building shit.
Go, 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 go!
Oh my god. I hope this leads to a fucking open ocean. Doesn't look like it, man. Think we're gonna go to land again. At least not a fucking forest, right? Right.
Yeah.
Oh, that is an amazing horse. Look how they look. Okay. Ocean, ocean, ocean. Ocean, ocean. Plains, meadows. Let's go here. Grab the horses, the camels. Come, camels. Hello. Come on. Time to sprint, bro. Gain up on some of the fucking lands we lost. At least we went. Oh, hey, I lost one. We went past through the fucking, trees.
Yeah.
Wait, how can I eat?
Just scroll to your
Right
food
click?
and right click it. Yeah,
No, I cannot eat with the leash on. Ah, I can.
you can, bro. Tony, this is not
Run,
looking
run, run, run,
promising.
run.
What's wrong?
Small water, more land. Small water, more land. Okay, big fall
No,
off
that's
there.
fine.
Careful.
As long as it's not trees, we're good.
Okay, boys, how do I find berries?
In front of Tony's
There's
house.
berries at my house. Yeah. Just go pick them though.
How
Don't.
do
No,
I?
you can't. You can't pick them. That's right.
I can't. So I need.
Huh?
I need sweet berries or glow berries.
By my house, like in the woods next to my house, there should be some.
Yeah, but
Whoa,
I'm
Ragu's
so
here. What
far
the
away,
hell?
dude. And I don't want these foxes to despawn because I've just locked them in.
I was like, what the hell? Who's on a horse?
What the fuck, man?
The cavalry's here to bring us home.
Okay, I think we keep going in that
Tony,
direction.
can you bring me some berries?
Yeah, I can when I get back.
Hey!
Bro, we're climbing the mountain now?
I mean, look at the right. You want to go through the woods?
No, not the woods.
Bro, we just went 6 blocks into the woods and we all lost our camels. Twice. Okay. We're good. I have 2 leads. I mean, we can go. Yeah, this is fine. Whoopsie.
Tony, when you come, please bring leads as well.
Bring what?
Berries and leads. So I need glow berries, sweet berries, and leads.
Okay, what are we
Leads?
doing now?
You need to lead the baby fox.
I don't have glowberries, but I got sweet berries.
That brings us further into the negative. For
Yeah, to the
X.
left brings us
Yeah.
further to the negative.
Yeah.
But like,
We gotta just keep going this
there's
way.
a forest in front of us. We can't go there. Tony, what do you think?
Which way do we need to go here?
We need to go that direction where I'm looking.
You can take the water. Hold on.
Just
Is
go
it
in the
open
water, yeah,
there,
I guess.
Ragu? It's closed.
I'm
I see
looking
it's closed
now.
from here. It's closed.
It's closed over there. It only
Yeah.
brings you to the left.
We have to go down, go around
If
this
you go,
mountain.
hold on,
Okay.
hold on, because there's more water this way, like all the way to the right.
Oh my god, I hope the camels don't fucking die from this.
No, they're fine.
Till they die. They're fine till they're not.
Can you imagine we do all this work and they die?
Angel, if you go all the way to the right instead of going down that mountain, there's more water.
Well, we're already down it.
Let me go back.
Where are we
No,
going?
no, don't go back now.
Okay. Left it is. Into the lava. It has been decided.
My father won.
Fuck, this is closed off.
Yeah, no, either way brings you to more trees.
Oh my god, this is closed off. Raghu, go sleep.
I don't have a bed. Do you have a bed?
I do.
Wait,
But
I
I'm.
will
Oh no. Pao, you
Oh my
only
God,
have
you guys
one
are
camel.
far
You
away
go
still.
sleep.
Yeah, wait.
I'm coming to you guys.
No, I
Okay.
cannot. There
You
are
can, you can.
monsters nearby.
I'm sleeping. I'm sleeping. We got it.
Okay, nice. Let's go. Floating camels, bro.
Holy crap!
Where you guys at?
I don't know. Back at we never got in the water.
Yeah, Pal's still here in the water.
You didn't go into the
And-
water?
No.
No, we're
You
in the
let me
water
go
now.
downhill for nothing? Oh my god.
I couldn't get in until Powell moved out the way, but he never did.
Wait,
Yeah,
this
because
is
he said to
closed
sleep.
off. So Raghu, if we go up, we need we can't go through the forest, man. The leaves will keep breaking like over and over and over and over and over. It is just a closed lake. I'm going back up to where we were.
Where we were?
Yeah, up in the mountain. Climbing back up. Come on, camels. You can do it. Come on, camels. Up, up, up we go. Up we go. No broken leads. Come on, up we go. Up we go.
How would
I'm gonna
it
try
spell
and get
those
these sweet
coordinates?
berries. That's where I trap the foxes.
Yeah, because this way is just jungle.
No, jungle can do.
I'm gonna try and make it to Tony's place to get
Jungle and a giant
some
drop
berries.
offs. That's a no. There's water right over there though. So if you can deal with just this little bit of jungle where I am, there's water right on the other side.
I don't know where you at.
I don't know where you guys are either. Where'd y'all go?
negative-
I got to the top of the
negative-
mountain and then what?
I'm
Negative
behind you, Tony.
280, 5160.
Negative 280,
I see you guys.
5160. Oh, okay. Over here.
So if you go this way, hold on.
How about we give Raghu his camel?
If we go this way,
Since he's here, you know?
I'm scouting.
I'll be fine
What,
riding on my
this
camel
way?
and
If we
going.
go this way, I'll take it a little slow. And I'll keep an eye on you guys.
break the trees for us when you go through there.
Did the wolf kill the pig?
Yeah.
Wait, can the wolf kill the camel?
I
No,
don't
he
know.
can't.
I don't think so.
I was
Alright,
waiting
there
for
should
the
be
wolf
enough
This
for
water goes to open ocean?
I'm gonna go check it now.
Here, come here, come here. Okay, very good.
Hold on.
What am I picking up?
Tony,
Lead-
What?
Oh, the server it,
Love it, I-
it restarts every night at this time.
No
3 a.m. blubber time.
way.
God.
Does it save?
Yeah, it's safe. It'll be back in a minute.
Fuck, it's 4
Wait,
a.m.
our
I
frost
ate
is gonna be big.
nothing. Is there even anything open now that I can order from?
Well, I think that's my sign. I'm gonna have to abandon you boys.
What?
I go sleep.
You can't do that, man.
Or let me know if it's up. If it's up in the next 5 minutes, I'll jump back on and help you guys get back to base.
Oh my
Yeah, it'll be up in
god.
less than that. It's up right now. I'm back in.
Really?
Okay.
Are we still in the
Yeah.
same spot?
Yeah.
Hold on, opening it. I'll grab
There's a
drink.
lead on the ground though. Ragu, you had leads?
I had one lead, yeah.
Hook to your horse, yeah, it's on the ground.
Okay.
Okay.
My lead is missing, guys.
Mine as well.
What do you mean play offline? Hold on.
Okay, I found my
Excuse
leads.
me.
I grabbed my camels.
Hello? Okay, there we go. I opened it up
You
and it
found
said
yours?
play
Yeah.
offline.
Play
Fine,
offline.
fine.
I found yours. I
Hey,
found
stay
yours.
here.
It's with me. Come, grab it. It's here where I'm standing. Behind you.
Thanks.
Let's go.
Wait. The camel.
No,
Hey,
I'm
Tony, I'm
sorry,
at your
man.
place.
What you
How
said?
do I get
Here.
the berries?
At my house?
Yeah.
You can't because I think there's berries though in the forest around my house.
Tony, your leads. Your
The
leads.
ones at my house you can't mess
Tony,
with.
Tony.
That's not mine. That's not mine. That's Ragu's.
Yeah, I have one lead for my horse.
Damn, I can
Well,
hit
it's on the
berries.
floor,
I
bro.
can't
If you
pick
don't
them up.
connect now, it's gonna despawn.
Shit.
Try to right click them.
Clicking,
Can you
there we
right
go.
click them?
No.
Got it.
Pow, drop
Yeah. I think there's
Ragu!
berries around though.
the lead.
Like in the
Okay.
Not
woods.
with me. No, it's not with me.
Like go across the bridge that Angel made. I think there's berries over there somewhere.
This is
All right,
closed.
let me check this
Bro,
water.
Ragu trapped us. This is closed water, man.
Yeah, this is just a lake.
We're fucked, bro. I'm not
What the
going
hell's
through
We're
over
the
here?
surrounded by
fucking.
trees.
Oh no.
Damn it.
Oh yeah, no, there's no going this way. What the heck?
Bro, we're completely surrounded.
Bro, we should have just went for a. Oh no. Wait. Hmm.
Wait, there might be a clearing right here. Enough of a clearing to get through.
Yeah, I've got sweet
Okay.
berries. Does anyone
You got 'em?
have some slime I
Ooh.
can steal to make a
Ainge, I
lead?
got your boat.
Nah, we don't have
Thank you.
slimes. Nobody has slimes.
Ah, thank you.
Here.
I don't know if we're gonna go from here though.
I think we can get through. Follow me.
Where?
It's wide enough, I think. Straight ahead. Like it's we just gotta mine in just a little bit.
Bro, this is horrible.
I think it's okay. It's not as tight as the other one. The last one where we kept getting stuck.
I already lost one. Please, man. Please, man. It's the same fucking camel, man. Don't be an asshole. Come on. Anybody has a name tag? I'm name tagging him, asshole. This one.
All right, there's more water here.
Go, go, go.
There's a big hole right here. I don't want to fall in.
I wanna fall in. Whoops, the camels died. Unlucky.
Hey.
Are we even going in the right direction at this point?
Mm,
No, we're going further
not
north.
really.
But there's a little clearing if you just come this way. Yeah. And then this way.
Get a lead.
Careful.
Oh,
there's a
water,
vent
water,
here.
water.
Yep.
Where does this water go, Ragu?
Where?
I don't.
Right in
I
front
don't
of
know
us.
yet. I haven't scouted it.
It looks like a river.
Yeah, I haven't scouted it yet. Let me jump in.
I'm sorry, Pao. We're gonna leave you.
Oh my god.
Hold on.
Aying.
Oh
One of
my
your-
god, the fucking asshole again.
Which way do you think I should go, Tony? Left or right to scout first?
Oh my god, bro.
I think like out to the left, like not hard left, like far left.
This way, right? The way I'm going?
Yeah, out that way.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think right. I think left.
It gets a little narrow,
Hello,
but it keeps
Flopper.
going.
Am I following you guys?
Yeah, it looks good so far.
So far, so good. It is bringing us more into the X and the Z, though.
Oh my god, this is tight. Why does it feel like we passed from here before? This
think
is where
so?
we killed the zombies, no?
Oh my god, yes.
Everything's
No,
okay.
I
That's
don't
where we
think so.
cleared
Passed through
land.
it before.
We've been here before.
Yeah, I think we've been here.
No, we never got this low on the Z. 5,100?
I mean, look at the X, how fast it's going. Look, these are the mushrooms that I asked you about before.
No, those were higher up, I think. These are like on the ground.
Okay.
I mean, I'm hoping we at least see some land with no trees.
Now
Oh,
both
no,
X
please don't
and
let me
Z are
close this.
going fucked.
Way up, yeah.
Bro, where is the
Okay, it keeps
frozen
going.
land?
Oh, that's so far away.
No, man, that's not what we want to hear, man.
I'm gonna sleep, guys. Need someone else to
Pao,
sleep.
you go sleep.
Alright. I got it.
I'm checking this direction, Tony.
Ragu or me?
I got it.
Okay.
I'm checking the direction that's bringing the X down at least.
Wait, which way
I'm
did you
gonna
go?
I'm
Left
gonna
or
keep
right?
going straight, because straight I don't see
right.
trees. I'm going straight. Ragu went right.
Which way is
Left-
straight? Oh, this way?
I went right. Yeah.
There's right, left, and straight. I went straight.
I go
Because
straight.
this is in jungle.
Alright.
Oh yeah, no, this ends. So if you went with me, turn around.
My X is going lower. Did we split up?
Yeah.
No.
I'm behind
Ragu split
well,
off, but the
yeah.
rest of us are here.
I
Okay.
checked all that.
Yeah, this is
all
good
the way
though. This is not jungle.
Yeah, we can cross
okay,
this,
which-
right?
These
What's your
these trees are
guys's-
spread out, I think, enough.
Should we go
There's no
land?
problem.
What's your guys'
We need to
split?
start going in the right direction. Yeah, we're going up. We need to go down.
This is down. Boat, cooperate, boat. Okay.
No, this is up.
More water. So in that direction we walk, or we go through the water.
We're going up still on Zed.
What's your guys' coordinates right now?
We gotta go.
How do we get Z down?
I don't know.
Z down is north.
Yeah, this way. Yeah, this is the way we gotta go.
But that's where we came from, through the water. That's literally where we came from.
I don't know, dude.
That's where we came from, right? In the water.
Yeah, I think so.
That's just gonna take us back to, because
To the
we're trying
forest?
to. Yeah. We're cutting through.
All right, let's just keep going this way then.
Which
Yeah,
way?
keep going. Let's follow you. Your way.
But this is going back to the big forest.
No, this is going up. Oh no, it's not. It's
I
going
think
down.
I think we have to fucking cut through the forest. That's the only way. Oh shit. Cannot go through that. Okay, everything is going down, but eventually we're gonna go back to the forest.
Maybe we went around it. I don't know. Hopefully we did.
I don't know, man. Nope, there's the forest.
Ooh, an armadillo.
Kill him.
Yeah. We killed one earlier. Didn't get shit.
Wait, ocean.
You gotta
Yeah,
catch
ocean.
him. If you
Okay.
catch 2 armadillos and then breed the shit out of them, you can make a silverfish farm.
How do you catch them? With a
I
lead?
have no idea. I don't know how to do it. I just know that you can make a silverfish farm with them.
Okay, water time, I guess.
Boys, I got myself a fox.
Let's go.
Nice.
That's increasing. Tony, I don't know where to go from here now. That's increasing. That's back to the forest.
We gotta go this way.
Now the X is increasing. Oh my god.
X
No,
is
here
fine. X can go up and down. It's the with Z we gotta work on. We're so far in Z.
Okay.
X isn't a problem.
Bro, we were at 5,000 with the fucking Z earlier. I'm gonna order some food. This shit is going back in fucking forest, man. Bro, don't tell me we did not see these 2 horses. These are the horses I said look awesome. We fucking
Oh
passed
my
through
God, they
here,
are.
man. We fucking passed through here, man.
Oh my.
I blame Ragu.
We
Like
just did a big circle.
up front and a bit is where we met Ragu, where he caught up with us.
Oh my God.
Yeah, here is where we said, okay, this looks clear. Let's take land again. And we walked a little bit. Then Ragu showed up.
Let's not take land this time.
Yeah, but the water stops. Like, look, the Z is getting more. Okay, let's take land.
Dude, we're fucked. We're never making it back.
I'm sorry, camels. You have to go. Okay, more water. Is that aspects? What aspects, bro? Okay, that's getting less. That's getting less. We're close to home. We're close to home. We're close to home.
No, we're not.
Yeah. I remember
Why'd you
this.
say that?
No, we're not close to home.
Remember what? Water?
I'm just gonna cut
Wait,
through
what's
here.
up here? We
Nah,
need to go this way. What's on top of this mountain
no,
here?
No, I'm not going. I give up. I give up, bro.
That is going higher in this way.
Yeah, come back this way. This is the way.
Hence, I'm going back.
Yeah, I'm behind you. Where are you, Tony?
Can't see you, Tony.
You see me? 5416.
No, I can't see you.
Minus 123, 5416. I took a right where y'all took a left back at the water.
Oh my god, Pao yeeted his fucking camel. I don't see
Tony?
right and left, bro.
Yeah, I'm right in front of you.
Go, Pao, don't stop.
Land time. Oh my god.
No. What land time? Where's Tony?
I'm right in front of y'all.
Tony's
Yeah,
in
I'm on
Where?
land. Yeah.
I don't see him. Pao, you see him?
I
No,
saw
you
him
can't see me
earlier.
because I'm over the ridge.
There you go.
Jump on the land and go straight. I'm right in front of you. Yeah.
Oh
You see
my
me now.
god. Okay. This does not look like the right way, bro. Where is Ragu?
I don't know.
He ditched us, man. He saw how
lost him a
fucking
long time
horrible
ago.
this is. And he ditched us.
Yeah.
He's like, fuck this. They'll just deliver the camel to me when home.
When they get there.
I'm charging you, man. 3 dolphins for this 1 camel.
How many dolphins you have, Ragu? Oh my god.
Are you sure this is the way, bro?
It's not looking good now. I'm in the fucking jungle again. Come up this way. We're back to where.
No, bro, no.
Oh my god.
No,
We're
bro,
back
this
to
is the
where Ragu
circle
like
we
told us to
did.
go one way.
No,
He
trust
told
me.
us to go one way
need...
and led us into the.
Yeah, this is the circle where we did. This is the circle with the lava.
We need to sleep
Yeah,
first.
yeah.
We need to sleep.
We need to go that
We can't sleep
direction,
yet.
bro.
It's not dark enough yet.
Mark something. We know the landscape already, bro. We've seen it like 9 times. Okay, what if we just push through this? Go water and climb back up.
Yeah, I think so.
Go sleep.
Make a checkpoint. What do you mean checkpoint?
Oh, no.
Yeah, I think that's what we got to do. We got to just climb that mountain right there.
Yeah, we just need to go straight. Like that. Let both axes take a hit, no problem, as long as we're out of this fucking stupid biome.
Yeah.
Damn it. I lost my fox.
What happened?
Lead broke, and then I couldn't find the lead, and then it ran away.
You
You
weren't
lost
paying
your
attention?
fuck
Right?
while we are being lost.
The lead.
Yeah, but when it broke, you didn't notice?
Keep distance, bro.
I did notice,
That
but
shit will
I
break.
couldn't find the lead again.
Okay.
Lead,
This is
that's
looking
it.
better. My lead broke. How did you pick it up?
No, it's right
No.
underneath of him. It's underneath of him. He's sitting on it. There you go.
Oh my god, dumb fucking camel. Come on, man. Move.
No, man. Why the hell didn't...
Tony, this is looking good. There's snow in front of us.
Oh, there is. Hell yeah.
Okay, I can still see the fox if I can find the stupid lead.
Retrace your steps. Are you in the forest, Hal?
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be hard to find. You lost him again?
Yeah. I'm in I'm in two minds to fucking just grab this donkey instead of the camel. Okay, the Z is going down again. Slowly, but like, hey. Okay. This isn't looking bad.
Yeah, this is good.
Snow is a good sign. Right? Snow is a good sign.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
Pao, what do you see? I lost Pao. I don't know where he went.
Here. I'm here.
Okay.
I can see water.
I don't know if we should go into water again.
But
Yeah,
Zed is going
oh
down
no.
when we go there.
Oh no.
What?
You don't want to know. Look down here. That's jungle again, bro. Grab the donkey.
It's just a little patch, though. We can just go around. Yeah, let's just go around right here.
Pao, you're gonna fall off.
Oops.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah, this is just like real life hiking. But in no cell coverage land.
True.
With 6 camels. Look how cute that donkey is. He's calling. Like, hey, take me. Fuck the camels. Okay,
Where the
now
hell is
what,
this
Tony?
lead, man?
Go down, cut through there. Go down and cut through
Yeah,
there.
I think so.
Hello, cows. Don't mind us.
Wait, is that the portal that we made? Is that the portal we fixed? To the left?
Yeah.
This is the right way then. We finally made it.
Is it?
I can't tell.
Oh
Is it
my
lit?
god, big hole. Careful. Pow, stop getting into us. Pow, distance,
I don't think
bro.
that's the right one.
Shut up, Ragu. You abandoned us. You have no say in this.
No, that one's still ruined.
No, we broke it. We spawned into it and it turned out it's like too close and we broke it again.
Oh.
Wait, are the blocks under it like all taken?
My
It's
God,
not
go
the
up?
how's
one.
this lead?
It's not the one, man. You know how
That's
I
all right.
know?
We're still in the right direction. How?
The
Sorry?
crying obsidian, I would have grabbed it.
I
Oh my
don't know
God.
where's this lead, man.
Who lost
Flux is still here.
I
Where the hell is my
can't.
lead?
need.
Right there,
I'm
you see it?
ditching the camels. I'm ditching them.
For what?
The cherry blossoms. I need some. This is the first fucking biome of cherry blossoms I've seen.
The blue flower?
No, pink.
No. Pink trees.
Oh my god, they're so beautiful.
I have abandoned my horse in the water.
Good job, bro.
How close are you guys to home, Tony?
A far ass way away. 6,000 blocks.
Oh my God.
Okay, we cannot go down from here. We gotta
Okay,
turn from that
how do I
direction.
get slime to make a freaking
In
thing?
a mine. Like deep in a mine.
No chances Fox is still gonna be here when I get back, right?
Probably not.
Okay, 461 minus 107.
Come here, dolphin. Yes.
3 dolphins for this camel, Ragu.
3? Do you know how difficult it was
3
just to get this one?
dolphins. You know how long we've been doing this?
This is hours.
I bet I can catch 3 dolphins before, like, shorter than this time. Fucking
fuck you, I'm
stupid ass
Aquaman.
camels.
I am Aquaman.
Tony,
Oh
you
my
think
God,
you
you
can
move
hold
so
4
fast.
leads?
I can try.
I
Oh
really
my
wait.
God.
Someone look at my screen.
Can you see my lead?
My stream.
You're not
Power
sharing,
unlucky.
Ragu.
Oh, hold on.
Okay,
You
guys,
gotta see this.
just 1 second, okay? I don't touch my camels. They're on a thing.
Where's my lead?
I don't know. I don't see it.
I need some of those fucking trees. I can't.
Alright, let me know when you're watching.
Dude.
How do you keep losing? You only have one.
Wait, let me make
Let
sure
me
it's
know,
not
let
in
me
my
know when you're watching,
inventory.
Tony.
That was so close.
Oh wait, I have it, pal.
GG.
I have it. It's in my inventory. I didn't notice.
My goodness.
No way, no way, no way.
You wanna see some real speed, bitch?
Hey, I want the cherry blossom also.
No.
Wait.
It's mine.
What? No?
I'll grab some saplings. That's what I want, bro. Some saplings.
God damn, it's 5:30 a.m.
I know, man. I've ate nothing today except nuts.
Holy crap.
Come on, drop a fucking sapling and I'm good. Yeah. Fuck the fish. Saplings, thank you. That's it. That's all I wanted. I'm coming back to my camels. Stupid ass fucking camels. 2 saplings are enough, right?
One is enough, really. You can grow a tree off of it and get more saplings if
You
you're
think
lucky.
I can jump from here into the water directly? Nah, I'm gonna die. Oh, go sleep. Go sleep.
Wait.
Okay, let me scout the area before we go. X and Y and C are getting more. Water. I don't really know, bro. Huh. I think we're heading in the right direction. It doesn't look like it, but like, where are you guys?
I'm by where you left your camels.
Oh, okay. Thought you guys ditched me. Oh, grab your lead. Hey, camel, don't go there. Hey! Come on, come up here. You get up. Lazy, get up. These nuts.
No, I lost the dolphin.
I lost my fucking lead again. Pao, give me my lead.
Not with me.
Where is the fucking lead? Hey, yo!
It's on top of
Here.
the. Look, it's on his. No, it's on his back. It's on the fucking camel's back.
Oh my god. Get up, man. Get up. Get up. Move.
I say we go down.
No. There.
Down
there.
which way? This way?
That's where we came from, Pao. Come.
Ah, yeah.
Fuck it. I'm gonna fall and kill the camels. Fuck them. Why do I again have one lead? Do I have one or two? I can't tell anymore. Two. Okay. Move, camel. Move. It
Hey,
broke.
you lost both.
Yeah, I lost both. They sat down.
Too high.
1, 2. Come on, get up.
Come here.
Where's my other camel? Here, come. Come, mister. Come, get up. Move it.
Oh my god. Forest incoming.
No, there's water.
Or
There's
no.
water. Oh my god! Okay, I almost died with the camels. That was an easy Alt F4 if that happened. Can you ride the camel? Yeah, bro. But I have two.
Only question. Why did you give me the camel without the saddle? I can actually ride it.
True, you could ride one without with the saddle.
Okay. Oh my god. I don't know where we're going. Why isn't my dude eating? That's just increasing our shit, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think this direction is closed.
Oh shit! I lost one.
Your lead is in the
how
water.
close are you guys
Yeah, I got it.
to just ditching the camels?
I'm close
not
to
much.
just logging off and fucking figuring it out tomorrow.
But if we disconnect, will they still be here?
Yeah, they should.
Wait, what if I put a fence here? Wait. We go up somewhere like somewhere open, fence them, and then think about it another day. He fucking
Ain't she lost?
give me. I'm gonna kill him. I'm not gonna lie, it would be easier if we just grab, like, ride on one each of us and just skedoodle our way through this. It's the lead shit and the forest that's fucking making this an annoyance.
Yeah.
Ragu, price went up. 5 dolphins. 2 dolphins and a mermaid.
Water.
Are we fencing them here and calling it a day?
Man,
you
I'm so
can't-
sad. My fox is gone.
So you can't tame them, the dolphins.
Now I need to go and lock fucking 2 foxes up again.
I'm putting them here.
Where's Tony?
I lost
He
my
killed them.
lead.
He killed them. He killed both camels, bro.
I got it. I kept getting stuck on a tree back there.
He's like, okay,
Ain't,
camel.
why don't
They're far
we try
away.
to go to that water before we log out? Let's just try.
Then what?
If it will lead to the ocean.
It's just gonna be more water. How do you even make a fence? Did you fence your
You don't have the wood.
things? I have wood. What do you mean? There.
Do you?
I don't have wood. Can I have wood?
Wait. There. Pao, grab your lead, put it back on the fence. Okay, Tony. Grab your lead. What are you doing? I put fence. Just right click the fence, you'll tie them up.
Can you come here?
Yeah, they're not gonna go anywhere. I have my boat, I have everything. I'm gonna log the fuck off
my
here.
God.
I'm exhausted,
Yeah.
man. Hungry
Yeah, I'm
as
fried.
fuck. I saved everything. If we disconnect here, we respawn here.
Yep.
Oh my god, bro.
Ah. Bye, camels.
Okay. I don't even have the energy to raid anyone. I'm just gonna end stream. Ay. Okay, everybody who was on stream, I love you. Thank you for chilling and hanging and, watching camel rides and stuff.